Cause he said it'll be right here, so. So it's just. If he wants to have, and then he does download. That's Smith, right?
Yeah, just see what's. Saul Smith is in there.
Oh, okay,
He's here for this now.
okay, perfect, so then we'll be, okay. Perfect. Ms. Wilmot, do you have the criminal confession of judgment?
I do not. I checked last night, unless he's filed it this morning. I don't.
No, he's representing the test that he gave it to you. All right, you guys ready? All right, let's go to page 17. C 250966, State Nevada versus Thomas Randolph. May the record reflect that Mr. Randolph is present in custody. Mr. Tomchek and Mr. Orm are here on his behalf. Ms. Weckerly and Mr. Hamner are here on behalf of the state. This is on for the defendant's motion to dismiss the indictment. I have read the motion, I have read the opposition, as well as I read the reply that was filed by the defense. Have you guys seen the reply?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Tom Check or Mr. Arm, anything you want to add to your motion?
Judge, I mean, obviously, Your Honor said you read it. I know you read
Yeah.
everything, but we filed this some 4 months ago. The premise of the motion, I think, is pretty clear cut. This is a case that went to trial based on the state's insistence of introduction of evidence that our Supreme Court said should not have been introduced. I think the record is very clear that the state clearly overstepped the boundaries that are put into place by our statutory scheme to protect people from exactly the circumstances that Mr. Randolph found himself in. He was convicted based upon the introduction of illegal evidence that had nothing to do with the case in front of the court. In a perfect world, when the case gets reversed and we're back in front of Your Honor for trial number 2, we could just try the case without that evidence. I know Your Honor did everything in your power to do that. The problem is so much time passed. Dozens of witnesses could have been called in the first trial. I think in our motion, we referred to, I think, 12 potential witnesses, people that had important information that we wanted to present at trial that we couldn't because they're deceased or infirm or unavailable. So given that, I think the appropriate thing to do is to conduct an evidentiary hearing where we would present evidence about what would have been presented at trial so that Your Honor can see a full picture of the prejudice to Mr. Randolph and that he can have the justice that the record indicates he deserves.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, wouldn't you agree with me that a lot of the delay in getting to the second trial, because, okay, the Supreme Court reversed the first trial. I don't think we're not here to dispute that. They are above me. They've made that decision. There's nothing we can do about that. But a lot of the delay was in the first trial because the first trial took 9 years to get to place. This trial went to trial in 2 years after it was remanded. So a lot of the delay was on the front end. Would you agree that that's correct?
100%. That's the thrust of the motion. The delay on the front end was directly attributable to the state's insistence on the introduction of improper evidence. That was litigated prior to the first trial. In fact, Mr. Randolph went through multiple counsel in advance of the first trial because of his insistence that that evidence shouldn't have been introduced at trial. And when he got sideways with his attorneys about that fact, because they just wanted to roll over on it, then he felt he needed new counsel. So I agree. Almost the entirety of the delay was prior to the first trial, but that's precisely the point. Once we were back for the second trial, there was no way he could have a fair trial because of the witnesses that were no longer available because of the prejudice in the first trial.
Okay, and let me ask you this. These witnesses, like a lot of the people who are now deceased, they've been deceased for years. Why wasn't this motion raised before this trial when we knew about all of this stuff
Why wasn't this motion filed
before you guys announced ready?
The best avenue for Mr. Randolph to conclude this case was a not guilty verdict. We didn't want to delay the trial any further. We wanted to go to trial. He wanted his day in court. We wanted him to have a trial without the presence of the improper evidence. So that was the best time to do that.
Okay. State?
So the other bad acts motion that was filed in the first trial was decided by the court in 2009. He didn't go to trial till 2017. He filed 2 sets of lawyers, asked for a stay, and was sent to competency. And so the delay, even after the bad acts motion was filed, is solely due to Mr. Randolph. Here we are awaiting sentencing on this trial. We have a verdict in August. None of the delay, this is a perfect illustration of what happens in Randolph's cases. None of the delay from August till now is due to the state. The state's opposition went through every single court appearance and trial movement in this case, and none was caused by the state of Nevada. It was always caused by Randolph in both sets of trials. He agreed to every continuance or personally sought it out, or fired his lawyers, or sought a stay. So had they gone to trial back when that bad acts decision was issued in 2009, maybe it would have been returned quicker, but they didn't do that. They asked for a stay. He fired his lawyers. He went to competency. He had another set of lawyers said they couldn't ethically represent him. And those were the delays. On top of all of that, everybody that they mention in their motion, many of those people could have been called at the first trial. Some could have been called at the second trial, but there's zero specificity regarding what information those people would have had to offer that somehow has affected Mr. Randolph's substantive rights. They have simply not met their burden in this motion.
Defense, anything you'd like to respond?
Yeah.
I think my client wants to go.
Well, no, this is your motion and you have lawyers, Mr. Randolph. You're not gonna litigate this case yourself. You don't represent yourself. If you want to talk to Mr. Tomchek before he responds, you can, but you're not arguing, he is.
Yeah, the difficulty with the state's position is, although those people could have been called in the first trial, many of them, the first trial was all about defending against the Utah action. That's all it was. I mean, if you go back and look at the transcripts of the first trial, the very first thing out of the state's mouth in their opening statement is all the evidence about Utah. They don't mention the Nevada allegations until they're, I don't know, 6 minutes into an opening statement. The witnesses have to do with the case not involving the Utah allegations, and they're not here. The state juxtaposed the evidence in the case from what happened in Nevada to something that happened decades ago in the state of Utah, and they tried that case. They knew it was improper. They couldn't have charged him without it. They couldn't have gotten a conviction without it. And at this point, there's no ability to go back in time and try the first trial based on the Nevada case because those witnesses are gone.
Okay. Court's going to issue a written decision.
We did. Issue a written decision.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. You're gonna down low? All right, I'm gonna let the jail down low, then we'll get to the other case.
It's what when you had to go on the regular line, I had to go.
Yeah, he's supposed to be coming by, so I need to talk to him. All right, let's go on the record in page 4, C 378973, State of Nevada versus Michigan.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat, adjust that microphone if you need to. All right, the issue before the court, the state has filed a motion requesting a jury out hearing on certain topics that may be involved in cross-examination of this witness. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, let me hear what the allegations are that I need to consider before we run the jury in.
You want to do that part first?
You just want to hear about it, or you want me to ask? Mr. Wardlaw.
What's involved here?
This was the case of Lisa Edwards, who was being treated at Fort Sanders Hospital. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you wanted me to tell you.
For the record, you are Brandon Wardlaw with the Knoxville Police Department.
Wardlaw, LAW.
I said that, sorry. Go ahead.
And can you give me your current title?
Police officer.
Okay.
Police officer. I don't think it's on.
Something.
Okay, I pushed the button.
We've already had that happen once this week.
So, Officer Wardlaw, were you involved with the situation with Lisa Edwards at Fort Sanders Hospital?
I was.
And I believe you were the senior officer on the scene.
Correct.
And how many other officers were there?
2.
And the
Well, how
problem,
many? There were actually 3 other KPD officers and 1 left.
okay. And I think there was some security from the hospital there.
Correct.
And they had released her against her will and put her out on the street, and she wouldn't leave. And they
No,
called
that's
her.
your interpretation. She had
Okay.
been medically cleared by 2 different medical staffs.
Okay. And they put her out.
Negative,
Right.
sir. She had been medically cleared by 2 different medical staffs. She was throwing feces at the nurses and decided to smoke inside the hospital. And when they asked her to leave, she said, call the police.
Okay. And they called you and
Correct.
some others.
Correct.
And when you arrived on the scene, there was at some point a paddy wagon arrived. She was going to be taken to jail, right?
Police transport wagon arrived, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you use the police transport wagon to transport her?
Correct. Attempted to.
Okay. And why were you not able to have her transported in the police transport wagon?
Because Miss Edwards was not assisting us in putting her in the police wagon.
And at that point, there were 3 of you there trying to get her into the wagon.
There were 2 of us and a transportation officer.
Okay. And was she actively resisting, or she just wasn't helping you?
She was every time we would try to put her up in there, she would do, you know, like you can pick up a little kid and they don't want to be picked up and they do this whole thing. That's what she was doing.
Okay. And so, at some point, she was transported in the direction of the jail.
Correct.
And how was she being transported?
In the back of a police car.
And at the scene, did she tell you that she was having trouble breathing?
She did, and I gave her an asthma pump like 5 times.
And did you ever accuse her of not telling the truth about not being able to breathe?
No, sir. I told her she wasn't using her asthma pump correctly.
Okay. And then you, as a senior officer, did you assign someone to take her to the jail?
Yeah, we put her in the back of the car because it was easier to get her loaded in the car than it was to get her loaded into the wagon.
Okay. And whose car did you load her into?
Officer DeStasio's.
Okay. And did he go take her straight to the penal farm?
No, sir.
And what happened on route?
Apparently there was an incident with him, the wagon, and another vehicle, and they stopped on the side of the road.
And she died while she was in the back of that?
No, she was actually still alive, and the EMS was working her and took her to the hospital, and she still was alive. She actually wasn't declared dead until Monday.
And what day was this that she was being transported?
Sunday.
Okay. And did you have some disciplinary issues through the KPD about that?
Yeah, that was it. Yes, sir.
Okay. And at that time, your title was what?
Sergeant.
Okay. And so you were demoted from sergeant to
No,
officer?
sir. No, sir. If you go to civil service, who was in charge of the promotion process, their words will be that I was unpromoted because I didn't finish out the entirety of my probation period. The way that it was put out by the department was incorrect.
Okay. So you would have been a sergeant had you not had this incident happen during your probationary period.
I would have been a sergeant if they didn't prolong my investigation and I finished my probationary period. Yes, sir.
Because that would be the issue we would be raising.
State, have any questions of?
So, hi. I'm on a delay, so I'm going to go ahead and give y'all a chance for 700 people to tell me all at once that I'm muted. I'll let y'all catch up. Hi. Hi. Hello. Good to hear my voice. Well, you know what? I'd have been banned from YouTube if y'all heard me cussing a little bit ago. So, from what I understand, this is when I'm on the link for Thami to do, because it did this last time too. When I'm on the link for Thami to do the Zoom, it requires me to mute my microphone for the Zoom. It will not let me use my microphone for the stream if I mute it on this. It's only this link. It's only this link. No idea why. It, like any of the other Zoom stuff that we've done before, it doesn't do it. It's only this link. Anytime that's why I'm trying to say, like, I'm not, like, I want to just throw things, but it won't let me, no matter what settings I try to change. It's only this one. It's only that link for the Vegas one. It won't, if I mute it on that Zoom link, then it won't let me talk on anything else. Okay, so this is the other guy who was in the video that we watched, and from what I understand, they're talking about an incident where Detective Wardlaw was on a probationary period for the stuff that they just were talking about. So the defense, I think, is trying to talk about this stuff outside the presence of the jury because, you know, basically wanting to, like somebody said, discredit him, like to pull up his probationary stuff, whatever, like wanting all of that to be part of the record because, you know, their defense is going to do everything they can. So you heard him saying like that y'all were just going to throw this woman out. And he said, no, she was throwing feces at the nurses and she had been medically released anyway. And then they called the police to come get her. And so anyway, they had all these things going on. So this is the other detective that was in that video.
Officer Wardlaw. All right, you can step down, thank you. All right, let me hear your argument, General. You're the one that's moving to exclude this.
You're under the state's position in this case. This evidence we think is not admissible under 404B. As the court knows, under the Shannon-Christensen Act, all witnesses, the victims, Christian Act. Yeah.
It's not Christian son, it's Christian.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. The Shannon-Christian Act, all witnesses are afforded the same protections under 404B that the defendant is protected. So the issue would be if the defense wants to put on evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts. The rule specifically says they are not admissible to prove the character of a person in order to show action in conformity with a character trait. And so our position is that if the defense wants to go in this, the only reason that they would want to go into this is to offer it as action in conformity with a particular character trait. And so we think that there are exceptions under 404B that sometimes...
Is this really 404B? It's a 608 question, is it not? They're seeking to impeach him.
No, Your Honor, I think that this would be, well, we haven't got to the point where this would be an impeachment. What we're addressing right now is, does this come in under 404B? If the defense is moving to put it in under impeachment, the witness would first have to testify.
Okay, let me go back. Hold on. Let me let me back this up a little bit. Oh, City Kitty just sent me the link. Perfect. Look at City Kitty on top of things. All right, let me just pull this up. This is what they're talking about. Okay, so Knoxville, so this is Wardlaw. The defense wants to tell the jury about this because, again, you know, they want to make everybody else the bad guy except for his client. So the jury, or the defense, is wanting to tell the jury about this, and the state is trying to, they're moving to exclude this. But this is what happened. This is the incident they're talking about. Knoxville police officers disciplined after death of Lisa Edwards. So, Knoxville, Tennessee. Knoxville Police Department has disciplined multiple officers after an internal investigation identified numerous violations of departmental policy during the arrest of Lisa Edwards, who died in custody. A department spokesperson announced Wednesday that the internal investigation into Edwards' death after she was arrested outside a Knoxville hospital has been completed. 3 officers have been disciplined as a result of the investigation. Brandon Wardlaw, who is the one who's on this, or who was just on the stand. He's the one who was the other one in the interrogation video, the one that hugged her when she was crying. She was a grieving mother, but, you know, for half the time, but then she wasn't a grieving mother anymore. She was, you know, a PTSD victim, so he shouldn't have touched her. So anyway, that whole thing, he is the one that they're talking about. That's Brandon Wardlaw. So, he was the first officer who arrived on the scene. He's been demoted from sergeant to his previous rank of police officer, and then there's the other ones. Okay, officers arrested Edwards on the morning of February 5th after she was discharged from Fort Sanders Regional Medical Center and refused to leave. So she was discharged from the hospital and refused to leave. So they called the police, which is what he was just explaining. She was treated and released from Blunt Memorial Hospital the previous day after reporting abdominal pain during a flight to McGee-Tyson Airport. Edwards was being transported in a police cruiser to the Roger D. Wilson Detention Facility when he stopped to deal with another motorist and noticed she had become unresponsive. She was taken back to Fort Sanders via ambulance and placed on life support. She died on February 6th. So it says that she died from a stroke due to cardiovascular disease, but there were other contributing factors, including hypertensive cardiovascular disease and acute bronchitis. The DA's office determined that law enforcement intervention did not cause or contribute to her death. No criminal charges were filed. They released the body cam footage from the arrest. I remain embarrassed and disturbed by what I saw in the video of our interaction with Miss Edwards, and we as a department should collectively be embarrassed. The way we spoke to and treated Miss Edwards was completely unacceptable and exposed that we have a problem as an organization with how we talk to people. So this is the incident that they're talking about. And the defense wants to have this come in because, you know, one of the things that he's going with all of this stuff is that these police officers were so inappropriate, and, you know, how dare they, you know, question her because she's a grieving mother, but then don't hug her. You know, she's not a grieving mother, she's a victim. So his big thing is how these police officers did everything wrong. So he wants the jury to hear about this, and the prosecution is saying that they want to have this excluded. So that is what they're arguing about.
And then there would have to be some.
But also, you throw your poop at me, and I ain't gonna be too nice either.
Impeachment we're addressing. He's not even testified yet, so we're not at 608.
That's how we're going to get there. They're not going to move the court to introduce this evidence We haven't even reached their case in chief yet.
Sure. And so what we're addressing right now is purely 404B, Your Honor.
Are they not seeking to impeach this witness with this event?
Your Honor, you can't impeach a witness until they testify. So no, at the point we are in trial,
Exactly. That's
at the
why we're
point we are
raising
right
it
now
back.
in trial, we have not heard any testimony from Brandon Wardlaw about the particular event that's here in front of the court on trial. The only thing that we are asking the court to address at this point is 404B, and we think that it does not come in under 404B. If the defense asks a question and 608 becomes an issue, then I think we need to address that at that point, but we can't preemptively address 608 before Brandon Wardlaw testifies.
General, you're getting ready to call him as a witness, are you not?
But they would have to ask,
I know, and who will ask the questions first?
the state will ask questions, Your
Okay,
Honor.
then who will ask the questions second?
The defense, Your Honor.
Which will be what?
I thought you were talking about impeachment as in impeachment to a specific issue. Of course they're going to cross-examine this witness.
They're
Your
trying
Honor.
to impeach his credibility as a witness, are they not? So why is that not under 608 as opposed to 404B?
I was asking for the court to address 404B right now. If we need to address 608, I'm happy to do that. But I thought the issue we were addressing right now
Are you
was...
intending to introduce this evidence in your case in chief?
No, sir. I'm going to cross-examine him, Judge, because in this case, as we have seen in the video, I believe he acted inappropriately with Ms. Howington by hugging her after she's told them, I'm uncomfortable, I was raped by a police officer.
All right.
This is another act.
Here's where we are, folks. We're going to hear his direct testimony. We'll get the jury in here. Mr. Whalen, if you wish to address this, let's see what he testifies to. Let's see where your questions go on cross-examination. If you wish to address this line of questioning, you are to approach the bench first and ask the court's permission before you delve into that. But it's a 608 question, it's not 404B.
And Your Honor, and that's what I'm saying. Under 404B, I think it doesn't come in. If we get to the point where we're talking about 608, 608 is about character for truthfulness. And so I don't think that this in any way addresses his character for truthfulness.
608 is also specific prior bad acts.
Yes, specific prior bad acts that have to do specific conduct
I
of a
haven't-
witness for the
General,
purpose.
I haven't ruled yet. I just ruled if it gets to the point where he deems it necessary to ask these questions,
Sure.
he will ask the court's sanction and permission before he
That's
does.
what we're asking the court to do. Thank you. Your
Okay,
Honor.
all right. Line the jury up.
Bring the jury. She's got straight hair today instead of that bleach perm.
Everyone may have a seat. Wait for call for the state. For the defense. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you for your patience. We've gotten started a little bit later than what I thought we would, but we've been very busy in your absence on the court's regular docket. We're still in the state's case in chief. General, you may call your next witness.
State calls Officer Brandon Wardlaw.
You would raise your right hand, please, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir, I do.
Have a seat, please. Adjust the microphone if you need to.
Morning.
Morning.
Could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
Brandon Wardlaw, Wardlaw.
And where are you currently employed?
The Knoxville Police Department.
What is your title at the Knoxville Police Department?
Police officer.
And how long have you been employed there?
17 years.
And can you tell us what was your title back in September of 2019?
I was a violent crimes investigator.
And were you assigned to the case involving Miss Robin Howington?
I was the helper investigator with Investigator Riddle.
Okay, so is it fair to say that Investigator Riddle was the main or lead investigator, and then you were assisting him as needed throughout the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I know that we've already seen some interviews, so I'm not going to go back through all of that, but there are a couple of things specifically that I want to talk to you about, okay? So were you on the scene at Balsam Drive on the evening of September the 14th, 2019?
For initially just a small amount of time, and then I went to the hospital, and then later that night over into the morning, we went back to the scene.
Okay, so when you go to the hospital, do you arrive before Miss Howington gets there or after she gets there?
After.
And do you, at some point in time, come into contact with Miss Howington?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
At this point, can you tell us what her demeanor was like?
When I first made contact with her, she was...
Objection, our call for speculation.
Just rephrase the question. What did you observe about her?
What did you observe about Miss Howington at the hospital?
When I first made contact with her, she was in a, they usually call it a family room off of the emergency room by herself. And the officer was outside the door. She was sitting there and she wasn't crying or anything, just kind of sitting there real solid.
And do you know if she had her cell phone with her?
Yes, ma'am, she did have her cell phone.
And at some point at UT Hospital, do you actually have to get her cell phone from her?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about that?
Initially, when she's in this room, and I probably should have taken her phone from her at that point, but I was worried about that she still had a 2-year-old. She needed to make sure that she got situated. And also I had advised her, is there anybody you can call to come and be with you? Because this whole situation, all we're knowing is that her daughter's just been murdered. And also in telling her that, I said, we're probably going to need your phone because you called 911 from it, so there's going to be some evidence there we need to get. At this point, I go back to try to find the doctor to see what's going on with Destiny. When I come back, I'm approached by Officer Tucker, who was the officer that was standing outside the door, and he tells me that Ms. Howington has tried to give her phone to someone in the restroom. So at that point, I go and I get the phone from Ms. Howington.
Did you ask her whether or not she had attempted to give her phone to someone?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what was her response?
She did.
Okay. And I am going to show you something. Do you recognize this envelope here?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And do you know what it contains?
Right here it says an iPhone 6.
And is that the same phone that you actually physically took from Ms. Howington that night?
I would have to look at it to be sure.
Okay. Is there any sort of initial or anything on the back?
Looks like it says BT 81123.
Okay. Let's see. All right. And so once you took the phone, can you tell us what you did at that point? Like where you took it from there?
When I initially took the phone, I noticed that the screen was cracked on it and it was wet. So I took it, and because I didn't want to be handling a wet phone, I got paper towels until I could get a rubber glove to put it in. Once we left the hospital, I kept the phone in my possession. We went back to the 3rd floor where the offices were, and I actually found a empty paint bucket, and I can't remember exactly who, but I got somebody to go get me a bag of rice, and I put the phone in the rice in the paint bucket.
Okay. And so from there, did you then get the phone and introduce it into KPD's evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so just tell us a little bit about how that procedure works when you take a physical piece of evidence and admit it into KPD's evidence locker.
The phone will have to be, you have to put it in an envelope and seal it, and then with the tape on it, so that way nobody's been in it after you've already sealed it. And there's also more paperwork you have to fill out to send in with the phone to deal with what we call the chain of custody, everybody who has touched the evidence from that point on.
Now, did you physically put the phone in the envelope and seal it?
No, ma'am.
And who was it that did that portion?
The phone was given to, since Investigator Riddle was the lead, the phone was given to him.
Okay.
Well, the paint bucket was given to him, and at some point, he took the phone and did what he needed to do with it.
Okay. And so you said that the phone was wet and cracked?
Yes, ma'am.
Had you observed the phone prior to receiving it from Ms. Howington?
I did not.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about when you encounter Ms. Howington at the hospital. Did you notice anything on her arms or hands that appeared like a reddish-brown substance?
No, ma'am. I didn't see anything on her that would have looked out of the ordinary or caused me any concern.
Did you see any on her dress?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And so were you physically in the room when the doctors were telling Ms. Howington about her daughter's condition?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you in the room when they told her that her daughter was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you describe what you observed at that point?
She went from the just like kind of solemn state to there was crying at that point. It wasn't like, I would say, typical in one of those situations where you tell a parent their child has died. We have it, I call it, oh Lord of Jesus. A lot of times you tell a person that their child has died and they lose it. It wasn't one of those. It was still very like low-key somber, but she did cry at that point.
And so after you all leave the hospital, do you all then go back to interview Ms. Howington?
Yes, ma'am.
When you're doing investigations like this, is it typical that you interview victims or their family members pretty soon after a crime has been committed?
Yes, ma'am. And especially in this case, we would need to interview the only witness we had. And at that point, this was the only witness we had, so we would have to try to get as much information from that person as soon as possible so we could figure out which direction we need to start going with the investigation.
And so when you're at the hospital and going back to interview Ms. Howington, at that point in time, are you treating this like a murder investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because we don't know at this point. All we know is we have a dead 5-year-old. And if we treat it like anything else, there's a good possibility that we're going to miss stuff. So we have to treat it like it is the top of the food chain until we find like it's not. And that doesn't mean just because it falls under murder, we're still not going to treat it with importance. But when you have a murder of a 5-year-old, everything stops. And you're going to treat that like it is the most important thing that just has taken place.
Did you also believe that you potentially had a suspect at large?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did that information come from?
That was from the 911 call that Ms. Howington made, that she had said that there was a random black male that came in her house and shot her daughter.
Okay, and so before that 911 call, to your knowledge, Ms. Howington had not had any contact with the police?
I had not had any contact with her before then.
And so when you're hearing that there is a strange black male that has broken into her home and shot her 5-year-old daughter, again, that's not something that you posited in her mind. That's what she's telling 911. Is that
correct?
Accurate? Okay. Now I want to talk about once you're back at the interview at KPD on the 3rd floor. So it's you, Investigator Riddle, and Ms. Howington in the room. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess just for clarification, do you see Ms. Howington, the person that we've been talking about, Robin Howington, do you see her in the room?
Yes, ma'am.
If you could just point and describe what she's wearing.
She is the young lady at the defense table in the green top with the blonde hair.
Your Honor, if we could have the record reflect, she is identified. He has identified the defendant. Okay, so once you're back at KPD, you're on the 3rd floor, you're doing the interview. At some point during that interview, does Ms. Howington make a statement that she had been raped?
Correct. She does.
She made that statement to you?
Yes, ma'am.
And so at some point, does she begin to cry and you hug her to console her?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm actually going to show you. Okay, just to be clear, you hug her after she has kind of said in passing that she was raped. Is that right?
It was after that. It was a little while after that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I want to, just so that we're clear, I want to show you the exact moment here. Your Honor, if we could have the screen.
So You think he'd ever do anything to try to hurt this?
Again, is this you seated here?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't really answer that because I'm not around. I mean, he won't even let me know where he lives. And she's scared of him.
So tell me this. So this situation that you saying happened yesterday, could that possibly happen today?
What do you mean?
Them getting into it. Could that possibly took place today?
I don't
Not yesterday. Them getting into it at your house. Could that possibly
No,
happen
it was
today?
Friday.
You pop.
We got 3 different videos on this, so I do apologize. I don't remember exactly which one it's on.
You want the code for anything?
3926.
39. Totally wrong.
Walmart put highway and buys cars.
We're pretty certain it's flight.
But you know.
And he had had them.
I don't know.
Because we've got witness.
What was he wearing?
You have a black shirt. And do you have a black hat on?
Did you ever see him when you first got home?
No.
You think he might have been, you think he really was following you?
I think that he was just watching.
I think you're right. I think the video is going to tell us that he was probably sitting, watching, and waiting for you to come home. We knew this is domestic. And we figured the whole time that you're scared. We understand it. We just don't want you to lie to us. You know, it's more than, you're okay. You're okay.
This is what this is all.
Okay, so is this the moment in time in the interview when you hug her?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you hug her?
Because at that point, like I told her, no matter what you think about her, no matter the situation, she lost a child. And so at that point, I had been trying to get her to have somebody there with her. She didn't have anybody. I felt that she finally was starting to tell us the truth. And like I said, she's lost a child. So I was trying to console her.
And we see a hand kind of right there at the back of your neck. Is that Miss Howington's hand?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did she tell you that she was uncomfortable?
No, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you pull your firearm out
No,
during
ma'am.
this interview?
No, ma'am.
Did she try and push you away
No,
whenever
ma'am.
you gave her a hug? She actually, it seems as though she's hugging you back. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever dealt with victims of rape before?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you hugged victims of rape?
Yes, ma'am.
Do victims of rape, in your experience, sometimes need consoling in that manner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so, just to be clear, did Ms. Howington make any indication to you that she was uncomfortable when you were doing this?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you, Jen.
So again, I don't want to go into the full statement or anything just because we've heard a lot about that. I want to talk to you now about when the story, Ms. Howington's story, changes from this strange black male to it's now thinking it's Anton. Okay, do you recall that portion of the interview?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when we're listening to the interview, we can kind of hear you say, you know, I think that this might have been Anton. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you just explain why it was that you said that?
In doing this job, you usually don't have people hurt kids in that manner. That Destiny was hurt, that she was murdered. That very, very rarely happens. When something like that does happen, it's usually connected to some domestic incident of one parent saying, if I can't have the child, you can't have the child. So we had, before we went in to speak with her, we had found where there had been a history of domestics between Ms. Howington and Destiny's father. And then even in the interview, she's telling us, I thought it was for me. So taking the totality of all that stuff, I don't think there's a random black guy that came in her house. I think that the black guy, so we know Antoine's black, I think that's the black guy that came in the house and shot Destiny. It makes more sense than random black guy came in and shot my 5-year-old and didn't touch me or my 2-year-old. That just didn't line up with what we were being told. But the fact that there's a history of domestics, this is the father of the child, this is the only person that's hurt during this incident, it lined up and made more sense.
Okay, and so just to be clear, for the timing of this, when you say Antoine specifically, is this after Miss Howington has said to you that she believes the shot was intended for her?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you intending to put any sort of ideas in Miss Howington's head or anything like that?
No, ma'am. I was just trying to get some sort of truth because we hadn't been able to get anything out of her truthfully to go forward and trying to find justice for this murdered 5-year-old.
Okay. And so after the interview at KPD, you and Detective Riddle and Miss Howington, do you all then go back to the home on Balsam Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so when you're at the home on Balsam Drive, I want to talk to you about I'm going to show you a couple pictures that have already been admitted as collective. Exhibit 35. I'm going to flip through those there. Just tell me if you recognize anything in them.
This is the closet from Miss Howington's house that we went back and looked at, took the stool to. This is the top of the closet where all the high heels were. This is the door on that closet. Also in the top of that closet, on one of these pictures, there's a black bag in the top of the closet.
I'm going to talk to you about that bag.
And then it's just more pictures of the closet.
Okay. So I want to talk to you first of all about that black bag that you just mentioned that is sitting up in the top of the closet. Was that black bag sitting in the top of the closet when you arrived back at Balsam Drive?
No, ma'am.
Where was that bag located?
It was hanging on the back of the closet door.
Okay. And so we've got another picture in here showing the closet door. I have it upside down. So it looks like on the back side here that there is a knob on the, so if you had the closet closed, there would be a knob on that side. Is that fair?
Correct.
But on the other side, there's just the end of this knob. I guess there's not actually a knob that you can turn. Is that right?
Correct.
And so where was that bag hanging?
It was hanging on the side with the knob.
Okay. And so let me be able to pull those up here just so that the jury can see. That one. This one? Yeah. Okay. So once again, just so the jury can see, we see on one side, we see a knob. The other side is just the end of the set, but it does not have the knob. And so
that's that screw they were talking about.
Initially hanging on the knob on the back of the closet door.
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point in time, that black bag, obviously because we see it in the pictures, does it get moved to the top of the closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Who moved that black bag to the top of the closet?
Miss Howington.
Did you instruct her to move that black bag to the top of the closet?
No, ma'am.
Why did she move it back?
We had went back and took the stool over so we could do all the measurements, and she's standing there beside me, and she goes, the gun was in this bag, and she takes the gun and puts it up in the top of the closet.
The gun or the bag?
She took the bag. I apologize. She took the bag. After she said the gun was in this bag, she takes the bag and she sticks it up in the closet.
Okay.
And I was kind of shocked by that because I'm sitting there like, did anybody else see her move this bag?
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so just to be clear, at this point in time, Miss Howington has essentially said that her 2-year-old son, Gavin, was the shooter by now, is what she's telling you.
Correct.
Right? And so you go back to the home and you move the stool did you do that because of something Miss Howington said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did she specifically say that Gavin moved
She
the
said
stool?
Gavin moved the stool, so we were getting the height of the stool and also how much the rest of the length it would have been to get up to the top of that closet.
Okay, now while you're in that first interview, does she ever mention this black bag?
No, ma'am.
And so according to Ms. Howington's statements, both at KPD and while she's there in the home, Gavin climbed up on the stool, reached in the black bag, got the gun, and came down. Is that a fair representation of what she told you? Okay.
I take the bag. I don't know if she said it was a black bag during the first interview. She said there was a bag. I don't know if she said what color it was, though.
Okay. But just to be clear, when you then arrive at the home, is there a stool in front of that closet?
No, ma'am.
Is there a bag in the top of that closet?
No, ma'am. There's nothing but high heels in the top of that closet.
Okay. At some point, did Ms. Howington even suggest that Gavin got her high heels?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, where were the high heels located?
In the very top of the closet.
Okay.
Such a stupid excuse.
stool was not at the closet when you all arrived, and the bag had been hung on the back of the closet door. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Thank you for
I'm
gifting
gonna get
membership,
back to
Dindo,
this
for
file
20.
very
Thank you,
quickly.
Mildred, for the super chat. Thank you, thank you.
Open this packet and see if you recognize the contents of it. Thank you.
Well, I don't know if I can get my hands in these gloves. We'll make it. We'll do the best we can.
Grip on that. Stretch it over.
Oh.
Okay.
Is this the wet
It's
phone?
in pieces. But this is the phone now.
Look at the defense attorney like hovering
You
right
say
there.
now, but you see the
This
portion
is
there.
this is the screen that was on it when I initially got it, and it had to be rebuilt and put another. Sorry, had to be. This was a screen that was initially on it when I took the phone.
Dang.
And it had to be rebuilt, and another screen had to be put on it so we could try to get the contents from within the phone.
And do you recognize that to be the phone that you took from Miss Howington's person that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if we can have this marked and filed as the next.
Look at this guy. He's just hovering right here. Hold on, I'm starving. I gotta get food.
Okay. And so, going back to that phone for just a second, did you actually even try and get into that phone sort of while you're doing the interview so that you could help Miss Howington by contacting family or loved ones or figuring out what happened with Gavin?
Before the interview, I tried to get into the phone. I had told her at the hospital I would find out what was going on with Gavin, and I told her I would try to find someone to be there with her. So I tried to turn the phone back on to get a number out for her, but the phone wouldn't come back on. At the beginning of the interview, I even explained it to her that I was unable to get a number out of the phone because I can't get it back on.
So, despite the
Thank you,
fact
Holly.
that Miss Howington tells numerous stories and is what you said to be untruthful, are you still trying to help her, trying to console her throughout the interview?
I think I was.
And were you just trying to get to the bottom of who shot her 5-year-old daughter?
Objection, Your Honor. She's vouching for the witness.
Well,
I can
it's
rephrase
obvious
it.
what they were doing. Let's move along.
Okay. If I can have just a second, Your Honor. What was your goal of
I'm feeling this
interviewing Miss
cross is going to be
Howington
spicy.
that night on the 14th?
Finding out who had killed her daughter, Destiny.
I'll pass the witness room.
Oh, Lord. Here we go. Thank you, Holly Mack.
Mr.
Last
Whalen,
one tomorrow.
cross-examination.
Thank you.
I'm already annoyed.
Morning, Officer Wardlaw.
Morning, sir.
Now, State asked you, did she tell you when you were hugging her that she was uncomfortable with that? Right?
Correct.
And you said she didn't tell you, she didn't say anything about being uncomfortable with that. Right?
No, sir, she did not.
Okay. But at the very, very, very beginning of this statement to you and Investigator Riddle, that was about a 16-minute. You remember? Were you there when she was first put in the interview room? Oh.
I can't say if I had made it back by then or not.
I think Riddle brought her into the room. And if I tell you it's about 16 minutes before the two of you come in to start the interview, would that surprise you?
It would not surprise me.
And within about 10 minutes of that entry to that room in the beginning of this interview, she told you and Riddle that she was uncomfortable because she had been raped by a police officer, right?
I think her word was nervous. You have the video, but she did say something about being raped by a police officer.
Could I have control on the system? I'm sorry. Could I have control on the system, please? So she told you she was uncomfortable.
I don't think the word was uncomfortable, sir.
What do you think she told you?
I'm not sure you have the video. If you want me to vouch for a particular word.
Are you serious? Your daughter is dead? I know that. Well, this is your chance to tell the truth.
I said, let's try it, because I know at the hospital you said you had to go to the bathroom, right? And you tried to give your phone to some lady, correct? And she wouldn't take it. So after she didn't take the phone, what'd you do with it?
I mean, are you gonna charge me with something?
What'd you do?
That's tampering.
Well, it's because.
So what? No. So what you're telling us is you don't care.
It's not that I don't care. I got raped by a police officer, so please.
Are you fucking kidding me? Are you serious?
So right there, she's telling you, I got raped by a police officer, right?
Correct.
And how many police officers are in that little room with her right now?
2. Neither one of them have raped her, though.
Dead? I know that. And you don't want to tell us who killed your child? No. Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
More words about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking.
Wait, she didn't say it, did she? Hold on.
I mean, are you gonna charge me with something?
What'd you do?
That's tampering.
Well, it's because.
So what? No. So what you're telling us is you don't care.
It's not that I don't care. I got raped by a police officer, so please.
Are you fucking kidding me?
She said, she didn't say I'm uncomfortable. She said it's not that I don't care, it's that I got raped by a police officer. She didn't say I'm uncomfortable.
Are you serious?
So right there, she's telling you, I got raped by a police officer, right?
Correct.
And how many police officers are in that
The defense
little room
attorney kept saying that, but he was wrong.
2. Neither one of them have raped her, though.
Just.
Dead? I know that. And you don't want to tell us who killed your child? No. Lord have mercy. Do you have a heart? Do you have a soul?
More words about being charged for throwing that phone in the toilet.
You're fucking right. No, she will be charged. You're going to be charged with tampering. That's tampering with evidence. I'm serious to God. You're going to go to jail for that tonight. You can lawyer up, do what you want to. We want the truth from you. If you tell us the truth, then by George, I'll call the damn DA's office and tell them.
When she told you she'd been raped by a police officer, she was telling you the truth, wasn't she?
Objection.
How would he know?
No way.
Cause for speculation. He wouldn't know that.
Do you know she was raped by a police officer?
At that point, no, sir, I did not.
You do now, right?
No, I actually still haven't seen it. I've heard that she was, but I know nothing about that case, sir.
Right. So you don't know anything about this 2-inch thick TBI investigation of the rape of Miss Howington by an officer in Sullivan County?
No, sir, because you just said it was TBI, and TBI files aren't public records, so I wouldn't be able to get a copy of that.
And this was a homicide investigation, and you were trying to get to the truth. But since, nobody at TBI would talk to any of you, would they?
Not that night, no, sir.
Or any other time. You didn't ask, did you? Did you this came to me from the prosecution's office. Did you not talk to them about the fact that she claimed she'd been raped?
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
He said he didn't know, Mr. Whalen. No, continue the cross-examination.
I understand, Judge. The question is not did he know. The question is, you all are telling her, if you tell her the truth, it'll be okay. She told you that truth, and that's what she got for it, wasn't it? She said, I was raped by a police officer, and he loses his mind and starts yelling and screaming and claiming she ain't got a soul or a heart.
Sir, as horrible as rape is, that's not what we were there for that night. That was, like you said, that was a case that had happened before that we had nothing to do with. The fact at hand that night was we had a 5-year-old that was shot and murdered, and that's what we were trying to find out.
And you just brought the mother of that 5-year-old from the hospital where you were present 40 minutes before this, right?
Correct.
When the doctor told her, your daughter is dead. right?
Correct.
And so you said you were going to take her phone because she called 911, right? That's what you just testified to.
Negative, sir. I said that we were going to call because there could be some evidence in there, and we knew she used 911 to call. You knew she used it to call 911.
You said she used it to call 911, so there was evidence in the phone. Evidence of what? A 911 call?
That and who knows what else.
And that gives you the right to take her phone because she made the 911 call?
Well, sir, if you actually remember what I said, I didn't take her phone when I said that. I let her keep her phone. I didn't take her phone until she tried to give it away to a stranger in the restroom and destroy it. That's when I took her phone. I had told her she could keep her phone so she could try to keep in contact with where Gavin was and try to find someone to come be with her. So I never took her phone until she gave me a reason to take her phone, sir.
You said when she was in the family room, I should have taken her phone. She called 911. And there would be evidence on that phone.
Should and did aren't the same thing. And I did not take her phone at that time. I left the phone with her.
Why should you have taken the phone from the mother because she called 911?
Because, sir, you know just as well as I do, it's exculpatory evidence. And if I don't take it, then you'll bring it up that I should have got her phone. So in situations like these, to make sure that there's nothing we're missing, we take those phones. And I didn't take the phone until she gave me a reason to take the phone.
Are you telling this jury that every individual who calls a 911 on a homicide, you take their phone?
Telling you when there's questions
He hasn't
to
said
the
that
homicide.
one time.
Yes, we'll take their phone and download it and see the contents of it. Yes, sir.
Have you ever been involved in the investigation of a homicide when in 2 hours later there weren't questions?
I can't tell you about every homicide I've ever worked, sir. But I can tell you in this one that there were a lot of questions. And even though how you're trying to paint this, I didn't take Ms. Howington's phone until Ms. Howington gave me a reason when she tried to destroy evidence.
I didn't say you took the phone. I'm saying you testified that you intended you should have taken the phone.
Should and did is two totally different things, sir.
And I just asked you about why you should, sir. If you say
Your Honor,
these things...
I think that he's answered at this point.
Ask and answer, Mr. Whalen.
Asked and answered over and over.
You testify, I'm going to ask you questions about what you're saying.
The judge just said I answered it, sir.
You continue to testify. I'm going to continue to ask you questions about what you said, okay?
I have no problem answering those questions, sir.
So, did you think that was the appropriate way to deal with a woman who just told you she'd been raped by a police officer?
I think that's appropriate when you want to find out who just killed a 5-year-old.
It's appropriate to jump up, pound on the table, yell and scream and say, don't you have a heart?
Your Honor,
Don't you have a soul?
At this point, we're talking about conduct of another person. We're talking about conduct of Investigator Riddle. Mr. Whalen has already cross-examined Mr. Riddle.
It's fair game. You played the video again, General. Overruled.
Do you think that's appropriate behavior for a woman who's just told you she was raped by a police officer?
I think it is appropriate behavior when you're trying to figure out who murdered a 5-year-old and your only witness is not being truthful with you. I do think that is appropriate behavior.
Bam.
You don't know if she's being truthful with you.
Sir, she just tried to destroy evidence, sir.
She tried to get
Innocent
rid of
people
someone.
don't destroy evidence, sir. Sorry.
And I just asked you, it's true that she got raped.
I
She
had-
told you the truth, and that's what she got for it.
And I told you I had no idea at that point if what she was telling me was the truth.
Here's the question.
You even said yourself you didn't get that until you got it from the prosecution. So how am I supposed to get it to know on the same night?
I don't say you had to know it on the same night. Maybe if you'd given her a couple of hours or a day or two to get her mind together over after the loss of her daughter, you would have had more information, wouldn't you?
Well, sir, the reason that she wasn't given any time, like you keep trying to say that we just took her and threw her in a room, is because she tried to destroy evidence. So now we need to figure out why in a murder trial, when your 5-year-old daughter was shot, you're more concerned about destroying your phone than you are about helping us figure out who this unknown black male that you claim shot your daughter.
Exactly.
The only way you knew she was trying to get rid of her phone was because she wasn't allowed to get in that ambulance and go to the hospital by herself. She went with a police officer and then was handed off to you at the hospital, right?
Sir, I don't know if she wasn't allowed to get the ambulance. I just know that she was there sitting in a room and I went to speak with her and I wanted to make sure that she knew where Gavin was. And when I went, then I spoke to the doctor. When I came back, she had tried to destroy the phone.
You do know that in a police-involved shooting, the police officer will get time to put together videos and records and review all those before
She's
they
not a
talk to the
police
investigator.
officer. This wasn't a police
Police
involved.
officers actually, and when a police officer is involved, they have to give a statement the day of. And then they come back and give another statement, which Ms. Howington actually did.
So they don't get 48 to 72 hours.
You give a statement the day of, and then you get 48 to 72 hours to come back, as which she did.
No. She gave a statement 40 minutes after being told her daughter's dead.
Officers have to give a statement immediately when they're involved in a critical incident. Let me try. Okay, I'll try this again. If an officer is involved in a critical incident, the day of that incident, that officer has to give a brief statement to the police department. Then that officer leaves, and then they come back and give another statement 2 days later. So what he's trying to make you think that officers just get to go home and there's nothing, that's not true. They do give a statement that day, any officer involved.
So if there's been different testimony about that, you're right.
You should be able to find the general order, sir, and the general order will tell you that.
How would you define a brief statement?
You would be able to find the general order, sir.
4 hours of a statement is brief?
The 4 hours is what her statement was, is because the truth didn't come out in it, sir.
And police officers, when they're involved in shootings, is it usually their child who has died?
No, sir, it's not.
And you would agree that's a much more emotionally charged situation, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir, it is.
So police officers, professional, trained police officers need a little time to figure things out, 48 or 72 hours. How about a grieving mother who's just been told her daughter is dead?
So the difference is, if a police officer is involved with a shooting, with there being body cams and cruiser cams and everything, they're going to be able to go and look at that and can further continue the investigation without having that officer there giving an in-depth interview. In this situation, we don't have that. All we have is a statement is that a random black man came in off the street and shot this little girl, and then we have a broken cell phone from the mother after she's told that we're possibly going to need it. That seems to make us think there's a little more going on here than what we're being told. So if we didn't continue on with the investigation, that would be negligent on our part. I understand she's a grieving mother, but also there's a dead 5-year-old that we need to figure out what happened to her, and we need to also make sure there's not some random black guy running into people's houses killing kids.
Good answer.
And let me ask you, you were asked about her changing her story, right?
Correct.
Who is the first individual in that interview room who mentioned Antoine Oliver as a possible suspect?
I did.
At first you said, what do you think? That's probably a problem, right? Since you're not with him and you got this other boyfriend. That's what you told her, right? What's the deal now?
No, I asked her what was the deal. I didn't say it was a problem. I asked what was the deal with it.
You said you're not with him, you're with this other guy. How does that work?
Sir, I don't feel comfortable with you trying to make me recall things when you have the video and you can show on the video to say exactly what I said.
I love him.
Do you recall saying, after bringing Antoine up,
I would like to see the video if you're going to try to something that I said, sir.
when you go home and watch the video, I'm going to ask you for this transcript, sir.
Well, can I have a copy of the transcript also? Can I have a different copy, sir?
Well, just look at this one. If you recall saying that, read it to yourself.
Just that paragraph. Read that to yourself. Take your time. This is page 22.
What a jerk. He's like, you can go home and watch the video.
Yes, sir.
He stayed calm, though.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall making that statement?
Correct.
And the statement that you made was, I'm going to be straight with you. I feel like it's her dad, and I feel like you don't want to tell us that. I feel like he's pissed off about all this stuff that's going on. You won't let him see her. She's scared of him. I feel like he came in here pissed off and he did it. And you're scared to say something because it's going to be the same thing that's been going on down in the past. I feel like that's what happened. You don't want to say it because you're scared. That's what you said, right?
Correct.
Read that next statement. that Mr. Riddle made in your presence?
I think you are too. I think he's hit the nail on the head. I don't think he intended to kill the little girl. I think he was going to shoot and scare.
So, that's you laying out that Antoine did it. Mr. Riddle here saying, oh, you hit it right on the nail. I think that's what happened too. And that's when the attitude changed from yelling and screaming, and it's shortly after that that you decided that what all you need, honey, is this, and you give her a hug. Right?
No, sir, again, from the onset, when I dealt with her, my concern was you need someone here with you. At the beginning of the interview, when I come in the room, I told her I've checked on Gavin. I've tried to call somebody to be here with you. She says the only person I know is my mom. So from the onset, even though you're trying to play like it's not, I was concerned with her having someone there with her.
I understand all of that. That's not what I'm asking you, officer. Here's the thing. You're saying you are only concerned about Miss Howington's well-being and she has somebody there to support her. And then you watch Riddle lose his mind and yell and scream at her. Did you ever stop and say, oh, whoa, hang on there, Riddle. Let's talk a minute. Did you ever say that?
No.
You didn't care. And then you
I'm sorry, sir, I don't think you can tell me what I thought at that moment.
How many times did you say to her, you don't care?
You can't tell me what I thought at that moment, sir.
I can tell you what you said. How about that?
What did I say at that moment, sir?
You don't care. I don't think you care.
You said that I didn't care about what Investigator Riddle was doing, and you can't tell me how I felt about Investigator Riddle.
I'm saying you didn't have any problem with telling her that she didn't care about her 5-year-old being dead.
That's not what he said.
But you didn't bother to tell him, hey, Riddle, back up a minute.
Her actions were showing that she was only worried about herself and that phone.
Okay, so we have clarified that you believe that was perfectly good conduct on Riddle's part.
Did I say that, sir? Did I say that, sir?
You just said it was her actions that brought all that on.
No, sir, I did not say that. Those are your words you just said. I just said,
Tell me.
what I said is that she was more worried about herself and that phone. She wasn't worried about her 5-year-old. I never said anything about what Investigator Riddle did or how I felt about it.
You just told the grieving mother that she was more concerned about her phone than her dead 5-year-old.
What does the evidence show, sir?
I'm asking you.
I'm asking you, what does the evidence show? She was more worried about that phone. She tried to give a phone to a random stranger in the restroom, then break it, and then put water on it. You're more concerned about that phone and the contents of that phone than you are about making sure we find out who killed your daughter. I don't know how else you can look at that.
Well, can you understand how she might not think you give a damn about her daughter when you yell and scream at her in the interview?
I never yelled and screamed at her, sir.
But you think it's okay because you think that her conduct deserved that.
Sir, for the fourth time.
Objection!
For the fourth time, I've told you I didn't yell at her, and I didn't say that it was okay to yell at her. I said what she had showed us.
This judge needs to wake up.
She was more worried about that phone. And at that point, the most important thing that night was a dead 5-year-old. We ain't the dope police. We the murder police. We worry about dead bodies. I don't care if she had sold dope to everybody in Knoxville in that phone. That was not my concern. My concern was why a little girl was dead and why we weren't getting answers from the only witness. That was my concern that night.
Both of you folks here, you and Riddle, as long as you've been on the police force, it has always said the same thing on the side of your car. Protect and serve.
Yes, sir.
Does that apply to Ms. Wardlaw? I'm sorry.
Oh,
It does
come
apply to
on.
Yes, sir, it applies to my wife, but it does apply to Miss Howington also.
Were you protecting and serving her interests at that moment of a grieving mother?
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to have to object. First of all, this is not relevant. It's not an appropriate question. This is an interview.
He can ask the question, but Mr. Whalen, it's been asked and answered. I'll allow you to ask this one question, then go to another topic.
When you reached out to hug her, were you protecting her or were you using an investigative tool?
I was consoling a mother whose child had died, sir.
Now, in your unit, you explained to her, you and Riddle both, that your unit deals with homicides and rapes and robberies, violent crimes, right?
Correct.
So you have handled rape cases before?
Yes, sir, I have.
Would you ever hug a rape victim when you're interviewing them?
Yes, sir, I have. one of my really good friends and her mother from one of my rape cases that were actually really good friends now. They send me Christmas cards because we've made a bond.
You think it's okay for a police officer to hug a rape victim?
If that's what that person needs at that time, and they're not telling you they don't want it, yes, that's perfectly fine. I've hugged plenty of rape victims and other victims and suspects in that room.
And the phrase, "I'm scared, I was raped by a police officer," is not a way of telling you I'm probably not interested in a hug from a police officer right now.
She didn't say she was.
Now again, you're asking me to speculate. All I know is,
speculated that she needed a hug.
sir, her child had just died. You know, she needed someone to be there with her, like I had told her from the beginning. And she chose to destroy her phone instead of call someone to be there with her. So I was there, she was crying, and I gave her a hug. And I would do it again, sir.
Have you listened to the phone, to the cruiser video from now Trooper Tucker's vehicle who transported her to the hospital?
I have not listened to that.
When she's telling someone on the phone, "Please come down to UT. I'm in a police car. They're taking me there. Come to UT, please."
Your Honor, the witness said he had
He
to
just
listen
said
to
he
it.
hadn't heard it.
Well, you just said she hadn't called anybody. You didn't know it.
She didn't call anybody when I told her to. She destroyed the phone. And I wasn't able to look and see because the phone wouldn't come back on when I attempted to get phone numbers for her to call someone. I even tell her that in the interview. Your phone's not coming on. I can't get numbers for you to call anybody.
And you said, "Call your mama," and she said it'll give her a heart attack.
And I said, and again, I tell her she needs to call somebody.
She needed somebody down there, didn't she? Because otherwise, all she's got is two cops screaming at her in the.
Oh.
Again, sir, I never raised my voice. I never screamed at Miss Howington.
Objection.
But you did change her story.
No, she changed her story because just as well she could. When I asked her if she did it, she said no. So she has the capability of also saying no, that Antoine didn't do it. But again, the only thing she was worried about that night was the phone and herself.
Yes, exactly.
Now, I'm glad you brought that up.
He's so argumentative.
At one point, what about Antoine? Do you believe he could have done this? Remember that?
You'll have to show me again.
Have you prepared at all for your testimony here today?
I don't remember everything word for word, sir, and I don't think there's a need you keep taking shots.
Ooh.
Anita, you keep trying to take personal shots at me. I don't think that's called for.
Ooh, tell him.
You, sir.
Because you keep asking me to show it to you?
Yes, sir. If you're asking me to testify to something on this stand and you have it and I can verify that I've said it, I would like to see it. You refuse to play the video, so I would like to read it.
You understand I get to ask the questions the way I choose, right?
You do, and I get to ask if I can make sure that what I'm testifying to is correct.
How many times on direct did you ask to be shown the transcript of the video?
There wasn't. She showed me the video, sir, and she showed me the photos.
Bam.
You recall her telling you in that interview that I don't believe it wasn't Antoine, I promise. Do you remember her telling you that?
Can you show me that in the transcript?
Sir, answer the question.
You're asking me for exact phrase that was said. So if you want me to testify to an exact phrase, I would like to see it.
Do you remember? That's the proper question.
This is not your witness. General Good makes the objections. Answer his question, Detective Wardlaw. Do you remember? And if you don't, you don't. I mean, and then he can show it to you to refresh your recollection.
There were so many different variations of what happened. I can't tell you exactly word for word. You're asking me to tell you something word for word.
I'm not asking you to tell me a stinking thing word for word. I'm asking you, do you remember her telling you it wasn't Antoine, I promise? You just said you did. Well, can I get that answer, yes or no? Because you're asking me questions and I don't know.
Oh my God.
I told you there were several variations of what she told us. So I don't know if she said Antoine was there. She said he wasn't there. She said he did it. He said he did it. She said a whole myriad of people did it.
And nobody mentioned Antoine until you did.
Because, and I've already explained to you why that was brought up, sir.
Been over it. Ask and answer. Dead horse beaten. so frustrating.
Now, we'll get back to that in a second. You said
Judge Randolph
when
wouldn't
you
have
went to
this.
the bedroom, when you went back to the house at the end of the year, right?
Correct.
Back to Ms. Howington's house. And you talked about the photograph of. And Ms. Howington had told you during an interview that she kept the gun in a bag on the top shelf of the closet, right?
Correct.
So she walks in that room, and it's your testimony that she then showed you introduced Exhibit 35. It's a collective. One of those photographs is this. Is that the bag that she placed onto that shelf?
Yes, sir.
Now, you say that the whole purpose of talking to Ms. Howington at that point is you wanted to get information, right?
I didn't say that. I didn't say the purpose of us talking to her right then was for me to get information. No, sir.
So the reason, you didn't say the reason she went from the hospital to KPD for an interview was because she's the only witness and you needed to get information.
You just asked if I said it at the house. I didn't say I went to the house. Well, the way you phrased it was confusing. I didn't go to the house to get information from her. We went back to the police headquarters to speak with her to get information for her. I haven't spoke about why we went to the house. I just spoke about what took place at the house.
Don't let me confuse you. You told me earlier the reason you couldn't give her any time was because you had a homicide with a 5-year-old and you needed to get the information from the only witness, right?
That's why we went to the police station, not to the house. And you're asking about the house now.
I am.
So I don't see how those correlate.
Your Honor, if you could let the witness answer.
Don't talk over each other. Ask the question, answer the question, do not talk over each other. Ask it again.
4 hours later, when you go to the house, maybe 5 hours, this is 4 a.m., she's trying to give you information and show you that's where the black bag was, in the closet, right? By putting it there.
No, sir. I think she was just putting it up there because it wasn't matching up what she was telling us.
And so you're upset that she's moving something in the crime scene, right?
Correct.
Okay. There's a stool in the closet on another photograph in that same exhibit, right?
Correct.
When did that stool get into the closet in that photograph?
After we placed it there, after we took the all over photos, which is acceptable.
So
Is he in slippers and socks?
Evidence in the crime scene.
No, sir, I did not move evidence in a crime scene. We actually, again, you know how this works. We took all over photos of everything in place. Then, once we were finished with that area and we needed to do the measurements, we moved the stool after we had documented what we needed to document. So yes, we moved the stool after we were finished with that area to document it.
So have you seen one of the all-over photographs that shows that black bag hanging on the back of the door?
I haven't seen the all over photo. No, sir.
So maybe you didn't capture that?
I didn't take the picture, sir.
When you say we,
The members of the Knoxville Police Department. I did not take the photographs.
have you seen a photograph of the overall crime scene that has that there?
I have seen the photos of the crime scene.
I'm not a fan. Big fan of this witness, not the defense attorney.
You and Riddle both were making a lot of assumptions about what Miss Howington was telling you, right?
No, it wasn't making assumptions. It wasn't lining up with the evidence.
Right. Yeah, you said that many times in the interview. It's not lining up. There should be a shell casing. There's no shell casing. It's not lining up. There should be a bullet through the couch and into the floor. There's no bullet in the couch into the floor. It's not lining up. Because you didn't know where all that stuff was. Somebody in the department did at that point, didn't
No, sir, nobody.
They'd already found the gun outside with the shell casing stuck in it.
The gun was found outside, but again, like I said, we didn't find it in the house. And usually when there's a shooting, typically shell casing ejects, and it's found in that area.
We didn't find it in the house. You weren't at the house doing that.
I was initially at the house, and then I left, sir.
The techs were there doing that, right?
Yeah, then I was at the residence, and I left and went to the hospital, and the crime scene techs stayed at the scene. Usually,
I'm sorry.
when we're on murder scenes, we direct the crime techs
They're there.
what to do. That's why Investigator Riddle stayed, because he's the lead detective. It's his scene. He's going to direct the crime scene techs. When I was there with him and we looked, like I just explained, usually when a semi-automatic weapon is fired, it's going to eject a casing. That casing is usually not far from where the gun was fired. We looked in the vicinity in that room. We didn't find it. So to us, there's no shell casing like there usually should be. That's why I said we can't find the shell casing.
Now, Investigator Riddle testified that you got to be careful of those shell casings because they're skitterish little things. They'll go all over the place. He's wrong because you say it should be right near where the gun was found.
I didn't say it should be near. I said the vicinity. They usually shoot out to the right, and because it's metal, it can bounce and move, but being that it's carpet, there's small chance of that happening. Also, it could be kicked by people entering the residence. We took that into consideration. We looked in the other rooms. There's still no shell casing.
So all these things you didn't know yet, where the shell casing was, where the bullet was.
No, sir.
You didn't know that.
No, sir.
But you kept telling her story wasn't lining up because she didn't know. Where's the bullet? Where's the shell casing? Right?
Yeah, that's once we found out where it was.
No, you didn't find out where the bullet was for quite some time, right?
That's, we know
At the garage.
you just asked me about the shell casing. We found out where the shell casing was that night, and so then now it's not lining up. You just said that the shell casing was in. No, you just said it was in.
Once you found the gun, you knew where the shell casing was. It was in the gun.
And that's what I just said to you, sir. We found that night because you asked about the shell casing, and once we were informed that the shell casing was in the gun, which was found outside the house, that's more evidence that's not lining up with her story and the broken cell phone and all the other things that we're getting from her.
She told you a lot of guns outside the house.
She gave us a reason to why it was outside the house, and she gave us a couple reasons.
You made sure she knew you had kids, right?
We both told her we had kids, sir.
He told her he has kids, right? And any of your kids, God forbid, been killed that night?
No, sir.
What would your mentality have been like?
Your Honor,
had that happened?
objection. The witness's state of mind is not relevant.
They used that in the interview, Judge. We both got kids.
Last question. Ask him, answer that, and then move
I
on
can't
from
speak to
there.
that because I've never been in that situation. But I can tell you, I have dealt with several parents in that situation, and their mindset is totally different from what Miss Howington's was that night.
How many of them had PTSD?
Sir, I'm not a clinical technician. I can't tell you, and people don't walk around with a vest on that says I have PTSD, so I don't know. I just know that their actions upon finding out that their child was dead or murdered was vastly, drastically different from Miss Howington's.
You knew she had PTSD. She told you.
No, sir, I didn't know she had PTSD.
She told you.
Where is that at in the interview that she says I have PTSD? You keep saying I know these things, and I would like for you to show me, because if I have PTSD came up, let me see that. I don't remember. I remember her saying I was raped, that you just showed me, and saying maybe it's something like nervous. I remember her saying that because I said that's not us.
You were working with Investigator Riddle, right?
Yes, sir.
He was telling you what he's finding in the investigation, right?
What specific time are you talking about now? Are you talking about in the interview, or are you talking about some other time?
Let me ask you.
Yeah. Your Honor, first of all, I'm going to object because he's asking him to review notes that this witness didn't write.
They're working as a team, She tells him, we've already seen the video, the jury's seen the video, when at 2 minutes and 40 seconds at the interview at the house, she tells him.
What is, I mean, let me see the notes.
Hang on. Maybe we've got time.
Lord have mercy. Y'all. So they ain't gonna be going out for Chipotle together after all this. But I am surprised that he has been able to keep his cool as well as he has, because I don't know that I would be able to. Like, he's entitled to give a good, his best effort as a defense, but he's not entitled to give a whole new set of facts.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you about little notes. I'm going to ask you to look at page 3 of the transcript. I'm going to ask you to read that highlighted paragraph to yourself. Did you read that?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that being said?
Now that you showed me, I guess she did say it.
Right. What she said to you was, you were saying about she needs somebody there, right? I really don't talk to anybody. Ever since I got raped by a police officer, I really distanced myself from everybody. And I made my life just about my kids because I got diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. That's what she told you on page 3 of this interview into your interview with the KBD. Right away, right?
Correct.
So you said you talked to all kinds of people. Do they all react the same way to bad news, to death in the family?
They usually have some kind of reaction that is, like I said, different from how Miss Howington was reacting.
She didn't give you the old Lord Jesus.
No, sir.
And you don't know it, and she told you she stays quiet and by herself because of the PTSD, right?
This is my reaction. Me seeing her reaction to her child being dead was before that. That was at the hospital. And at the hospital, there was no reaction.
Do you reckon she had PTSD when she was at the hospital?
She hadn't made it aware to me or Investigator Riddle or any officer that I know of at that point.
Ding, 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 ding. She told him at the scene.
She didn't tell me at the scene. Because again, like I told you, I was at the scene for a minute. I never saw her, and then I went to the hospital.
So is your testimony as an experienced former homicide detective that everyone reacts at least more excited or agitated than Miss Howard?
That has been my experience.
And you have no idea whether her PTSD would have any effect on her, how she reacts emotionally, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
But you know she was medicated, don't you?
No, sir, I don't know if she was medicated.
For the love of God, you went through her purse and pulled each bottle out and went through it with her. What's this for? What's this for? Right?
I did.
And she said it's all PTSD.
I don't know if she took. I never asked her if she took it. I just asked her what it was for. So I can't tell you for a fact if she was medicated or not.
You saw a whole bunch of pill bottles in that purse, didn't you? You were really amazed by it.
Correct.
You asked her what it was for, and she said what?
Shingles.
You remember that?
Yeah, I watched the. Yeah, I remember that.
And then you said, and you let me hug on you?
Correct.
What was she supposed to do? Armed investigator Wardlaw fight you off?
If I've had people attempt to hug me before, and if I don't want to be hugged, I either say, don't hug me, or I don't reciprocate and put my arm around them. So if she'd have done either of those, I would think that would have indicated I don't want to be hugged. But again, like we saw in the video, she reciprocated the hug, sir.
And those people were trying to hug you and you didn't want to be hugged? Were you locked in their interview room?
Yeah, I've been locked in an interview room with people that have tried to hug me before.
You thought that was okay with her?
Again, sir.
Did you ask her?
She was a grieving mother.
Did you ask her if she'd like to hug her?
No, sir, I didn't ask her.
Okay. And then you say, and after you find out she had shingles, you let me hug on you. and then start talking about my kids. I got kids. I don't want to I can't take shingles home.
Is that what I said?
Yeah.
Is that in the transcript? I said that?
Yeah.
I said those words in the transcript.
You said, he says, you let me hug on you. He says that he's got kids. And you start talking about how do you catch shingles? I can't do that.
Okay, you notice that the defense attorney was just trying to say, he said, you said this and this and this. And the witness is like, oh, I said that? Show me in the transcript where I showed that. And then he's like, okay, well, you said this and the other attorney said this. He's done that the whole time. He keeps trying to make it so that he keeps trying to twist the narrative and put words in his mouth and stuff. Oh, it's driving me nuts.
Again, could you let me see that? Because you keep wanting me to testify to things, and you're trying to put words in my mouth, and you have it readily available, but you won't let me see it.
What happened? I don't feel like you're telling us. I'm telling you the truth about him. You ain't got the damn gun. Like, he's smart as fuck, dude. You talked to him, you agreed. The truth about him. Can't mess with none of your money, so I'm still right there, okay? When we get out there, you let us search your car. You sure you don't know how to get in touch with Antoine? Because we really like to talk to him. So what's this one? That's Prozac.
All this stuff whenever I got raped.
Cell Cobix or whatever.
Yeah, I have arthritis. I was in a really bad car wreck.
Now do you remember your reaction to her telling you that's the shingles medicine?
Your question was that I said you're taking this home to my kids. I never said anything. All I did was look at her after I said you let me hug you and you have shingles. So no, I never made a comment about taking it home to my kids. That's what you asked. Is that not what you asked me?
That is what he asked her.
At the end of this segment, as you're walking out the door, do you ask her, when we get to the house, can you give me some of that shingles medicine?
That wasn't your question. Your question was, I'm answering your first question, which was, I made a comment about I was taking it home to my kids. I never made a comment about taking anything home to my kids. I just looked at her. Then when I was leaving out, as you say, again, if you're going to say I made a comment, I would like to see it.
Wait,
No, the jury's already seen this, right?
I haven't. Okay. I haven't seen it while I've been in here.
Well,
so.
we'll let them then decide whether or not you're being truthful, officer. Now.
No, that's bullshit. No. That's okay. Why is there not objections? You don't get to do that. He was right, and he called you on it, and now you're embarrassed, and you're like, well, the jury can watch it and decide if you're truthful. Bro, he just proved that you're wrong. Like, take the L. Like, this is the point where you know, if it were shoehorned, he'd be like, at any rate. But you don't even do that. I don't like him.
Oh.
It was the other detectives who said it. He answered the question. He proved him wrong. The other detective said it. You can see that we saw this yesterday too. The other detective said it, and he just clarified that. He said, "Is this shingles or whatever?" The other guy's the one who said the thing about the kids.
I'm gonna ask him to read page 18 to himself quietly. I'm gonna ask him a question.
The whole page?
Your Honor, I think it's improper impeachment. I think he has to ask him a question.
I asked him, okay. You brought up Antoine as a possible suspect, and you asked her if it was possible that he did. He came in there, he's angry about the situation, and he shot Tesla. And I said, do you remember her saying that? Do you remember her answer? You said, show it to me. Read page 18, please.
I don't like him. I don't like his attitude. I'm surprised that the judge is allowing all this nonsense.
Skip that last long paragraph.
That's what I'm actually reading.
So, do you recall asking her if it's possible that Antoine did this?
I do.
What did she say to you?
She said she knew it wasn't him, but I explained to you earlier why I came to that assumption. Just because she told me it wasn't him doesn't mean that's believable. She told us, sir, are you going to let me answer the question, sir? Are you going to let me answer the question, sir?
Answer the question. It was responsive, but finish your answer, then ask the next question. Do not talk over each other.
Like I said, I told you guys earlier why I came to that assumption. Just because she told us it wasn't him doesn't mean it wasn't him. She told us several things that turned out not to be true. And I explained to you about how in domestic situations, what usually happens. We have domestics all the time where we get called and the person say, oh no, they didn't do anything, or it wasn't that person, because they take up for each other. So in this situation, it could have been something to that effect. And again, when I asked her that, all she had to say was no if it wasn't Antoine. But she didn't say no. She ran with it and accused somebody else.
Read aloud that answer right there from Ms. Howington about whether or not Antoine did it.
She says, I know it ain't Antoine, I promise. And then she said it was Antoine. Sir, again, I'm answering. Sir, again, I'm answering.
I haven't asked a question. I asked him to read it, and he read it.
He read it. Ask the next question. Do not talk over each other.
This
you
judge
just told this jury that if
needs
it
to wake
wasn't
up.
Antoine, all she had to do was tell you no. And when she tells you no, you don't care.
Sir,
she told you no, didn't she?
At which point in the interview does she tell me that? At which point in the interview did she tell me that, sir? She told me that.
Answer his question, then move on.
She told me that before.
Multiple times. Answer his question, then move on to the next topic. Answer his question.
She told you no, didn't she?
At the beginning of the interview, she said no.
The hell, Judge, it's not ask and answer.
We're going to take 5 minutes. All rise.
He just said, what the hell? To the judge. Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. They're out of control. They ain't got no control. None. He's badgering him. Why are there no objections? He's argumentative, asked and answered about 742 times on every single question. And then he tells the judge, what the hell?
I have given you great latitude to ask question after question of this officer, but this particular topic has been covered time and time again. Officer Wardlaw, when he asks a question, respond to it. Do not talk over each other. Don't ask him questions. Respond to his questions. But this topic has been covered, so when I bring them back in here, move on to something else.
Judge, I was I understand. I'm not asking you to rule on anything, Judge. I'm trying to build a record here. I asked the question. I couldn't find it in the transcript at the second. It took 15 minutes for us to locate it, so I had to come back to it because I didn't have the question answered, and I had to ask it in the proper way.
He has answered the question. Move on to a different topic. How much longer is your cross-examination? I'm trying to figure out when to break for lunch.
I'm done.
Okay. All right, let's bring them back in here and finish up the cross-examination.
I don't know if them socks and sandals make him think he's too big for his britches or what, but his attitude, the way he's talking to that judge, like, he's been disrespectful to the witness the whole time. You know, we've come to expect that a little bit from defense attorneys, unfortunately, but the way he even talked to the judge, could you imagine if he said, "What the hell," in Judge Newman's court or in Judge Randolph's court, or like, what? Who does he think I am not a fan. Not a fan. If I were, I would take one of them damn flip-flops off and hit him with it. Needs to eat him a Snickers or something. Not a fan. Oh, I'd be mad if I was a judge.
Waive the call. All right, well, then you're recognized for further cross-examination.
Officer, I have two questions for you. During that interview, did she tell you she was protecting Guy? Now you're telling me whether or not I believe it. Did she tell you she was protecting Guy?
She said something about, I think she did. I can't be positive, but I think she did.
And as a parent, would it make sense to you that she may have been trying to protect Guy?
Oh, yes, sir.
You ready, Rick? All right, you may step down, Detective Wardlaw. Well, now, since I brought you back in here, it's almost lunchtime. You needed the exercise, right? All right. I don't know, who is your next witness? That's going to be a rather lengthy witness, ladies and gentlemen. I think we might as well go ahead and break for lunch. Don't discuss the case with one another nor attempt to learn anything about it from any independent source. We'll get you back in here. It's probably going to be a little bit over an hour because I want you to have plenty of time to eat, and I don't believe the food's made it here yet. So enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back in a little bit. All rise for the jury.
He needs to go outside in them socks and flip-flops and do some laps around the courthouse or something. Get some adrenaline going. Get some endorphins pumping. Lord of mercy. When it gets to the point where they're just being jerks.
I think we do have some evidence that we need to talk about if it's going to come in or not through Detective Page.
He's still pacing.
In a half hour, whatever the court wants to do.
What kind of evidence?
Things that are on the phone, Your Honor. Text messages.
Thought I'd ruled on all that.
Huh?
I thought I had ruled on
I
all
thought
that.
we did that on Friday, too.
Yeah.
Why wasn't this taken up Friday?
Your Honor, we were talking about 404B, now we're talking about something different. I didn't know we needed to.
So this is information that came off of her cell phone?
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, is there a copy I can look at over
Yes.
lunch and we'll take it up afterwards?
Yes.
All right, we'll stand in lunch recess. Let's shoot for about 1:30.
I saw YouTube did the thing again where it kicks a bunch of y'all out, and now the whole front part of my stream is missing. And I put in yet another complaint to YouTube, but they don't ever fix the problem. So sorry if it kicked you out. The rest of the stream will be back after it processes and all that. We lost 240 people this time. It kicked off 240 people. Crazy when it does that. I liked this judge at first, but not as much anymore. I feel like he's irritable about the wrong things. I think he should be more concerned with the disrespect in the courtroom than he is about how quickly they're getting everything done. So that's just my personal opinion on it, but I'm not necessarily a fan of how that's being handled. And I am definitely not a fan of this defense attorney, especially after that. I am all for giving the best defense possible to your client. But it gets frustrating sometimes when we know that she was, like he said, destroying evidence and focusing on, like sending them on wild goose chases, with a random black guy, and then, Mexicans talking about her boobies, now they're possibly following her, and, all these different things. He's focusing on, I think he's done got my blood pressure up. Where are the objections? Where were the objections? Where were the objections? Where were they? I was the only one objecting. And the judge can't hear me. The way that he tries to say, well, didn't she tell you this? Yeah, among about 14 other things, like 14 other versions of that story, yes. Like, you don't get to, like, defense attorney, you don't get to just pick which version works the best for you and then say, well, she told you. Yeah, she told you in the middle of all these other stories. Like, see, this is why I just watch this with y'all instead of being able to actually be an attorney or detective, because y'all already know I can't fix my face, and I also can't fix my sassy attitude sometimes. So I don't know that I would be able to just... He stayed calmer than I would have. I'll say that.
Where is Mr. Whiteland?
Lord have mercy. It's like the judge just don't want, like, he just can't be bothered with nothing.
You can have a seat beside him.
Her. It's all your fault, heifer.
Had an issue we need to take up before we bring the jury back?
All that chewing.
Jury paid.
Come around. Is that the phone up here?
Yes.
Hey, Kathy.
Raise your right hand. Solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Have a seat.
Can you state your name and spell your name for the record, please?
Terry, Terry, Pate, Pate.
And where are you currently employed?
The Knoxville Police Department.
What's your current assignment?
In the Organized Crime Unit.
And how long have you been with the Organized Crime Unit?
Since 2016.
And what does the Organized Crime Unit do?
We investigate narcotic offenses, weapon offenses, vice crimes, things of that nature.
And is that what your employment was on September the 14th of 2019?
I was actually assigned to the Appalachian Hideout Overdose Task Force,
Okay.
which is a task force inside of the Organized Crime Unit.
Okay, so it's a specific task.
Applied in 2019?
Yes.
And how long had you been with HIDA at that point?
We transitioned over from CERT in 2016. I was placed on a gang task force within organized crime unit at that time, and then shortly thereafter moved to the HIDA overdose drug task force.
Okay. Investigator Pate, have you been involved throughout your career with investigations involving narcotics?
I have.
And when did you start with the Knoxville Police Department?
I started with the Knoxville Police Department in 1999.
And how long have you been on specialized task forces dealing with narcotics investigations?
Out of all of those years, I spent about 3.5 years on patrol. The other were for drug-related offenses.
Okay. I am going to hand you a number of documents and ask if you recognize them. Well, first, let me ask you this item right here in front of you that is listed as Exhibit 48, do you recognize that? You can open it and look at it if you want to.
Yes.
What is that?
It is a iPhone 6 that I had to rebuild.
Okay. And so the iPhone 6, that's Exhibit 48, is that the iPhone 6 that has to do with the Robert Howington case?
It is.
And who asked you to rebuild this phone?
I was given that phone by Investigator Wardlaw.
What all did you have to do to rebuild the phone? Explain that to the court, please.
I had to essentially finish taking it apart. When I did that, I noticed there was damage to the casing or the frame of the phone. Also, there was standing water on the phone and inside of the components of the phone. I had to replace the front assembly and digitizer for the cell phone as well as the battery for it.
Why don't we get to the part that may be objectionable? I mean, none of this is, he's going to be allowed to testify all this. What is it that you're asking the court to rule upon before we...
So as part, did you do an extraction on this phone?
I did.
And as part of the extraction that you did on the phone, did you find items that were of interest?
Yes.
Let me hand you these 6 documents and ask you, do you recognize those 6 documents?
So this is the proffer. They don't have the jury in there.
I do.
And what are those 6 documents?
It is a list of the search history.
Is it the entire search history of the defendant's phone?
I don't believe it's the entire search history.
But it's portions that that were relevant to this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
I wonder if we could make this exhibit, I think we're at 49.
Ooh, search history. Bring the search history. Yeah, jury's out right now. This is proffer.
And can you explain to the jury what a search history is? Or excuse me, explain to the judge what a search history is.
I know what search history is.
Okay. Can you tell the judge the items of interest in this particular search history that are printed there in front of you in that exhibit?
Yes, there's several searches. One of which was just RP15.
Does that mean anything to you?
Yes, it is
what that means.
It's the markings on a oxycodone pill. It's an oval white pill, and of course, the oxycodone is used to treat chronic pain.
What's the name of that search?
June 27th, 2019.
What about the one on the first page? What does that say?
Buspirone, 7.5 pictures.
Okay. And is that also a drug?
Yes.
Can you go to the third page? Oh, what's the date on the first one?
It is June the 12th of 2019.
12 of 19. Is this an actual photograph or just a search?
It's just a list of the searches that were conducted on the device.
So the actual search is Buspirone 7.5 pictures? Is that what
Yes.
it says? Okay.
Go to the third page. What is the highlighted search on the third page?
How much do the orange Opanas cost?
And what's the date on how much did the orange Opanas cost?
8/3 of 19.
Does that orange Opanas, does that mean anything to you as a drug investigator?
Yes, it's a medication used, a controlled substance used to treat chronic pain. It's oxymorphone. Again, it's a controlled substance. 8/3 of 19.
If you could go to the next page. What's the search on that page?
Is Buspar a benzo? And that's the brand name of the first Buspirone, Roni 7.5 pictures. It's the brand name of that.
And the search was, is that a benzo? Do you know what benzo means?
I do, and it is not a benzo.
But what is a benzo? What is that short for?
It's a benzodiazepine.
What is that?
It's it would treat anxiety, and it is controlled.
Low level, Xanax, Valium, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
What's the date on that?
8/4 of 19.
Maybe this is for Joe Key's granny.
What's the search?
Does Buspar show up on drug test?
What's the date of that?
8/26 of 2019.
Is there any other searches in that package? Last page.
How long does alprazolam show up in hair follicle drug test?
What's the date on that?
8/27 of 2019.
And the specific drug reference in that you said was alprazolam?
Yes.
Is that a controlled substance?
It is.
In the course of looking through Ms. Howington's phone, did you also find pictures that were unknown?
Yes.
What was the date of that last search? The one about alprazolam?
8/27/19.
Okay. All right, go ahead. General McDermott asked you about photographs.
Yes, there were a couple of photographs.
Okay, I'm going to hand you this packet of information and ask, does that look familiar?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a photograph. It appears to be like a coffee table or some sort of table. And on that appears to be multiple plastic baggies, some of which contain a green leafy substance, which to me looks like marijuana.
Okay, and that particular photo, is that a photo that you have a date for?
Yes, 5/22 of 2019.
Okay, if you could go to the next photo. Oh, wait, this doesn't belong. This
Okay.
one.
That was,
So this is all
Yeah.
just
it's
within
essentially
a couple
it's,
weeks.
it's more of a close-up of the first photo, but 5/22 of 2019 is the date on that as well.
And what's in the second set of photo? Second photo. This one.
It appears to be the plastic bags and a plastic bag containing a green leafy substance. And in the first photo, there appears to be a digital scale.
Why would a
setting-
digital scale be significant to you?
Because she's
weighing
selling
out
that.
narcotics, especially if it's laying next to narcotics.
And if you could hand me the next set of pictures and tell the court what that is?
Appears to be a screen capture of marijuana.
And what's the date on that?
5/21 of 2019.
And if we could make these collectively the next exhibit?
50 for ID only.
That's the purpose.
Yes.
In the course of your investigation, did you also
I had
look
that
at some text messages
for a while. I don't
that
remember what
that
for.
were from the owner of that phone to someone named Antoine BD?
Yes.
Into this document and ask, is that some of the phone conversations? Or
Yes.
the text message conversations?
Yes, the text communications.
Now, if we can make this the next exhibit?
That'll be marked in files 51 for ID.
Bring the Antoine text.
If you can start, do you start at the end? Is that how it works?
Well, we can look and see which way it's going. If it's ascending or descending. It looks like it's ascending.
Okay.
So
And so you start at the very end of this document, is that
Yes.
correct? All right, if you will tell the court who is sending that text message and then read what it says.
the first text message going up is sent from the device that I extracted this from.
Is that exhibit 48?
Yes.
Okay.
Says we both know I wasn't acting crazy. You the one who was loud AF and just thought I would let you fucking like I said you only a dad when it's convenient. I can never call you if we need you, so be it you spend more time with Haws than our precious daughter, but you're the one missing out and you will regret it one day. Maybe not today, but you will. And this you are disrespectful AF. You want to have a junkie hoe tell me y'all not worried about me. But when I have been worried about you, but you had the hoe around our baby, you got issues and I'll let them junkie hoes deal with you. And
Not
your
the
issues.
junkie
What was the
hose.
date and time of that text message?
8/4 of 2019.
And that's from Miss Howington to Antoine D, correct?
BD, Antoine BD.
Do you,
Give me the last 4 words of that text. What are they?
The last 4 words,
So you said I'll let the junkie hose deal with you.
and your issues while I enjoy our daughter.
okay, if you could read the next text message. Who is that from?
That is from Antoine BD, and it was on 8/4/2019. Like that, exclamation point, she's only 5 years old. Then you have a fucking gun. And then followed up right after that from Antoine BD, continuation, sitting on the nightstand where a child can reach it. WTF is wrong. Then continuation of that, same date. Then you yelling at her for going into your room like who really act.
Okay.
Wow.
Text exchange.
Again from Antoine BD to the owner of the device. With you, exclamation, but all you got to say is some BS about a bitch. Then, follow up from Antoine BD to the owner of the device. You are an old crazy drunk. Think about others feeling Fillings, you damn nut, you. Then follow up, continued, lost custody, WTF, you're going to let that happen next. Continued again from Antoine BD. Ain't going to be satisfied until something worse happened. You already, and then it cuts off.
Is there a response after that?
Yes.
What does it say?
This is from the owner of device to Antoine BD, 8/4/2019. IDK what you're talking about, so go do what you do best and argue with the hoes you sponsor while I enjoy our daughter. Follow up from Antoine to the owner of device, same date. You better get your shit together. And then it goes 1 and 2, but speak bad about somebody else. You need to look in the fucking mirror, letting fucking junkies babysit her while you're out half naked, looking like a hoe, exclamation point. Got the nerve to be around Dez dressing like that, but got the nerve to.
Is there a response?
Yes. From owner device to Antoine BD, same date. Trust me, I had my shit together till your ass came along and been a thorn in my side ever since you caused me to lose my son and is my ass for 2 years. So say whatever you want about me, but I bet I take better care of Dez than Stacy does. Trey's badass and WO or without you or your family.
The end of that, the end of the relevant portion of that text exchange.
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, so this is going to be huge. Whether or not this comes in, this is going to be huge. Not because of the junkie hose, but because of Antoine telling her that her gun, she leaves it sitting on her nightstand where the kids can get it. He specifically said, you leave your gun sitting on the nightstand where a child can get it. That is all of the negligent with a deadly weapon and all of that. That is, when the jury hears that, if they get to hear this, when the jury hears that, they're automatically going to be like, okay, well, there's those. Now, that could also bring doubt about who pulled the trigger, if the gun was available right there, if it was her, or if it was sitting on the nightstand, if Gavin was able to go get it. But I know it's hard because 5.5 pounds of pressure to pull that trigger, and he had little bitty tiny hands. Not the junkie hose.
I believe that in our earlier hearing, we've already discussed the text messages with Joe and with Callie, so I don't know that we need to necessarily go into that now.
I take it you object to this.
Yes, sir. I think it's.
Well, just wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
Could I talk to the witness?
You may be winning. Just wait a minute. Is Mr. Oliver going to testify?
At this point, Your Honor, this is the witness that we have that's going to testify.
How does what Mr. Oliver asserted in a text message, how is that not hearsay?
So, Your Honor, the reason that I think that this is relevant admissible evidence is twofold. First, the text exchange. Do you want me to talk about this first, or do you want me to talk about
the text exchange?
Okay, so for the text exchange, we know in this case that the defendant tried to destroy her phone. So her motive for destroying the phone is certainly something that's absolutely relevant in this case. She told the detectives at one point it is because there's drug information in the phone or something of that nature, but I think it's also relevant that in this particular phone that she is trying to destroy, there is a conversation that she's having with Antoine where he's talking about how she's leaving the gun out in the room. And she knows that that text is in there, Your Honor. And so the fact that she wants to destroy this phone that has a text message in it where somebody has said to her, you leave guns out, and that's messed up, is something that goes to her state of mind, her consciousness of wrongdoing, and her motive for wanting to get rid of this phone. I think it's absolutely relevant in this case. She knows that that's in her phone, and that's something that she is trying to get rid of so that the police don't see that, Your Honor. We believe that it's relevant and admissible.
Why is Mr. Oliver?
Your Honor, we've not made a decision about whether he's going to testify or not. Really?
Do you understand he's making an assertion about this gun which she doesn't acknowledge? Let me finish.
Sorry.
He's making an assertion about the gun, which is not subject to cross-examination. This isn't an admission that she's making. It's an assertion that he's making. I've observed this. If he had texted her and said, I witnessed you kill Destiny, would that be admissible?
If she then tried to destroy the phone that had the text message in it that said, "I saw you kill Destiny," and she tried to get rid of that phone, absolutely it would, Your Honor. And not only that, she says back, "Trust me, I had my shit together till your ass came along." I think that that's a tacit admission in this case, that she's acknowledging some wrongdoing.
The only way this is going to come close to coming in is if you can convince me that there's a tacit admission here. I don't see how else I can admit this.
She says, "Trust me, I had my shit together till your ass came along." That's her words right there in the very last text message.
All right, on the text messages on, Mr. Whalen, what do you say?
Judge,
we're going to deal with each of these piecemeal. So
right.
Talk to me about the text message.
So in the text message, the chain in which he says something about the nightstand is 353. And then he says, is that the same day, I think? Same day at 3:56, 3 minutes later, the fourth one down on the front page. You better get your shit together. So in between that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 messages that say nothing about. There's no tacit admission from her. 6 messages between the nightstand text and the get your shit together text. So I don't know how the state's saying I had my shit together till you showed up, which is another 3 minutes later in response to a different text.
Now she doesn't have her shit together.
So I'm saying there is no tacit admission, and this man's been sitting outside this courtroom for a week, and we're sitting here talking about whether or not Mr. Pate's going to get to say what Antoine Oliver says, who has been described. Mr. Riddle called him a nutcase in the interview, been described as a horrible domestic abuser, and we're going to let him sit out in the hallway and let Mr. Pate, I don't know, ventriloquize him into the courtroom, and it makes
legal arguments. I don't.
Judge, it is a legal argument. The man who made the statement is sitting out there upstairs by the coffee shop. Last I saw him 20 minutes ago. He's been here all week. Why are we asking to have another witness read his texts? If he wants to come in here and testify and subject himself to cross-examination, I say, come on. But this is not the witness. I can't cross-examine this witness about those texts.
Here's the problem, General. Given what the subject matter of this is, even if I give them a curative instruction, even if I buy your argument that this goes to her state of mind about just trying to destroy that phone, I have to instruct them that the only reason they can consider that is because of her state of mind, and this may have been the fact that this assertion, true or not, was made in the phone was why she was destroying it. I am very concerned that under 403 that if I have to do the balancing test the law requires me to do, that we don't get there. Now, if you want to put Mr. Oliver on, then that's a different can of worms that we're dealing with. Then we're dealing with her conduct prior in time to the night of September the 14th, 2019, and this may be corroborative proof of his assertion that he saw a gun on her nightstand. But that's your call. But I'm not comfortable putting this in this fashion because this is central to the issue in this case, and it's a statement that he can't cross-examine. It's rank hearsay. And I don't see this. I agree if she had made an immediate response back, but Mr. Whalen correctly points out there are multiple other things he says before her first response back. As I said yesterday, I think this record is clean at this point. I don't want to build error into it.
Will the court consider if the defendant takes a stand addressing this issue again?
That may be fair game if she takes the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
If she takes the stand, hearsay will be admissible.
Mr. Whalen, we're not there yet.
Well,
I've ruled that for purposes of the state's case in chief, this is not coming in.
Thank you, Your Honor. Does the court want to hear the argument as to her searches?
All right, make your argument on that.
Your Honor, I think that the search history that we have here is significant and important. The reason being is because the defense has made quite a big deal in their cross-examination about her having all this medication, her having PTSD, and here we have the medication in some of these instances that she's specifically addressing when they're going through her medication. In that interview room, she talks about buspirone, and here she's doing things that are indicative of selling that exact same medication. They've made a big deal about how she has PTSD, and I think the fact that she is selling the medication that she supposedly needs for PTSD is something that's relevant, and the defense has made relevant in this case.
Where do those searches tell me she's selling that medication?
Well, Your Honor, if she is looking up whether it will show in a drug screen, I think the reasonable thing for anybody to believe in that case, if she's asking if it's going to be in a drug screen, if she has a legal prescription for for that particular narcotic, it's not going to be important or significant to her whether or not that shows up in a drug screen. The reason she's looking...
Is it not just as reasonable that she could be illicitly taking it and worried about it showing up in her drug screen?
That could be it too, Your Honor, but I think that it's also reasonable given the other testimony that we've heard in this case that she's selling these narcotics. And I think that's something that when the defense stands up and tries to paint this picture of this person that's on all these medications and has all these issues, that the state should be allowed to say, well, it appears that this person is also selling that medication as well. I think that that's fair.
She did ask how much one of them cost.
We all want to be fair, but I have to follow the rules of evidence as promulgated by the...
I'm talking about the balancing test that the court has to do to determine if this outweighs, Your Honor. And that's why I'm saying I think it's fair game when the defense has made a big deal in this case about all the medication she's on to also point out that there are things in here that are indicative of her selling her medication.
I have allowed the state to introduce evidence around the time frame because I think it is highly probative and it gives context to what the conversation she was having with Mr. Key that night, that he was attempting and had in fact bought pills from her in the past. But these searches, to me, are just as easily explainable that she's trying to figure out what she can take and what she can get as they are that she's selling them. I'm not reading the same thing into this that you are.
Okay.
You want to be heard on this?
Yes, sir. Just briefly. She is prescribed this drug. Sometimes she's asking about what the photo of the pill. If you found the pill and it's sitting loose, you might want to know what it is. I don't think there's anything in here that suggests sales in any way. And I don't.
Here's the way I look at it, folks. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But this is just the way I look at it. If she were under indictment for aggravated child neglect and felony murder in the perpetration of aggravated child neglect, and her daughter had died from an overdose, and there was evidence of her illicit drug use before and during the period of time in question, I think it's highly probative. But that's not what she's indicted for, and that's not what the proof in this case is about. She is accused of engaging in aggravated child neglect, which resulted in her child's death because her child was shot and killed. I have allowed the state to put in evidence through Mr. Key that he was attempting to buy pills from her that night, that he had bought pills from her in the past. I'm going to permit Detective Pate, as a drug investigation expert, to opine about the length of time that a typical drug transaction takes place, because that's directly material, because we have an individual showing up who's there for 1 minute and who leaves the next, and I will allow him to opine that in drug transactions many times firearms are present. That's as far as we're going with that. I just don't see this as adding anything more to the equation. So I'm going, unless it's made material in some other way, at this juncture, I'm going to say we're not going to get into it.
Okay. And the same thing with the pictures of the drugs on the table that's in the house that we've been talking about this whole entire time.
Once again, we're talking about marijuana that was seen in the house, some 5 months before the homicide. Do you want to try this case twice?
Your Honor, I think the state's position is that this is relevant admissible evidence. I understand the court's ruling, but that's what I'm asking the court to allow us to do, and I understand the court's ruling.
If she, through cross-examination or testimony elicited in her case in chief, makes it relevant, we will reconsider the issue. At this juncture, I don't think we need to go there. I think you're building record error in where you don't have it. Okay, can we bring the jury back? Tell me who we got left. We've got Investigator Pate.
Yes, and then the medical examiner. You said that I may ask him about the length of drug transactions and also if firearms are frequently present.
Yes, and based on his training experience, he's not going to opine on this particular case that this was a drug transaction, but I will allow him to testify that in his, based on his training experience, that drug transactions are typically this length. And he can talk about that and the fact that in his experience there have been firearms present oftentimes in drug transactions. So there's no question this was a firearm here. But as far as how the firearm was utilized, we're not going there.
Judge, if you're not going to allow him to say that the 63-second visit at the house is a drug transaction, for him to testify that drug transactions happen in a shorter period of time, what else would a jury expect to be able to think about that?
Are you wanting me to have him say that?
No, it's nonsense. And I think they say everything's admissible, but what they can say is someone goes in and they're in there for 63 seconds. Where is there any evidence that that was a drug transaction? And you're not going to let him say it, so why let him say, well, 63 seconds could be a drug transaction?
I'm going to allow it. You can argue that it wasn't. She can argue that it was. I think it's fair game, given the fact what she was trying to do earlier that evening with Mr. Key. All right, ready to bring jury in?
State's ready.
Line the jury up.
Wow. So, I get the text messages being considered hearsay argument. But I don't know. I'm not a judge. What do I know? That's a lot that's now, a lot of context that's now not coming in. The problem is they've talked bad about Antoine in the videos and stuff like that. And he's got, a record of a volatile relationship with her. And so there's a lot of stuff. So if he comes to testify, his credibility is going to be questioned. And, that opens him up for cross-examination, which you see how this attorney is with an officer. Can you imagine how he's going to be with Antoine? So she said they haven't made up their mind about if he's going to testify or not, but I don't know that they'll call him.
For the defense.
I'm Investigator Terry Pate with the Knoxville Police Department.
For the record, you were sworn a few minutes ago. Is that correct? Investigator
Yes, sir.
Okay. And can you spell your first and last name for our court reporter, please?
Terry, Terry, Pate, Pate.
I heard you say you work for the Knoxville Police Department?
Yes.
How long have you been employed with the Knoxville Police Department?
Since 2019.
Since 2019?
Yes.
And what is your current assignment?
I'm sorry, 1999. Sorry.
I thought that was a little... Okay, since 1998, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your current assignment?
I'm assigned to the Organized Crime Unit.
And can you explain briefly to the jury what the Organized Crime Unit is?
We are charged with addressing narcotics investigations, vice crimes, and we assist other units within the police department.
Okay. And how long have you been with the Organized Crime Unit?
I've been there since 2016.
Prior to 2016, were you with the Repeat Offenders Investigative Unit?
Yes.
And when did that start?
2007.
Okay. And prior to that, where were you assigned?
In 2002 to 2003, I was assigned to a special investigative team that was on patrol, but in plain vehicles. In 2001 and 2002, I was assigned to as a staff officer in the West District Captain's Office. And then in 2003 to 2006, I was assigned to patrol.
Let's do a
So
poll.
have you been mostly with
after
units
those
that have to
texts.
deal with narcotics?
Yes,
Okay. So do you do undercover investigations dealing with narcotics for the most part?
I have. I'm involved in those.
Okay. And when you say involved, can you just briefly explain to the jury what you mean by a narcotics investigation?
So depending on the type of narcotics investigation we do, sometimes we utilize a confidential informant. That means that you're doing surveillance or handling the confidential informant, or in some cases I'll be used in an undercover capacity to purchase narcotics.
So when you say confidential informant or that you're being used in the undercover capacity, do you actually go and purchase narcotics from people or have
Yes.
someone else go do that on behalf of the police? Is that
Yes.
what you're talking about?
If we use a confidential informant, we use them and we do surveillance while they go and purchase the narcotics. If it's undercover capacity, then I would be the one that goes in and purchases the narcotics.
And so in the course of your employment with the Knoxville Police Department, how many narcotics transactions would you estimate that you have either observed or actively participated in?
I've actually participated in thousands of controlled buys.
And what about just observing?
It would be the same. Anytime our unit's not very large, so anytime someone's doing a buy or a controlled buy, I would assist a lot of times in those.
When a drug transaction takes place, can you tell the jury if that's typically something that's a lengthy transaction or a short transaction?
The actual transaction portion of a controlled buy or narcotics purchase generally is very short. There are times to where it's a waiting game where you're calling a person and they tell you to wait, or you can't get a hold of them, and it takes time to do that. But the actual portion to where, like if I go in and buy narcotics, or if I meet someone to purchase narcotics, it's very quick. You don't want to linger around and get caught with the narcotics. All right. If I'm someone that is suffering from addiction, I want to get the narcotics and use them. I don't want to hang around and talk sports with someone. So it's generally, they're very quick.
In the course of a narcotics transaction, have you found that firearms are something that typically is associated with those transactions?
Yes. There's inherent danger when you're dealing in illegal substances. Getting robbed, protection, getting robbed of money, the narcotics, home invasions. And there are times where people, they may show their weapon, have it out, like just out in the open, just as kind of like a warning. You know, it won't be easy to come in and rob me. It wouldn't be worth it. Sometimes they hide them on their person and you don't see it, or they put it on their person so you can see it, so it's close to them. But very often there are transactions where the firearm is presented Danny does.
That's good. Ladies and gentlemen, the same instruction I have given you previously. I want you to remember you'll be given further instruction on how to receive expert testimony in the court's written instructions. But the parties have previously agreed that Investigator Pate is an expert in the field of narcotics investigation, so that's why he's being allowed to offer the opinion testimony he's offering at this time. But once again, you'll receive further written instructions on how to receive expert testimony. Go ahead.
So, Investigator Pate, did you become involved in this particular case having to do with the death of Destiny Oliver?
I did.
And how did you become involved in this particular case?
I was contacted and made aware that an investigator with the police department had a cell phone.
And if you can just move a little bit closer to that mic. There you go.
I was made aware that there was a cell phone that was damaged and possibly had water damage, but also had structural damage. And they wanted to see if I could repair it. I wasn't hopeful for it, but I did get the phone and I was able to get it working.
Can you stop me for just a second? Will you put these on? I'm going to give you Exhibit 48 and ask, do you recognize Exhibit 48?
This is the cell phone that I did repair.
Okay. And so who did you receive that cell phone from?
Investigator Wardlaw.
Okay. And so when you received the cell phone from Investigator Wardlaw, can you explain to the jury what the condition it was? What condition was it in?
So when I got the phone, it was wet, and I straightened it. I'm not sure if you all have seen this yet, but it's still kind of bulged. But the structure or the frame of the phone was bent, and the screen that that contains a digitizer and the ribbon cables that connect it to the other part of the device was shattered. And then again, it was wet. I had to place tape over the screen because when removing that, I didn't want the shards of glass coming off, and it wouldn't, how we have to remove it completely or hold it up, we have to use like a suction cup at times. When I opened it up, there was, again, I could see where the frame or the structure was damaged. It was bent, and there was standing water and liquid inside of the device as well.
Now, in the condition that you received that phone, would you have been able to go through the phone and look through the phone?
No.
Why is that?
It had no power, and when the screen is damaged that bad, a lot of times you can't manipulate the things you need to do on the phone to do an extraction or to search the cell phone.
Okay, let's say that you would have been able to turn on, if you were able to turn on the power, would you still have been able to look at the screen and determine what was on the phone and the condition that it was in?
I'm not sure. I was afraid to completely power the phone up with all the water in it, so first we had to dry it. And then at that point, I made a decision. I had talked, and eventually I was told that the phone was a brick, that we probably wouldn't be able to do anything with it, so I went ahead and tried to rebuild it. I was able to rebuild the phone and then extract data from the cell phone.
Let me hand you these documents and ask you to recognize these pictures.
Yes.
What are those pictures of?
You know, going back to a minute, I'm sitting here thinking about those text messages. You know what's really sad is that as messed up as Antoine's history or whatever, you know, as messed up as we've heard that it was, like with all the violence and domestic stuff between her, a lot where he was the aggressor and then somewhere he was the victim, her victim. Even with all of that stuff, it's kind of crazy that he told her about, like, he mentioned that gun being on the nightstand where a child can reach it and said, "What the F is wrong with you?" And then like he even said, you know, like he even warned her, like what the F is wrong with you? Like, you're not going to be satisfied till something else happens, like something, you know, bigger happens. And like it's like, it's really sad if you think about it, hearing that message now. She was more worried about junkie hoes than she was able to actually listen to what he was saying and put concern there for her children.
Photos of the cellular device as I was trying to see what I needed to do to fix it.
Or if we could mark this as the next exhibit.
Is that collective?
Yes, there are 5 pictures.
5.
Yes. And then, Investigator Pate, if you don't mind, I'm going to have you step down and stand right here and go through these pictures and make sure we kind of explain what you did with this.
I'm sorry. 52. Right.
Let me hand you exhibit 52, and then you can just stand right here and don't forget that we have 2 jurors over on this side here.
So this is after I had the front assembly. Removing the phone where it popped up, and you can see standing water. Sorry. The cell phone. So generally there's tabs inside, especially Apple devices, that will show if there's moisture. I didn't have to even rely on those because there was standing water in it. This is a better look of the water that's in the phone. If you can't see it, let me know and I'll hold it on. This is the back side of the front assembly, and there's a shield there. It's a piece of metal, and you can see water droplets on it. That's as I'm holding it up, so it's stuck to the shield of the front assembly. Again, this is, I removed the battery. The main reason I removed the battery, I didn't want it to somehow someone plug it up or there was no power to it. So I removed the battery. Again, underneath the battery, you can see there's water underneath the wheel. A lot of these photographs are, you can't see the photo of the phone. You go with phone, you can't see it though. But this is the front assembly. After it's been removed, and it has the standing water.
Now, Investigator Pate, when you first received that phone, you said there was a bow in the phone. Can you show me what your hand with that phone was like?
If this was, you have the phone in front of this boat, and inside the Apple products, it has it's a frame, it's small, and the main being fragile is Apple product. That frame, the way it is, the way it's set up, is supposed to protect it, the components inside of it, but also protect it from the boat. You leave it in your back pocket and set down, it's supposed to kind of help with that. But if it didn't have it,
they would just break all
it would break all that. You have broken screens. A lot of times it's in function, but you might lose some of the, you know, the newer thing or the absolute phone. The frame. Okay, the frame on the device was bowed to the point where the screen was fractured, right? And when you removed everything, you could still see, you couldn't even get the screen to pop back on completely. The new screen that I put on it, this was after I've already straightened it out to some degree, it doesn't make a complete seal because the screen is still bowed.
So you indicated that you also had to dry out the particular phone and the components of the phone. How long did that take? Hours.
I left it, I may have left it overnight. I'm not sure, it was hours. I was afraid to, when I replaced everything, I was kind of afraid, like there may be some moisture still in it, but thankfully there was not, or at least it didn't affect the phone coming on.
Okay. So at some point in time, after that phone had dried and you went back and you looked at the phone, were you able to do an extraction of this phone?
Yes.
And explain to the jury what an extraction of a phone, what does that mean?
So we hook the phone up to a computer, and that computer has software that can gather the data from the phone, put it into a format that's easy to read, and you can go through it and you can manipulate as far as the timeline, like, okay, I want to see on this date and time what occurred. So using that technology, I hooked it up and thankfully was able to extract some data. A lot of times we lose data from the device that we perform these on.
And so in this particular case, are you 100% certain that you got all the data off that phone that was available before it was bent and put under the water?
It's missing some data, or as far as the extraction is missing some data. I can't explain that. It doesn't pull everything, but I was able to get a lot of it.
It doesn't tell you what you don't have.
It doesn't tell you what you don't have, no.
Was it apparent to you, though, that things that are in your extractions where you don't have a phone that's been manipulated were not there?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you about two different things that you found with this particular device. Do you recall finding any messages to someone named or someone listed as Callie?
Yes.
Callie's the boyfriend.
This and ask, do you recognize this document that I'm handing you?
Yes.
What is that?
It is a photograph of, again, we don't get everything from the phone. And I was afraid that any manipulation of this device, it could short out and we wouldn't have anything. So when we had it powered up, I took some photographs of some text messages that I thought were, that had evidentiary value to them.
Okay, and so the first, if we could make this the next slide.
Could I see that? Would you make that?
All right, it'll be marked and filed as number 53.
This guy.
For the record, we do have an exhibit 18 on one side and this is exhibit 53 on the other.
Well, let's call the side that's got the, does that have any consequence what's on the back?
This is exhibit 18 from earlier this week. I'm just reading on board.
Did you run that
From
poster
last
board?
week, or- That was from last week. Not last week, from this earlier in this case, from earlier this week. This is an exhibit in this case.
All right, well, we'll multitask and call one side 18 and the other side 53.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a screenshot of the first one is that it says Callie and it has a phone number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then if you could tell the jury, if you could just read the text messages in blue, would those be, the ones in blue, are those from the owner of this phone in exhibit 48?
Yes.
Okay, so the owner of the phone, just read them to the jury.
It says, I need you to get that gun, Callie, FR ASAP. It's on the side by the air conditioner. In the bush, my phone is about to die. They are taking me to UT.
Okay. So the first text message that you read says, I need you to get that gun, Callie, FR ASAP. Do you know what FR is? That something that you?
It means for real.
Looked at extractions.
Yes.
Do you know what FR means?
Yeah, it's like, seriously, for real, I need you to get this.
Okay. So I need you to get that gun, Callie, for real ASAP. And then the next one says it's on the side by the air conditioner. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
In the bush.
In the bush.
My phone is about to die. They are taking me to UT. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And is there a timestamp associated with that particular message sent from the owner of this phone to Callie? Is there a time?
Yes. So above it says yesterday, 9:23 p.m.
So it's associated with 9:23 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me show you. Show you this and ask you to recognize that.
Yes.
So that's two
And
people.
what is
She
this
asked to
that
go
I
get
can
that
do?
gun.
It's photographs taken of.
Would it be at all possible for the state to show me what they're taking the minutes before they?
I think this may already be in evidence.
It's already in evidence.
What exhibit number is it?
It's going to be exhibit number
This is 7.
7.
Joe Keys.
Oh yeah, we've noticed the Jesus shoes and socks.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this, and let's put this down so
Sorry.
you can still see it, sorry. Is this, actually, let's do this. I'll put it right here. And you can come stand beside me, that way the jury can see too. Tell the jury what this is.
This is a series of photographs taken of the device.
And this is to the phone number that's listed as Joe, is that correct? So these are text messages from the owner of the device to Joe.
Yes.
All right.
Send back and forth.
Okay. And so, Your Honor, I don't think we need to belabor it because we've already read these to the jury, but the one that's significant, can I ask you about this one that says, go to my house the back way and get my gun out of the bush under the air conditioner. Gavin shot Destiny, then come to UT and I got you for free. The police are there, but if you park in the alley and walk up, you're good because they're in the house. What is the time of that particular message?
So 9:26 p.m.
Can we mark this also as Exhibit 7, just so that it's clear?
We're also calling that also, yeah, it's all Exhibit 7. It's the text messages portraying the fraud investigation.
Did you also look at the phone and look at incoming and outgoing calls after 8:52:42 p.m.?
Yes,
Did you prepare a document with those items?
I did.
Bring the document.
Asked you to recognize this document.
Yes.
What is that document?
It's a timeline of phone calls and text messages, incoming and outgoing.
Okay. And so if you could explain to the jury, you started looking at the phone calls incoming and outgoing at 8:52 p.m. on September 14th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You'll just read down for the jury, and then we can make that the next exhibit.
So, starting here. 8:52:42 p.m. There's an unanswered incoming call from Joe. 8:53 p.m. outgoing call to 911 has a duration of 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
So that 911 call you said was at 8:53:00 p.m.
Yes.
And you said it lasted for 3 minutes and 20 seconds?
Yes.
Go ahead.
At 8:56:42 p.m., there's an outgoing call to Callie at 865-830-2232. It was 35 seconds in duration.
Now, when you say Callie, is that the name that the person that has the phone has listed? That's what they have labeled the number as?
Yes.
Go ahead.
8:59:04 p.m., unanswered incoming call from Callie, 865-830-2232. At 9 p.m. and 37 seconds, unanswered incoming call from Callie, 865-830-2232. 9:03:43 p.m., outgoing call to Tab, 865-740-1383. That was
I'm sorry, but who?
Tab, T-A-B. That's the contacts label in the device. That was 31 seconds in duration.
So that call connected.
To something. I don't know if there was a conversation, but 9:04:38 p.m. outgoing call to Tab once again. The same number, 31 seconds in duration. 9:05:14 p.m. outgoing call to Tab. Same number, 30 seconds in duration. 9:05:59 p.m. outgoing call to Melissa, 865-679-1596, 42 seconds in duration. 9:06:27 p.m. incoming text from Tab, 865-740-1383. The text read, "I'm driving mom to Walmart, honey. She won't let me answer the phone." 9:06:35 p.m. outgoing call to AJ, 423-612-3972, 6 seconds in duration. 9:13:03 p.m. outgoing call to Callie, 865-830-2232, 1 minute and 21 seconds in duration. 9:19:07 p.m. outgoing call to Callie, the same number, 56 seconds in duration. 9:21:43 p.m. outgoing text to Tab at 865-740-1383. "I just talked to your mom. Destiny got shot." 9:22:10 p.m. outgoing text to Tab at 865-740-1383. "I need you to do me a favor ASAP." 9:23:08 p.m. outgoing text to Callie, 865-830-2232. "I need you to get that gun, Callie, FR ASAP."
Is that the text message that we were looking at earlier?
Yes.
Okay.
9:23:21 p.m. outgoing text to Callie, same number. It's on the side by the air conditioner. 9:23:26 p.m. outgoing text to Callie, same number, in the bush. 9:24:16 p.m. outgoing text to Callie, same number. "My phone is about to die. They are taking me to UT." 9:26:54 p.m. outgoing call to Joe, 865-208-2836, 35 seconds in duration. 9:28:02 p.m. outgoing call to Callie at 865-830-2232, 1 minute and 34 seconds in duration. 9:31:29 p.m. outgoing call to Joe 2, 865-888-1690, 51 seconds in duration.
Okay, and the way that you got this particular list, how did you get this particular list of incoming and outgoing
calls and text messages?
Within the extraction I performed on this device, there's a way that you can have that put in a timeline. So I went through that and marked everything as it happened prior to the 911 call to the last incoming or outgoing text or phone call to or from the device.
Now, I noticed that Callie's text message is in this chain. Is that correct? The ones that you were just talking about, but Joe's are not. Do you have a reason for the jury why that is? Do you know why that would be?
Again, some things when we extract from the device, for some reason, it will not get certain things.
And so is that why you also took physical pictures of the conversation with Joe as well?
Yes.
We can make this the next exhibit.
Mark and Powers 54. 54.
Yeah, hey, there's a bunch of police in my house because I just told them that my daughter was murdered, but go get the gun out of the bushes. You should be fine. Pull around back, walk up the side of the dark house, grab the gun.
How you doing, sir?
Good, you?
Doing good.
Investigator?
Fine.
Investigator, it's fine.
Okay. I just want to give you your title. I'll make sure. We've known each other a long time now.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When did you get trained to fix phones?
The last training I went to, it was cut short because of COVID. And then trial and error, a lot of it.
Because I'll be calling you next time one of mine breaks. The frame was fragile, you say. The frame of these phones are fragile.
Depending on which way you're manipulating them.
Long ways, more fragile than cross ways, right?
No, more fragile long ways.
From end to end.
Yes.
Yeah. Not, you can't try to fold it sideways. You're not going to.
Well, depending on what part of the frame you're talking about, if you can imagine a small rectangle box without a top or bottom. So if I try to fold it halfway, the side supports or the top and end supports would create resistance to that. If I'm trying to fold it in lengthwise, the side supports create resistance to that.
I think you were saying you could bend it if you put the phone in the saddle.
Without the frame, it would very easily do that.
When did this phone get bent?
I can't say.
That screen is pretty bad. Usually, when you're out there talking to folks on the street like you do who are drug users, right? You see some pretty bad phones.
I've seen some pretty bad phones.
Well, you were shocked. Function.
Sometimes, possibly.
You don't know when this one got bent.
I do not.
Now, you didn't have, your job at this point, outside of this courtroom, is as a drug investigator, right?
Yes, sir.
You didn't have any drug investigation going on, which is how he was named.
There was no known drug investigations that I'm aware of.
If they were happening, you would be aware of them.
I'm not sure.
Were there any illegal drugs found in this case?
I'm not aware of that.
Now, I want to ask you. You said that describe how short normal drug transactions are. That's kind of small time drug transactions, right? Big drug transactions might take a little more time.
I'm not sure. They're usually pretty quick.
Well, is it possible for you to make mistakes?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you about the Bean case. Do you remember the?
Wait a minute. We have a problem. Those text messages, or those records they just went over, said that at 8:56 and 42 seconds, Robin called Callie, the boyfriend. That was 30 seconds after police walked in there. So as soon as that officer went in and grabbed her and took her out to try to get her help, she sat in the house and called Callie, and then oh no, that was before. He ran outside with her at 8:58. So remember when he said that she was on the phone? She had, She had to have called Callie right after she got off the phone with 911. So it just seems very nonchalant. Don't you think you'd be telling the first people there, like, telling them what happened? Well, I guess she gave lies about what happened, so.
Bean case?
The times of when she's making these calls are during times when a normal person, and everybody reacts differently, and I get that, but when a normal person would be preoccupied, instead of calling Callie and calling Joe Key, it's crazy. It's so weird. All of her lies make her look really guilty.
During transactions, there are a lot of times firearms present.
You would also agree that in small time drug transactions, a couple of pills here, a couple of pills there, that is not normal that guns be present.
Well, when you say normal, to me, it depends on the type of narcotics. It depends on the person that has the weapons. A lot of times the amount of drugs really, it could be, it could not be a reason that they have it as far as the firearm being present. If I have that and I'm not afraid of anyone coming in and robbing me or whatever, then I may or may not have a firearm.
And how often are drug deals taking place out of a drug dealer's house? Or where they live and where they stay?
I've been involved in it occurring multiple times.
You know what trap houses are, right?
Yes.
What's a trap house?
A trap house could be a location that's specifically for selling narcotics or holding narcotics to be sold at a different location.
At a different location away from the place the dealers use it, live,
yes.
Right? Do you remember testifying at this in a hearing on Friday on this case?
Somewhat.
And I ask you, it's really on small-time drug dealing that guns are not as prevalent as they are in large drug dealing.
That wasn't specifically, if I remember correctly, you asked me to the effect of, is it possible that a small-time drug dealer wouldn't have a firearm? And I said, yes, it's possible.
My gingerbread house was a trap home, not a trap house.
No further questions, John.
You may step down, Investigator Pate. Thanks for being here. Call your next witness. Yeah, since you got gloves on, go ahead and put that back in there. Those already. Okay.
So they're not going to call Antoine.
Your Honor, at this point, we do have a copy of Mr. Oliver's medical records.
All right, mark and file that's from UT Medical Center.
So the medical examiner should be right next.
The next witness you're going to call is Dr. Amy Haws.
Raise your right hand, please. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Have a
This
seat,
will be
adjust the microphone if you
interesting.
need to.
We may be able to hear about the entry and exit wounds of the bullets. It may give a little bit of clarity.
6, correct, Lisa? The medical records were 55, correct?
That's correct.
So the next exhibit will be 56.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Can you please state your name and spell it for our court reporter?
Sure. My name is Dr. Amy Haws, Hawes.
And where are you employed?
I'm currently employed at the Knox County Regional Forensic Center here in Knoxville.
And what is your specific job title there?
My job title is Assistant Medical Examiner and Forensic Pathologist.
Can you tell the jury a little bit about, how long have you worked at the medical examiner's office?
So that's a little bit more complicated than what it first might seem. I was first employed at the Knox County Regional Forensic Center in 2015. I stayed there for a number of years and then left to go work for the state medical examiner's office. But while I was with the state medical examiner's office, I continued to do autopsies on a part-time basis at the Knox County Regional Forensic Center. Now I'm back full-time. So I guess the short answer is off and on I've been employed there in some capacity since about 2015.
Ladies and gentlemen, the parties agree that Dr. Haws is an expert in the field of forensic pathology. For that reason, the rules of evidence provide she may offer opinion testimony.
All right. I'm still, if you wouldn't care to just let us know a little bit about your education, what degrees, certificates that you hold, even though we have stipulated that you are an expert in this case.
Sure, I'll do it briefly. I got a bachelor's degree in chemistry at Middle Tennessee State University. I then went to medical school at Meharry Medical College in Nashville, where I received my medical degree. Then I did 5 years of training in anatomic and clinical pathology at Vanderbilt University Medical Center. Then I did an additional year of training in forensic pathology at the Dade County Medical Examiner's Office in Miami, Florida, and that was called the fellowship year. And then after that, I started a full-time job.
So back in September of 2019, were you asked to do an autopsy on a 5-year-old by the name of Destiny Oliver?
Yes.
And did you actually conduct that autopsy and put your results into a report?
Yes.
And I'll show you this. And do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is a copy of the autopsy report.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate copy of the report that you generated in this case?
Yes.
We can have that.
Let the autopsy protocol be marked in files Exhibit 56.
Okay, Dr. Haws, before we go into your specific report here, if you wouldn't mind just giving the jury a little bit of background of when you receive a body and you're asked to do an autopsy, just kind of walk us through the steps of what it is that you're looking for and doing throughout that process.
An autopsy is what I like to describe as an extensive surgical procedure. In a medical examiner autopsy, the purpose of that is to determine the cause of death and the manner of death. In other words, how and why someone has died. In short, it involves documenting the outside of the body as the body is received at the office. Then we do an external examination where we look for any injury or trauma or evidence of natural disease on the outside of the body. Then we turn to the internal examination where all of the internal organs are examined. And again, we document any trauma or natural disease that may be there. We also collect evidence, and we'll also collect certain specimens for toxicology, where we look for drugs or alcohol in the blood or other body fluids.
And so in this case in particular, do you recall when it was that the body of Destiny Oliver arrived for you to examine?
Well, I did my examination on 9/15/2019. She may have gotten there the day before. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay. And so looks like you've got, I want to go a little bit through your report here. So it looks like you've got that the Destiny was 48 inches, 48 1/4 inch, is that right?
48 1/4 inch long, yes.
So she was about 4 foot tall?
Roughly.
Okay. And she weighed 56 pounds. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to now go through and talk about the specific injuries that you noted on Destiny's body. Dr. Haws, did you meet with our office earlier and review this demonstrative aid here?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you actually place the object through it like this in our office earlier?
Yes.
Okay. And so, again, we also measured this, and it was about 2 foot tall, and we said that Destiny was about 4 foot tall. Is that accurate?
Correct.
Okay, so we know that it's not necessarily the size, but we really just want to look at the wounds themselves. And so when you are looking at a body and looking at wounds, do you also take photographs of those wounds?
Either I take the photographs or typically they're done at my direction by an assistant.
Okay, and so I'm going to show you a number of photographs. Seven photographs in total. Can you tell me if you recognize those?
I do.
And are those the photographs that were taken of the injuries noted on the body of 5-year-old Destiny?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we can have this filed as collective.
57.
Okay, so I'm going to kind of go through these photos with you. There's not a great place to put this, but if you wouldn't mind, so just on this first photo here, can you just point on here where this injury was sustained?
So the first injury that you're pointing to in this photograph is what I call the back of the hand. The reason why it's called the back of the hand is because when medical examiners describe injuries, we do it in what's called the anatomic position. And that's when the deceased person has their hands down by their side and the palms forward. So what I call the back of the hand, somebody may call that the front of the hand, but technically it's the back of the hand. So that's what this hole here, or this, when the rod goes in this portion of the hand, that's what it's describing.
And were you able to determine whether this was an entrance wound or an exit wound?
This is an entrance wound.
Okay, and were there, what sort of indications do you look for as far as that goes? Are there any indications on this particular wound that made you think that it was the entrance, not the exit?
Yes. So first and foremost, it's a very symmetrical, very round wound with a punched out hole in the middle, which is characteristic of an entrance wound. It also has a nice symmetrical abrasion around the edge of the wound. And also, probably more importantly, on this wound, there is something called gunpowder stippling around the wound, which is an effect that occurs on the skin from unburnt gunpowder. So that gunpowder stippling.
Okay, real quick. That changes it because they said on the hand, but they didn't say where. So if it's on this side of the hand and it went through the remote, then it wouldn't have been defensive. It would have been like if she's maybe laying there on the couch, like they said, or whatever, with the remote right there. So it would have, and with the stippling on it, it would have been really close. So that was one of the things that we had talked about the different possibilities, remember? So if it's like this, then it wasn't like her holding the remote like this defensively.
Stippling helps us determine within a range how close or how far away the gun was held when it was fired.
Were you able to make that determination in this particular case?
So in this particular case, with this stippling, I would say the gun was held anywhere from a few inches up to a couple of feet away. And it depends on the type of gun and the type of ammunition that was used. Now, the gunpowder stippling here was fairly sparse. There wasn't a lot of it. So that tells me it's probably on the end closer out to 2 feet or so. But that's an estimated range of where the gun was held.
Okay. I'm going to just kind of walk around to make sure the jury can see this.
They said that she was laying on the couch, like on her side is what they originally said.
Move on to the next photograph here. Is this just a closer up photograph of the same entrance to the back of the hand, same entry window to the back of the hand?
Yes.
Okay.
We knew she was holding the remote because of the hole through the remote too, but we didn't. This is the first we've heard it,
so this third photograph
that it was like this
here,
and stuff like this.
Can you describe what that depicts?
This is a photograph showing the right hand, Destiny's right hand, the palm side, or what I would call the front, and you can see the exit wound there at the base of the thumb there on her right hand.
Okay, and so on our demonstrative here, that's going to be, like you said, right here, kind of before it then extends into her chest.
Assuming that that's the same bullet that exited her hand and entered her chest.
So this was the exit wound from the entry wound that went on the back of her hand.
Yes.
The fourth photograph in this series, that's just a closer up photograph of that same wound that we just talked about on the front of the hand?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go on to next photograph here. Can you tell us what this is?
That is the entrance wound on Destiny Oliver's chest.
Is there anything significant about this entrance wound versus the entrance wound on the back of her hand that's different or anything?
So two things of significance. The entrance wound on her chest has no soot, no burnt gunpowder, or no stippling, which is unburnt gunpowder on the chest. There's also a very irregular shaped abrasion that's very different than the one we saw on her hand. In my experience, that very irregular shaped abrasion is consistent with what's called a shored, S-H-O-R-E-D, abrasion or shored entrance wound, which tells me that probably something was against the skin when it was fired. And so it causes friction between the two surfaces and it abrades or rubs off part of the skin. So in this particular case, if properly aligned, when the bullet entered her hand and exited the palm, if her hand was here on her chest, that could be a reason why that entrance wound appears shored on her chest.
That poor baby.
I know we talked about if our hand was positioned here, could that also, the shoring that you talked about, could that also be caused if the victim was holding something in her hand, like a remote or something to that effect?
Yeah, it could be anything that's next to the skin.
All right, and then I think we're at the last two photographs here. If you could, that one. And which of the wounds is that?
Oh, that's the exit wound on her back.
Okay, so that's this one here that is demonstrated where it's coming out finally.
Yes, these are obviously approximate locations.
Okay, and so do we believe that obviously the entrance wound on the front of the chest, we believe that bullet that entered there, then exited from the back there?
Yes.
No spoilers, y'all. We're getting
I
there.
think that this final one, is that just a closer up image of that exit wound from the back?
We're not
Yes.
far behind.
Were those the only, we've got an entrance wound on the hand, exit wound on the other side of the hand, an entrance wound to the chest, and exit wound on the back. Were those the only injuries that you noted?
Yes, that's correct. There were 2 gunshot wounds, one to the hand and one to the chest or torso.
Okay. And if we think that there was just one bullet fired, that's why we're talking about it could potentially be that it came through the hand and then into the chest. Could that explain why there's 2 there's 2 wounds, but if only one bullet was shot? Would that explain that?
Yes, if the physical evidence at the scene indicates there was only one bullet, then the only explanation for how these wounds occurred is approximated here on this doll.
Now I see that when we're looking at your final report here, on the second page, you've got B, and A, B, C, D, E, and then so I'm looking specifically at C. And so you've listed the overall wound path front to back and downward. Can you just explain to the jury what you mean by that?
Sure, and to be clear, I'm referring to the path of the gunshot wound that goes through the torso, which is the chest part here. And so again, when medical examiners describe the wound path of a bullet, we can only describe the path it takes in the body. It's not meaning that anybody was standing in any one particular position or how the gun was held, anything like that. It only refers to how the bullet went through the body. So in the second gunshot wound here, the overall wound path was front to back, meaning it went from the front of the body to the back of the body and downward, which simply means that it exits slightly lower than the entrance wound. And in this particular case, the entrance wound was about 11 inches below the top of the head, and the exit wound was about 14 inches below the top of the head. So there's only about a 3-inch difference between the level of the entry and the exit.
When the bullet entered through the front of the chest, were you able to determine whether or not it hit any sort of vital organs or anything like that?
It did. That gunshot wound of the chest or torso injured rib, heart, esophagus, aorta, which is the major blood vessel that extends from the heart to the rest of the body, the spine, and the spinal cord.
Do you believe that the gunshot wound she received from her chest?
You hear her?
Yes.
I also briefly want to talk to you, Dr. Haws, about, I know we talked about this a little bit, but as far as the timing of when this wound may have caused Destiny's death, can you speak to whether or not it was instant, whether or not it may have taken some time or anything like that?
So her death would not have been instantaneous. The only thing that will explain or cause an instantaneous death is a severe injury to the brain or upper cervical spinal cord, meaning up here in the neck. Obviously, that was not the case here. So what the medical literature tells us, and in my training and experience, that you have about 15 to 30 seconds of reserve of oxygen in your body. So because of the organs that were hit, she could have potentially remained conscious for anywhere between 15 to 30 seconds. That's an estimate. It certainly could have been shorter, and it could have been a little bit longer.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you, Dr. Haws.
Good afternoon, Dr. Haws.
Good afternoon, sir.
Doing okay up there?
I think so.
I don't have much to ask you. I do want to note that in your report, you report on the first page that the body was normally developed and well nourished.
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about the anatomical position. So that's what MEs use everywhere, so everybody knows what posture they're talking about, right? It's the same across.
Yes, sir. It's so we can have a standard frame of reference when we're referring to different locations on the body.
And if we tell you that we believe the evidence shows that there was a TV remote that has a bullet defect in it between her hand and her chest, that wouldn't surprise you.
No, sir, it wouldn't.
And do you have the measurement from? I guess you would measure from the midline.
Yes, sir.
To that hand injury, or can you do that? It has to be from the chest.
So the measurements that we give as standard is below the top of the head, so down this way, and then to the right or left of midline. So if you have an imaginary midline right down the middle, we'll measure either to the right or left of that midline, either on the front or back of the body.
And on that chest wound, the entry wound, can you tell us what the measurement from the midline was?
Yes. On the chest, the entrance wound was 3 1/4 inches left of anterior midline.
So You don't know how wide her body was across the chest, do you? Have that measurement?
No, sir.
And this rod is an approximation.
It is absolutely approximation because number one, this doll is obviously a very different size and shape, and number two, it's just impossible to put the rod in to be exactly the same. So it's just for demonstration, for an approximation of where the bullet path was.
And that bullet path just tells us where the bullet struck her body on entry and where that bullet struck her body on exit, and the movement through the body, right?
Yes, sir. And to be clear, the bullet hit rib, which is bony, and if it hit the remote control, which is again another hard plastic thing, the wound path could have been deflected, which would change the normal trajectory if it had not hit something that was hard. So in other words, the bullet could have been deflected and changed that where the exit wound is.
And even though this is just an approximation, the other problem is if I were to tell you that the evidence appears to show she was lying on a couch on her side, then this looks a little different, and it looks different again depending on how far she's leaning back or how far she's leaning forward, right?
There's nothing about this trajectory that would preclude her from being laying on the sofa, no. I mean, this trajectory could absolutely be from her lying on the sofa.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions? You may step down, Doctor. Be
Thank you,
careful of the mannequin. Call your next witness. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Tennessee has arrested this case in chief. There are some matters I need to take up with the lawyers in your absence. We will get you back in here shortly. All rise for the jury.
All right, the state rests.
Mr. Wayland, do you have a motion pursuant to Rule 29? Have a seat, Ms. Howington.
But pursuant to Rule 29, we would ask at this time for a judgment of acquittal. As to the first count of felony murder in the perpetration of aggravated child neglect, there's controverted testimony about where the gun is. In this case, they asked her where the gun was kept, and she told them in the closet. We know that there's been testimony that on the 12th, she brought that gun out of the house when Mr. Oliver was there and refused to leave and was raising hell and fighting with Callie. And she pulled the gun out and either pointed it or didn't point it, and told him to leave again, and instead he took the gun away from her, broke it down, and tossed it, and believed that Callie went to pick it up. That's what Riddle verified that testimony by that statement by her by talking to those two witnesses. And we talked about that while he was on the stand. So Callie hasn't been called, Mr. Oliver hasn't been called. We don't know where the gun was on September 14th. But the story, as she said in text messages to Joey from a few minutes after the shooting, to go get that gun, Gavin shot Destiny. I think I heard the state say in voir dire, and maybe even an opening statement, that they weren't saying that Miss Howington shot her daughter. But they were upset because of these changing stories. Well, the changing stories were some on Miss Howington, and she explained that she told them about the unidentified black male coming in and shooting because she was trying to protect Gavin. She told him, asked Joey to go get the gun. She's doing that to try and protect Gavin because if she knows the gun's going to get tested, it's going to say that gun shot Destiny, so there's only two of them it could be. It's her and Gavin because they're the only two people in the house. They start throwing other stories and possibilities in, and she refuses about Antoine for a while, and then finally breaks down and says, "Oh, you're right. Okay, you're right. I can't take it anymore." And then they stop screaming at her, and they start being nice to her once she adopts what they want her to adopt. I don't think there's any evidence that she intended for that gun to be accessible to Gavin, and that's the question. Was there any evidence that she intended for that gun to be in a place where he could get it? I don't believe there's been any evidence to that point.
Well, I think it would be that she knowingly placed the gun in an area or place. She's obviously charged with a legal duty. She's the child's mother. I'm here from the state as to counts 1, 2, and 3.
Sure, Your Honor. So, as the court is well aware, the defendant in this case gave a litany of different stories about what happened and where the gun was and how it got there. I want to focus specifically on her statements where she goes through where did the gun come from that particular day. And so her first story, when she talks about where the gun come from, she says Anton got the gun out of the closet. That's her first story that she tells. As the interview goes on September 14th of 2019, the next story that she gives is that Gavin, not Antoine, but Gavin was the person that got the gun out of the closet, etc. And she gives a story about how there was a stool that got brought over and how he put on high heel shoes and how he climbed to the top of the closet and he got the gun out of the closet. That's the next story that she gives, Your Honor, and the one that I think is the most significant is the last story when she talks about how the gun came out that day. And her statement the very last time is that she got the gun out of the closet. And that's significant because here she's told all these other stories. And on September 15th of 2019, the second day that she's interviewed, she makes admission that she, in fact, is the person that went and got the gun. I think that that's significant because she puts it first in other people's hands, first in the hand of Anton, then in the hand of her child, getting it out of the closet in a story that's not plausible given the other proof in this case. And then finally, the last story that she gives to the officers, after they show her that she is not being truthful about what she's saying, her final story is that it's her that went and got the gun. So I think that that's the most realistic story. I think we've put on circumstantial evidence that she's the person that got the gun out that day. There's also evidence that the court heard that there was an incident that happened on September 12th. Her recitation of what happened on September 12th a few days earlier started with other people getting the gun as well. And then her final story on September 12th is, in fact, it was her that got the gun. So that's another pattern, and that's consistent with everything else that we have going on in this case, which is someone else did it, someone else did it, someone else did it. And then finally she makes admissions that it was, in fact, her. So I think there's been enough proof that's put on for this to go to a jury and for them to determine whether or not her handling and whether or not her behavior that night was negligent.
All right, well, what the court has, Ms. Howington, the court at this juncture is required to consider pursuant to Rule 29 of the Tennessee Rules of Criminal Procedure the evidence in the light most favorable to the state of Tennessee, which means I don't take credibility into consideration at this juncture. All the court is concerned about is there evidence within this record which, if believed, would meet the statutory criteria and elements for each of the crimes charged. The easy ones are obviously the false report and the tampering with evidence and attempted tampering with evidence. But as to the principal counts, the first three counts, aggravated child neglect, where serious bodily injury occurs, aggravated child neglect, the use of a deadly weapon, and then the count which stems from those two counts, the felony murder count, because of the death of Destiny, the court finds there's sufficient evidence for the case to go to the jury. The text message in and of itself that sent that night on the way to UT that Gavin shot Destiny means that this court, that's an admission in conjunction with the other evidence in the record that the firearm, which was not insignificantly hidden immediately afterwards by this defendant, I mean literally within a minute or two of when Destiny had been shot, the firearm was hidden. That same firearm by this defendant's admission was the one that was used and that killed her daughter, and that firearm by her own admission was a weapon that she had there, that she had acquired. She is the mother of this child, owes a legal duty to the child, and the admission in and of itself, if I ignored everything else, the admission that Gavin shot Destiny means that that small child has to have had access to that firearm in some shape, form, or fashion, and it would have been impossible based on the evidence that has been introduced to this at this juncture for that child to have climbed up into the closet and got it. So when the court considers all the evidence in this record, there's enough there for the case to go to the jury. What the jury does with this case, I don't have any idea. It's their prerogative. The court's only function and task at this juncture is to determine whether or not the state's made what's called a prima facie case, and the court finds that they have as to each of the 6 counts. Now, you're going to be required, General, to elect. I think the only case that we have the necessity for an election on is, the only count rather, is the false report, of which, because quite frankly there are, by Ms. Howington's own admission, there are a multitude of false statements that are given to KPD, but in order to ensure unanimity, the court is going to require the state to elect which false statement it is relying upon in asking the court to, or the jury to find her guilty of initiating a false report.
The state's going to elect that the statement that she gave that an unknown black male shot Destiny. The
statement, why don't we limit it further to say the statement to Investigator Riddle at the scene at 502 Boston about the black male, correct? The unknown black male. Is that the state's election?
I don't know if she describes him as a black male. I'm looking at I can play the statement if the court wants me to. The 911 call is not what we want to elect because
she said random black guy. Those were her words.
I can just give you quotes. He just came in here and we were all sitting right here. I don't know who he is. I don't have a clue. I've never seen him in my life. She was laying on the couch. I was sitting right beside her. He was sitting right here. Her statement to Tim Riddle at the scene.
Okay, so the unknown, can we say the unknown male in the statement given to Detective Riddle at the scene?
I want to get through this.
I think the cleaner way to do this is just simply to insert within the language of count 4 in the elements that'll be where the crime will be defined is just say the defendant initiated a report or statement to a law enforcement officer concerning an offense or incident within that officer's concern to wit, and then I'll fashion language on that, narrowing it to that one statement. Everybody agree?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we did talk yesterday, I think, about counts 5 and 6 and whether or not election was necessary to determine.
Well, I think we're going to have to define, I don't know that it's really an election, it's more the same thing. I'm just going to further define. So count 5, I've already put in the instructions, concealed a firearm with intent to impair its availability.
All right, we're going to go over this when they do the charge conference. I'm not.
I advise you as to what I think about whether or not you should.
Now they're asking her if she's going to testify.
Have I explained to you that while you should listen to my advice, that the decision is ultimately yours and yours alone to make? And have I explained to you that if you choose to testify, like any other witness, you would be subject to cross-examination by the state.
Yes, sir.
And having listened to that advice and been advised of those rights, have you made a decision about whether or not you wish to testify at trial?
Yes, sir.
And what is that decision?
Yes.
Yes.
She's taking the stand.
You announced, Ms. Howington, that you're going to testify. Is that your decision?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Let's take about, both sides satisfied at the moment, colloquy?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's take about 10 minutes, and we're going to come back in here. Mr. Whalen, I will recognize you at that time. I'll instruct the jury that the state has rested this case.
Ronald Gorman, who was charged and convicted of false report. There's no
hold on.
The report that we received from the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation contained a order of deferral for the individual involved, a Ronald Gorman, who was charged and convicted of false report. There's no indication that he was ever charged with rape, and certainly was not convicted of rape. He actually received judicial diversion on a false report. So if she gets up there and testifies about that, I just want the court to know I intend on asking her about that.
She may not say a word about it. We haven't
Correct.
crossed that bridge yet. If she does, and you believe there's something material about the facts and circumstances of that offense or alleged offense, then address the court and if necessary.
Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that?
We will have a jury out hearing about whether or not you can ask her about it.
I know these prosecutors are not versed in this case, but the file that I got came from Mr. Ammons. The false report was this officer said he never had sex with that woman, and then went back and said, yeah, but it was consensual, as he's the supervisor of the community service program, with whom he cannot have a consensual relationship as their supervisor of the court-ordered program. So
once again, we are discussing and arguing things that are not yet right for consideration. Let's get the jury in here. Let Ms. Howington present her direct testimony, and then if there are matters we need to take up before, during, or in conjunction with cross-examination, we'll take them up. Get the jury lined up.
Okay, so what he just said is they're talking about the rape stuff, the rape case now from the police officers. So the officer who she said raped her, the prosecutor said that he was charged and convicted with giving a false report, but never anything for rape. And defense said that the false report that he gave was that he said he did not have sex with her, but that wasn't true, that they did have consensual sex. But he's saying that because he was in a position of power over the drug court or whatever he just said, don't quote me on that, you can go back, but because he's in a position of power that you can't have consensual sex, so he says it's considered rape.
For the defense. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Tennessee has rested its case in chief, which means it is now time for Ms. Howington through the burden of proof in this case.
Thank you.
Ms. Howington, come around, please.
All right, I'm slowing it down now that we got here. I wanted to get here.
If you would come up to the witness stand before you take the witness stand, raise your right hand and be sworn. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
Have a seat, adjust the microphone so that you can speak directly into it.
So are you going to want your water?
Please, thank you.
Tilt that down. There you go, so that you can speak direct, and you can tilt the end up as well if you need to.
Tell the jury your name.
Robin Howington.
And you are the Robin Howington we've been talking about since Monday, right?
Yes, sir.
And how old a woman are you?
41.
And where were you born?
Bristol, Tennessee.
How long did you live in Bristol?
Till I was 14.
Scoot that up just a little bit more.
Pull it right up there to you.
Pull it up closer to you. There you go.
Okay, let's try that. So you lived in Bristol till you were 14.
Yes, sir.
And where did you move then?
Knoxville.
And have you lived in Knoxville since?
Yes, sir.
And do you have family here?
My son, Gavin.
Now, your mother lived in Bristol, right?
Yes.
And for a time she lived with you here.
Yes.
And she passed during the pendency of this case.
Yes.
Where, back in September of 2019, where were you living?
502 Boston Drive.
And how long had you been there?
For about 4 years.
And who did you live with?
Destiny, Gavin, and myself.
And just to be clear, did Antoine Oliver ever live at that address?
No, sir.
Did he ever spend the night at that address?
No, sir.
Was he ever there when you alone that you know of?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, I want to talk to you a minute about your kids. Back in September of 2019, how many children did you have?
3.
And tell us their names.
Jeremiah, Destiny, and Gavin.
And how old were they back in September 2019?
16, 5, and 2.
Okay.
You say your oldest child is Jeremiah, did I hear that correctly?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
And how long did Jeremiah live with you?
Till he was 12.
And then who did he go live with?
His father.
And do you have contact with him today?
Yes, sir.
And where is he living?
Norfolk, Virginia.
Why is he living in Norfolk, Virginia?
He's in the Navy.
I think you told me the other day he's entering into a special program.
Yes.
What was that?
The SEALs.
Didn't make you real happy, did it?
No.
Let's talk for a minute about Destiny. Who is her dad?
Antoine.
And how long were the two of you together?
Approximately 3 years.
And was it good in the beginning?
Yes.
Did you have plans?
Trying to put these women out in the way.
What were your plans with Antoine?
To raise Destiny and be a family.
And were you able to do that?
No, sir.
Why not?
Because when I got pregnant, he started to become very controlling and abusive, physically, mentally, and emotionally.
And how did that affect you?
It was very traumatizing.
And did that have any effect on your friends and family?
Yes.
What was that? So as a result of that deteriorating relationship, did your friends quit coming around?
Yes.
And did that kind of leave you isolated?
Yes.
I want to talk to you now. Judge, I guess we need to approach again. Sorry. I guess we need to approach.
Oops.
Antoine was supposed to pick Destiny up from school.
That day?
Yes.
Can you tell us what happened?
Antoine was supposed to pick Destiny up from school, and he did. Instead of keeping her till around 7, he came to my house instead and started acting irate because I had a new boyfriend that he didn't know anything about.
And how soon was this after he picked up Destiny from the school?
Not very long.
And so he was coming and dropping her off. Is that what happened?
This is that Thursday.
Did he and Callie get into a little argument out front?
Yes.
And as a result of that, did you ask him to leave?
Multiple times.
And did he leave?
No, sir.
As a result of that, his not leaving, what did you do?
I went into my house and got the gun and brought it outside and asked him to leave.
And what did he do in response to that?
He took the gun from me and he took it apart.
And what did he do with it?
And threw it on the ground.
And what did he do after that?
He went to his car and attempted to back up and hit me.
And then he left?
Correct.
And what happened to the gun on the ground?
Callie picked it up.
Let me stop you there. Callie is?
My boyfriend at the time.
And his name is?
Daniel Hensley.
Okay. And he picked it up?
Yes, sir.
And what did he do with the pieces?
He put it back together.
If he hadn't been there, would you have been able to put the gun back together?
No, sir.
So after Antoine left and Callie picked the gun up, what did the two of you do?
We went inside where the kids were.
And who had the gun at that time?
He did.
Did you ask him to do anything with it?
I told him to put it up because I had to tend to my kids.
And had you ever told Callie where you kept that gun?
No.
And where did that gun come from?
Callie.
Why did he give you a gun?
Because of the abuse from Antoine and from the rape.
And what was it that caused him to want to give you that gun?
Because I was scared and having nightmares.
And how long did you get that gun before this incident happened?
Just a couple months.
And once he gave it to you...
She said a couple months, right? Weren't those messages from about having the gun, weren't those from like May? Or was just the drug stuff from May? Oh, those were from August, weren't they? Okay. I had to check.
Did you do anything with it when he gave it to you?
No.
And where did you put it?
In my closet in a black bag.
And in that couple of months that you had that done, before September 19th, or say on September 19th of 2019, did you touch that gun again after you put it in the closet?
No, sir.
Did you go check on it regularly?
No, sir.
Had you ever fired the gun?
No, sir.
Okay, see, this is where it would be so important to have those messages in there, because she said that she got this gun a couple months before this happened, and she put it in a black bag in the top of her closet and never touched it again. She's lying. We just saw the messages from Antoine where he's fussing at her about how she needs to not keep the gun on the nightstand so the kids can reach it.
And on September 17th of 2019, when you were speaking with Wardlaw, and he told you several times that Gavin could not have reached that closet shelf, right?
Yes.
And you told him that he had gotten to the closet shelf because he would sometimes put on your high heels.
Yes.
Okay. So when he told you, no, that wasn't true, do you recall what your response to him was?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
I told him that I assumed that Gavin had either moved a stool or the gun was not where I kept.
Take a second there. I want to make sure the jury hears either Gavin moved the stool or what?
The gun was not where I kept it.
You told the police, you told Riddle at the house, and then you told both of them in the interview room that you suffer from PTSD.
Yes, sir.
And is that true?
Yes, sir.
And are you being treated for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get this diagnosis of PTSD?
After I was raped.
And are you receiving counseling?
Yes, sir.
And I think we all know at this point that you have medication for PTSD.
Yes, sir.
On that interview on the 14th of September, probably 3:30, whatever it was in the morning, as that interview was ending in the KPD building, they went through your purse, right?
Yes, sir.
And you had a lot of bottles of pills in there. So, and were you prescribed all of those?
Yes, sir.
And were they in their prescription bottles?
Yes, sir.
Now, I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but we're going to talk for a minute about the rape. When did this happen?
March of 2018
And where did that happen?
in Kingsport, Tennessee, at a landfill where I was doing community service for failure to appear on a speeding ticket.
And so you didn't show up for court on a speeding ticket, and a judge ordered you to do this community service.
Yes, sir.
You recall how much community service he ordered you to do?
30 days.
And how did you get to this landfill every day to do this community service?
An officer would drive us on a bus.
And what were you doing at the landfill?
We were going through recycled cardboard to make sure there was no trash in it.
And at some point, were you asked to do another job rather than do the cardboard?
Yes.
And what was that?
Clean the offices of the people that worked at the landfill because they were sick and not there.
And is that where this sexual assault took place?
Yes, sir.
And the person who did that was the person who drove the bus?
The officer that drove the bus and was supposed to be overseeing us.
And you asked to prosecute that case?
Yes, sir.
And to your knowledge, was that man ever charged with the rape?
I assume so, yes.
You know that he ended up pleading to making a false statement to the police, to the TBI?
No, sir.
Didn't know that. Did the prosecutors up there ever talk to you about that case, resolving it?
Resolving it, they wanted to not prosecute him and just give me money.
And there was eventually a civil lawsuit. It was not a civil lawsuit, it was a civil settlement.
Yes.
Correct? And you got paid how much money total?
Like $13,000.
Okay. Let's go back for just a moment to the 12th of September of 2019. Where did you get the gun from on that day?
Out of the closet of the black bag.
And where did you put the gun afterwards?
I did not put the gun up. I gave it. Callie picked it up after Antoine took it apart.
And he did what?
I assumed he put it up.
Okay. So, on September the 14th of 2019, did you know where that gun was?
No, sir.
Why did you tell them that it was in the black bag on the shelf in the closet?
Because that's where I kept it.
Now, I'm going to shift to September 14th of 2019. You called 911 at about 8:53, 54 in the evening. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
What had you and the kids been doing that day?
We went to Chuck E. Cheese, a friend of mine's, and to the park.
And which park was that?
The park in Carnes.
And the police found that kind of odd that you would drive all the way to Carnes to the park rather than going to Fountain City, which is just a few blocks from your house, right?
Yes.
Well, why did you go all the way to Carnes to the park?
Because it was more modern. The things to play on at Fountain City Park were broken, and I didn't want my kids to get hurt.
That was rehearsed.
So, you remember about what time you went to the park?
Around 7,
It takes how long to get there each way?
about 20 minutes.
And before leaving, had you done anything to start getting prepared for dinner?
Yes, I put a roast and carrots in the crock pot.
And what time did you get home?
About 8:40, 8:45.
And so, when you got home from the park, what did you do?
I brought the kids in because they were asleep.
Did you bring them in together or separately?
Separately.
Okay. And you parked your car and brought the kids in, right?
Yes.
And later you went back out to move the car.
Yes.
When you came home, do you remember where you parked?
Yes, right in front of the sidewalk.
Is that where you normally park?
No,
Why not?
because the mailbox is there, so the mailman can't get to the mailbox.
And that doesn't make the mailman happy, does it?
No.
So, was there a time at which you went back outside to the car?
Yes.
What were you doing?
I was smoking because I do not smoke in my house around my kids.
And what else did you do?
I moved my car.
Didn't we see 2 cigarillos in there? One on the
You've seen
counter
that
and one on the
video
heater?
from the neighbor's porch, right?
Yes, sir.
If you hadn't seen that video, would you have known any of those times?
No, sir.
And after you get the kids inside, there's a fellow that comes to your door and he's there for 63 seconds or so, right?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
Yes.
And who was it? Don't say the last name because it's being broadcast, but if we need to, we can get that from.
His name was Jay.
Excuse me?
Jay.
Jay. And why was he there?
He was getting payment from where he tinted my windows on my car
When did he tint the windows?
the day before
This is new.
Why didn't you pay him on Friday?
because there was bubbles in the tint, and I wanted to know if they were going to go away or not.
And did he come and fix that, or did he just?
No, I didn't pay him as much as he originally asked me to.
This is all new.
So after you got through dealing with Jay, what happened? What did you do?
I made sure the kids was okay, and I went outside to smoke and move my car.
When you came back from moving the car, what did you do?
I was walking up to my house, and it's a glass door, and I seen a flash of light go off. And when I walked in, Gavin was screaming and crying, and the gun was on the ground.
There's some tissues up there in the box. Did you see where Destiny was at that point?
Yes, she was on the couch.
And was she moving at all?
No,
Did you try to speak with her at all?
multiple times.
I'm sorry.
Multiple times.
And did she ever respond to you at that point?
No, sir.
No. What was going through your mind at that moment?
Couldn't fucking believe what was going on.
F-bomb.
What did you do?
I got the gun and I took it outside
Why did you take it outside?
because I didn't want it to cause any more harm.
And if the video shows that happens at about 8:53:53, and at 8:53:54 you're calling 911. Do you recall if you were doing those two things at the same time?
Yes, I was.
And after you put the gun outside and came back in, what did you do?
I got a towel and put it on Destiny.
And when the officer, you saw the video when the first officer arrived, Officer Cummings, correct?
Yes, sir.
He testified that when he walked in the door, that you were sitting on the couch near Destiny on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Who were you talking to on the phone at that moment?
The 911 dispatcher.
Do you remember what the last words you said to the 911 dispatcher were?
They're here.
So when he walked in and saw you on the phone, that's when you're telling 911 that they're here.
Correct.
Now, we're going to talk about that 911 call. When you made that 911 call, did you know Destiny had been shot?
Yes.
And you told them that a black male, unknown black male, entered the door and fired a shot and shot Destiny.
Yes.
Why did you tell that story to 911?
Because I didn't want Gavin to live with the fact that he had shot his sister for the rest of his life.
The story that an unidentified black male had shot from the door was not true, was it?
No, sir.
And you remember the interview that you had that night later on, right?
Yes, sir.
And you remember Mr. Riddle telling you that saying a black man shot your child was racist. He thought that was racist.
Yes, sir.
You're racist.
No, sir.
Callie is your boyfriend, right?
Yes.
What race is Callie?
African American.
What race is Destiny's father, Antoine?
The same.
And Gavin's dad? African American?
Yes, sir.
And let's be honest, your two children, what race are they?
They are biracial, white, African American.
And let's talk for a minute about this gun outside the house. You did put the gun outside the house, right?
Yes, sir.
What's the objection to it? Don't leave.
Okay. She said that she was walking back in to the house and they have a glass door and she saw the light go off where the gun went off. That's what she just said. 3 minutes passed before she called 911. Actually, 2 minutes and 48 seconds passed before she called 911. So if this is the story we're sticking with now, what was she doing during those 2 minutes and 48 seconds that she wasn't calling 911? Because she hadn't taken the gun out yet. She said she got the towel after that. So what was she doing during That's almost 3 minutes. 3 minutes after your baby's been shot is a long time to not call for help. But yeah, this is story number 12 or 13, 12. What's he looking for?
Now, you've heard this testimony about this gun and where it was outside your house. Right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a picture of that gun, which is in a collective exhibit 26, and ask you, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Is that where you put that gun?
Yes.
Beside that shrub?
Yes.
Was it your intention to hide the gun under the shrub?
No.
Were there other shrubs back further along that wall?
Yes.
How long after the shot did you take that gun out of the house?
Not very long at all.
Have you ever been at the presence of a shooting before?
No.
As you were on the phone with 911, how would you describe your mental state?
Not very well at all.
Would you say you were thinking clearly?
No, sir.
I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what happens right after the police show up. You heard Officer Cummings testify. Is that how Destiny got out of the house?
I didn't realize that till that video.
You didn't realize that he's the one who carried her out? And there was no ambulance at that point, was there?
No, sir.
And what were you dealing with at that moment?
Gavin.
Were you allowed to go to the hospital with her in the ambulance?
No, sir.
Why not? Do you know?
The cops insisted that they would take me.
Okay, again, this is another inconsistency. They said when the officer got there and grabbed Destiny and took her outside, what were you doing? She said, dealing with Gavin. She's a damn liar. Gavin was standing in that front door when that officer got there. He said that was the first thing he saw when he started walking up to him. He said, like, the storm door, screen door, whatever it was. He said that he saw him, he saw his little hand on the door. That was the first thing he saw was Gavin. So she wasn't intended to Gavin. She was in there sitting down in a whole different room.
And eventually did they?
Yes, sir.
So you heard that statement, the recording of the statement with Investigator Riddle at the house, right?
Yes.
And it was right after that, it was after that you were taken to the hospital.
Yes.
The state just went through a bunch of phone calls and texts that you had made from your phone that evening.
Yes.
And we've talked, and you saw the video, and it's about 9:21:30 that you leave the house in the police car.
Correct.
And there are several calls at 9:03 and 9:21 to Tab.
Yes.
Who is Tab?
One of my friends.
And her first name is?
Tabitha.
Okay, that bus Tab. Why were you calling Tab at that point?
To get her to come and get Gavin.
And you called Callie, right?
Correct.
And on one of those text messages, you also asked him to go get the gun.
Yes.
What were you calling him about?
I wanted him to come to the hospital.
So that's who you were talking to in the back of the squad car?
Yes.
Do you know what time it was when you got to the hospital?
No, sir.
Did you see Destiny at the hospital?
No.
But at some time, a doctor came out and talked to you.
Yes.
And what did that doctor tell you?
That my daughter had passed away.
And you heard Officer Wardlaw today testify about your reaction.
Yes.
Was he accurate?
No.
What was your reaction when the doctor told you that your daughter had died?
I kept on telling her there's no way that it could be true.
Did you believe at that point that it could be true?
No.
How would you describe your mental state in that moment?
I was in hell.
And where was your mother was still alive at that point, wasn't she?
Yes.
Where was she?
In our home in Bristol.
And what physical condition was she in?
She had her leg amputated about a year before.
Trying to get sympathy points.
After you got that news from the doctor, where did you go next?
To the police station?
Did you ask him to take you there?
No.
Why did you go?
See how quick her attitude changed?
How'd you get there?
In a police car.
Oh, she sure changed that mask fast, didn't she?
As you were sitting in that interview room that we've seen on video here, what was your state of mind at that point?
Distraught, heartbroken, devastated.
Had you come to grips yet with the fact that your daughter was dead?
No.
Did you see that? Did you see that? She just looked over at the jury to see if they're watching her cry.
Let's talk.
Did you see?
For a minute
Hold on.
About these interviews
Hold on.
you did there.
Watch her eyeballs. Watch her eyeballs. She's sitting there crying, and she glances over at the jury to look and see if they saw her crying. Watch this heifer. Watch her eyeballs.
Okay, let's talk for a minute about these interviews you did there at the KPD.
Yes, sir.
Do you know how long after that doctor told you that your daughter was dead that you were talking to those officers? Do you know?
No, sir.
Do you remember how you got into that room?
No.
Do you know what floor you were on?
No.
Do you remember getting into that interview room?
No.
Did they ever offer to let you leave and go talk to somebody or review some notes or?
No.
And pretty early on, you told them you were scared there.
Yes.
And why did you tell them that? What was making you feel scared?
Because I had been raped by a police officer, and I felt threatened because of the situation.
And then you've seen, you were there.
Yes.
And you've seen the videos of our friend, Detective Riddle, and his response to that. Did that help to calm you?
No, sir.
Did it help you to feel like the police were there really to help you?
No, it proved to me that exactly how I felt was adequate.
She never said she was scared. Never once.
You told them a lot of things during those interviews.
Yes.
Do you remember a lot of it?
No.
Why wouldn't you remember it? Wouldn't it be important to you to get good facts to the police in this investigation?
I'm trying not to, but it's not leading.
No.
I won't leave, Judge. Did you tell them some things that weren't true?
Yes.
Did you know you were telling them some things that weren't true?
Yes.
Did you not know you were telling them some things that weren't true?
Yes.
While you're in that room, have you yet put these pieces together that Destiny is gone?
I still don't want to accept it.
And where was Gavin at that point?
With a neighbor.
In that first interview, we have established through the proof that the hospital declared Destiny dead at about 10:06, and at 11 o'clock you're in the interview room. Is that how you recall that time frame?
I have no idea the time frame.
So if I tell you it's within an hour of your leaving the hospital, would that surprise you?
No.
Judge, if she doesn't know, I'm trying to help this woman get through this story.
Ask open-ended questions. She's your witness.
On your second interview on the 17th, where had you come from when you arrived at the KPD?
From planning Destiny's funeral.
Fix your hair. Yeah, good job. Makes it more believable.
While you were at the hospital, you've heard the testimony of Ms. Sands and Detective Wardlaw. Were you trying to give your phone away?
Yes.
Why?
Because it had text messages of me selling drugs.
Did you think they were going to arrest you for that?
Yes.
And also had the text on there about the gun, about asking somebody to go get the gun.
Yes.
Why were you concerned about getting that gun away from the house?
Because I knew that that was the gun that Gavin used to shoot Destiny, and I was trying to protect him.
And you heard a lot about the fact that you changed your story.
Yes.
You went from the unknown male to Antoine did it.
Yes.
Again, did you tell them Antoine did it in that interview?
No.
Who brought Antoine up?
The detectives.
And how were you feeling about Antoine at that moment?
Not good. I feel like he tortured me.
But still, when they asked you, do you think Antoine would do it the first time, what did you tell them?
No, I knew he didn't do it.
So were you trying to throw Antoine under the bus?
No.
When you told them he didn't do it, did they stop talking about Antoine doing it?
No, sir.
What happened when you finally said, you're right, I can't take it anymore? What happened?
They became positive and stopped screaming at me.
This is so coached.
When you told them you had PTSD, did anybody ask you anything about what that was or how you got it or if you were in treatment or anything?
No, sir.
And that
She's on
was
house arrest.
diagnosed and you got medication prescribed after the rape.
Yes, at Helen Ross McNair.
Now, if the state gets up and shows you a judgment saying that man pled guilty to making false reports to the TBI, what did he do to you?
He raped me.
And eventually, in your discussions with the police, you told them that Gavin did it.
Yes.
And do you recall what they said would happen if you kept saying Gavin did it? What that would subject Gavin to?
Not right off, no.
You remember the term forensic interview?
Yes.
Did they say that once or more? I'm asking her if she remembers the term, Judge.
Lady, Mr. Whalen, don't lead.
What did you know anything about what a forensic interview was?
No, sir.
Have you seen that video we sat in court and watched?
Yes, sir.
So annoyed.
Over the period of time from the shot being fired on the 14th of September to your last interview with them on the 17th of September, what was your goal in talking to the police?
To protect Gavin.
Did it ever occur to you that as a result of that, you would be sitting here in a courtroom being tried for first-degree murder?
No.
She said what her goal was. You can cross-examine it.
Why didn't you think you'd be sitting here in trial?
Because I didn't have anything to do with the shooting of my daughter.
Did you shoot Destiny?
No.
Did you shoot that gun?
No.
Did you intend for that gun to be in a place where your kids could get to it?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Howington. The state's probably going to ask some questions for you.
Yeah, they are.
Just want to make sure I've got all the stuff before I get started.
All right, now we're live. No, I hate it when we're live because then I can't skip through the breaks. I gotten spoiled on that. Whew, I'm annoyed. And thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Y'all, this one is a little bit wild. So here's my problem. She's still telling inconsistencies. She's still saying things that don't add up. And I hope that the prosecutor sat there and made notes of those inconsistencies and the things that don't add up so that they can go over it in cross-examination. Otherwise, they can tag me in and I'll go cross-examine her. I have no problem doing it. Do I think that she purposely shot her child? I don't. I don't think that she did it on purpose. I can't see any reason for that. I know that there's some people that said, she said that Destiny was the only control, Destiny was the reason that Antoine still had control over her, and so that could have been a motive and stuff like that, which I get, but I personally don't think that she did it on purpose. I think that she is definitely careless. I think that she is definitely lying. I mean, at this, it's like she wouldn't know truth if it came up and, slapped her in her pot roast. I don't think that she even probably knows the truth at this point because she's told so many lies. Todd R. gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Todd R. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to the new members. You live here now. I personally don't think that she did it on purpose. It is hard for me to figure which one of them those pictures of Gavin, y'all, he is tiny, and 5.5 pounds to pull that trigger. I mean, I don't know. To pull the trigger and to be able to hold the gun, out. I don't know. But, Mildred, thank you so much. She's a rat in a maze trying every way to get out of this. Yeah, that's how it feels. It's that's a great analogy, actually, Mildred, because it's like every time, when rats are going through a maze, every time you get to a wall, it's like, well, shoot, let me turn around and try something else. And that's exactly what she does. She says something until they call her out on how it doesn't make sense, and then she changes her story again. So it's really hard to believe anything she says, because when you've been lied to, when you have a defendant out there that's lied even once, it's hard to believe what they say. But when you have one that's lied pretty much every time her mouth was moving, and that's not even exaggerating. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. I mean, she definitely, because she lied so much, I feel like the jury's going to see that. I think all of the negligent stuff is like, I mean, hands down, can't really argue with that. I mean, Gavin was so little. And
You ready to bring jury in? Get them lined up.
I don't know. And to be so quiet and non-emotional when the police showed up, you know, that part, him describing that really stood out to me too. That ain't the version we're seeing right now. Do I think she opened the door for the text to come in? The problem is, I think that door is open, but the problem is it still considered hearsay? Because text from somebody who's not testifying can be considered hearsay. So that's the problem. I don't know. We'll have to see what they say. This is like the least enthusiastic judge I've ever seen. I don't know. Melly's judge was kind of over it.
Everyone may have a seat. Waive the call for the state. For the defense. General. Good. You are recognized for cross-examination.
Okay, Ms. Howington, so we're gonna get into the story that you've told for the first time today here in just a minute. But before we get into that, I want to back up, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you back to the very first story that you told to the 911 caller. When you called 911, we'll talk about that.
Yes, ma'am.
You initially said that it was an unknown black male. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that that black male had essentially broken into your home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that black male who you'd never seen a day before in your life shot your daughter in cold blood right in front of you. Is that correct?
Yes. You
said that Gavin was in the room. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that when this unknown black male who drove a black, what you believe to be Chrysler 300, you recall telling it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that he looked at you and his eyes got really big and that he just ran out. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that was your initial story to 911 when you first called, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's talk about the 911 call. You just testified that you are walking up into your house and you see the gun go off when Gavin shoots Destiny. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes.
And you've seen the video, the surveillance video from your neighbor's house.
Yes.
Have you not? You've seen that you enter your home at 8:50.
Correct.
Correct? And now you know that the 911 call was not placed until over 3 minutes later at 8:53:53. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you go back in your home after seeing your daughter get shot by your 2-year-old son, according to you today, and you wait almost 4 minutes to call 911. Is that your testimony?
I had to find my phone. It had fell in between the cushions in the other living room.
Okay.
When did they have time to do that?
So
you weren't in the other living room.
See Gavin get shot, you call 911 4 minutes later. But again, you don't tell any of this to the police initially, do you?
No, ma'am.
You blame it on some stranger that you've never seen before in your life that came in and shot your 5-year-old in cold blood. That was your story initially.
An unidentified person, yes, to protect my
Unidentified
son.
black male is what you said, is it not?
Random black guy, but
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
In a black Chrysler 300, you were pretty specific about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that he wasn't wearing a hat,
Yes, ma'am.
that he was a little bit darker complexion than Officer Wardlaw. You actually even, you described it even to that extent, correct?
Clarified, now we're on to the interview with Officer Wardlaw. We were talking about the 911 call. We could break that up so she knows what she's being asked.
All right, we'll rephrase the question. At some point in time, did you later describe him as being darker than Officer Wardlaw?
Yes.
All right, ask your next question.
All right, so that's 911. So police get on scene.
Judge, that's not 911. She says
Okay, I apologize.
Rephrase your question.
Going back to immediately after the 911 call was placed. Police arrive on scene about 3 minutes after the call is initially placed. Is that correct?
I assume.
You've seen the videos?
Yes.
Okay. And you said just now that you didn't even realize that Officer Cummings had taken Destiny outside until the trial today. Is that correct? That's what you just testified to?
Yes.
But that's not true today. He testified on Tuesday.
Okay.
We need to.
Until the trial, her testimony was she didn't realize that Officer Cummings had taken Destiny out. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes.
All right, ask your next question.
And so at 8:56:42, so within about 30 seconds of Officer Cummings arriving, you were on your phone trying to call Callie.
Yes.
She must be watching.
Is that why
me.
you didn't pay attention to the fact that he was taking your daughter outside?
No.
All the same stuff I just
But
said.
again, your daughter's outside at some point and you don't even know she's out there. You don't even know that the police officer has taken your daughter that's been shot outside.
I had went out there and asked if she was okay and if Gavin was okay. That was also on the video that you just spoke of.
Okay, but again, Ms. Howington, you just testified that you didn't realize that Destiny had been taken outside because you were tending to Gavin. Was that not your testimony just
Yes.
now? Okay, so you knew where Gavin was,
Yes.
according to your own statement just now. But you didn't know that the officer had taken Destiny outside to wait for the ambulance. Until the trial, you didn't know that.
No.
But you were on your phone trying to call Callie.
If that's what it says, then yes. I went out there and they told me to step back, that they were doing everything that they possibly could.
Okay. So let's talk about when you meet Officer Riddle for the first time at your house before you are taken to UT Hospital, okay? You once again make a claim that it is an unknown individual, an unknown male, broke into your house and shot your daughter in cold blood, didn't you?
Yes, to protect my son, I sure did.
Okay. You didn't say anything about the gun being outside at that point, did you?
No.
Again, you're sticking with the story that it's this unknown man. So to the police officers, they think that there is a murderer on the loose based on your statement, correct?
Yes.
And that statement that you made was made prior to you ever talking to a law enforcement officer that night.
Yes.
So you are the one that put this idea that this was a murder in the investigator's head, correct?
Yes.
That's what you want to say, yes.
Well, ma'am, it's not my words, okay? Are you the one that told police officers that someone had came in and murdered your child?
Yes.
And so that is the reason that these officers treated this as a murder investigation, is it not?
Yes, but I was trying to protect my son at any cost.
Okay.
At any cost. At the cost of some random
Now, you also said
black
that
guy
the man
could
that
get
came to your
arrested.
house, kind of in the interim, you call that an individual by the name of Jay.
Yes.
You said that you were paying him for window tinting.
Yes.
Again, your daughter was shot September the 14th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you tell the officers about this Jay individual?
I don't recall.
You never told them about Jay, did you? You have to answer out loud for the court reporter.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So the very first time that we're ever hearing about who this mysterious individual is that's in your home for 63 seconds is when you're sitting on that stand right now.
Yes.
You didn't tell officers that night who was there, none of that. Correct?
Correct.
Convenient.
Okay, so then you're taken to, after Detective Riddle gets on the scene, you are taken to UT Hospital. correct?
In a police car, yes.
All right, and you've seen that video, correct?
Yes.
And you've heard your own statements on that video, right?
Yes.
Where you were in the back seat on your cell phone, correct?
Yes.
And you've said here today that you were on the phone with Callie.
At one point, yes.
And you're telling him to go get the gun.
Yes.
Now again, you stated that you were trying to protect Gavin. Is that your testimony here today?
Correct.
Do you remember telling the officers during that first interview, right after you left the hospital, that the reason you put the gun outside was because you were afraid you would get in trouble?
No.
You don't recall telling officers that you were scared that you would get in trouble? And that's why you put the gun outside?
She said that.
No, ma'am.
Roll the video. She said that.
All right, so once you get to UT Hospital, you are allowed to keep your cell phone, right?
Yes.
The same cell phone that you just used in the car on the way there to try and get somebody to come get that gun.
Yes.
And once you realize that at some point officers may want to search your phone, that is when you go in the bathroom. Correct?
Correct.
That is when you try and get a completely innocent person involved in your mess. Is that right? Trying to give your phone away to a person who knows nothing about you or this situation.
Yes.
You were trying to give your phone to an individual who again, knew nothing, and you're trying to give incriminating evidence to a completely innocent person in that bathroom.
Yes.
And when she wouldn't take it, you broke it.
I don't say break it. I put water on it.
You didn't break it?
It was bent.
You
I
didn't break
don't
your
recall
phone?
breaking it. No, ma'am.
Alright, so when officers recovered your cell phone, I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 48. This was the screen of your cell phone. Is it your testimony that you didn't cause this damage?
It was already broken.
So you had been using a phone like this?
Yes.
You didn't bend it in the bathroom before running water over
I
it?
don't recall that. That doesn't mean it didn't happen. I just do not recall that.
Bless it.
So when you did you run water over it under the sink, or did you put it in the toilet?
In the sink.
The sink. Okay, so again, you are at UT Hospital. You know that your daughter is unresponsive at that point, correct?
Yes.
You said it yourself. You tried to speak to her. She was unresponsive, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You know that doctors are trying to do everything they can to potentially save their life, to save Destiny's life at that point, right?
Yes.
And your action is to go in a bathroom and try and get rid of your cell phone while your daughter is in that hospital fighting for her life. Is that correct?
Yes, they would not let me see her.
So after you leave UT Hospital, you then go back to KPD. We've seen that initial interview, and I want to go through that for a minute, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
So you stated, and I think we've heard it a few times, you said that you told the officers that you were scared because you were raped. Is that what you think you said?
Yes.
If the recording shows that you actually never said that you were scared, you said, it's not that I don't care, I was raped, right before Investigator Riddle kind of jumps up against Mad. Would that be accurate?
That mischaracterizes the evidence. It was 10 minutes before that she's telling me.
All right. The jury will judge the evidence. It's cross-examination. She can ask the question. Ladies and gentlemen, you are the ultimate finders of fact in this case. You will judge what the tape does say and when it does say it. Ask the question again.
If the recording of your first interview shows that when you bring up the fact that you were raped, the context of that conversation is you said, it's not that I don't care, but I was raped. Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And again, I do want to go back to this You stated that you put the gun outside because you were trying to protect your son. Is that right?
Correct.
That's your statement here today.
Correct.
But when you were interviewed initially, do you recall that Officer Wardlaw said, okay, so why did you think to get the gun and put it outside? Do you recall him asking you that?
Not right off, no ma'am.
Well, do you recall telling him because I, as in you, didn't want to be charged with having a gun? Do you remember saying that?
No ma'am.
I do.
I'll show you a copy of the transcript that we've all been going off of.
Yes
okay?
ma'am.
I'll have you read, this is page 37 of this transcript. I'll have you read the second and third lines if you could.
Wardlaw said, okay, why did you think to get the gun and put it outside?
I'm going to object to the form.
I asked her to read it. You don't have to read it outside, just read it to you. Read
All
it
right,
out loud.
are you
I'm sorry.
refreshing her recollection or impeaching her with this prior inconsistent statement?
I am just refreshing it this
All
one.
right, read it to yourself,
Please read
Ms.
those two
Howington.
lines to yourself.
I've read them.
Okay. So after reading this, Ms. Howington, you did in fact tell the officers during that initial interview that the reason that you put that gun outside is because you didn't want to get in trouble for having a gun. Correct?
That's what it says, yes ma'am.
Okay. You did not tell the officers when they asked you right then that you were protecting your son. Correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now let's go through, again, go through some of these statements. So even once we get back to KPD, after you leave the hospital, initially you again say that it is a man that you've never seen before in your life that came in and shot your daughter and killed her, right?
Yes.
And at this point, you know that the officers know that you've just tried to either give away or destroy your cell phone, correct? You're aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And you begin, y'all talk a little bit about Antoine, and initially you do say it's not Antoine, correct?
Yes.
And you stick with the story that it's still this black male that you've never met before in your life at one point. Kind of
Yes.
stick with that initially. Then you bring up the fact that while you were at the park, there were 3 Mexican boys, and that might have had something to do with the shooting. You recall saying that?
Somewhat, yes.
You recall saying that you were being followed on your way home?
And I thought that was true.
Okay.
She said, okay.
So once you finally say, actually, it was Antoine, even within that story, it changes a lot, doesn't it? Even once you say that Antoine was the one that shot Destiny, you change your story up even within that a lot, don't you?
Yep.
If that's what you want to say, yes.
Well, let me just tell you exactly what you said. All right. Do you recall initially saying that Antoine brought a gun inside your house and shot Destiny?
Not right off, no ma'am.
You don't recall it? Would it help you to rewatch the portion of your interview where you said that?
I guess, or you can show me the transcript like you just did.
I've got these queued up, so this might be faster.
Oh, she got it queued up and ready.
Because, I mean, this is his daughter, too. I know that he killed her, but I just don't feel like he did it on purpose. I feel like he was trying to kill me.
So he was already there. What happens?
He tried to talk. He came in the house. And when he came in the house, I told him I didn't want to talk to him. And he went back outside the house.
Okay. And then what happened?
And he came back in.
He brought the gun back in with him.
Yes.
So this gun that Callie gave you, how long have you had it?
No.
Okay, so after hearing that, would you agree with me that initially you said that Antoine came to your home, right?
After they suggested Antoine, yes, I went with that story.
Okay. Did they suggest to you that he leaves and comes back in with a gun?
That's what he said.
That's what you
That's
said,
what
Ms.
you
Howington.
said.
Okay.
Did you hear yourself say that? That you and Antoine are arguing? Did you hear yourself say that just now?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear yourself say that Antoine left and then came back in with a gun?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go to the next thing you say. So then you change that story and say, actually, Antoine was there. You're still sticking with the fact that Antoine was there. But now you say that Gavin got a hold of the gun. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Do you recall saying that little 2-year-old Gavin had actually moved a stool from your living room area to your closet in your bedroom?
Yes.
You said that he might have even put on your high heels, right?
No.
That's not.
No.
Tender an objection.
The objection is she is making things up. That is not what the statement says.
All right. Rephrase your question and refer to whatever portion of the interview that you want to impeach her with.
At one point, did you say that Gavin took the stool and moved it in front of your closet?
Yes.
Did you then say that he reached up and got the gun?
Yes.
When the officers asked you how that was possible, did you not say that he could have put on your high heels?
No, I said he got my high heels out of the closet.
When you're talking about him reaching the gun?
I wasn't sure how he got the gun. I just knew that he had got the gun.
Okay. So again, you said after you change it to Antoine brings a gun in, you finally do admit that it was a gun in your home that shot and killed your daughter, right? And you said that Gavin climbed up in the closet and got it out of, well, you didn't say the black bag at first, did you?
I don't recall.
And then, according to your own statement at that time, you moved the stool before officers got there back into the living room, right?
I don't recall that either.
You don't recall telling officers that?
Because they
Man,
said
I was not in my right mind at that time. I had just seen my baby shoot my daughter.
Ms. Howington, have you been paying attention? Have you watched your interview here in court?
Somewhat, yes, but I don't want to remember any of this.
Okay. Well, I'm going to have to play it for you again if you can't remember.
That's fine.
he said, "Will we see the stool there?" And she said, "No." She put it back.
Show you this transcript again. I'm going to go back for a second. We're going to talk about the high heels. All right, Ms. Howington. If you wouldn't mind, just from here to here, if you could just read that to yourself, and when you're done, let me know.
Could I get the page number, please?
Page 43, I apologize.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now that you've read this, do you agree with me that when the officers asked you how Gavin got a hold of the gun in the closet, you said he pulled, here you say a chair, is that correct? Is that what you said?
Yes.
And you said, in the closet because he puts on my high heels, correct?
Yes.
So in fact, you did say that.
I don't recall, but yes, ma'am, it's there.
Okay. So let's fast forward just a little bit here to your interview on September the 17th. Again, you maintain at that point that Gavin shot Destiny, right?
That's the truth, ma'am.
But then you change it up even a little bit more and you said that you were in the kitchen and that Antoine, in fact, was not there. Is that right?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm telling you, I was not in my right mind. Some things I remember and some things I just don't.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna play a portion of this clip and then you tell me if you remember saying this.
To fix the roast or whatever, or get it out because it had been for like too long. Well, I didn't actually turn it off, but it was almost, it doesn't do it like that. And Antoine came to the door, and he was screaming and hollering about Callie yet again. Like, I don't know what the hell he has against Callie, but he got to screaming and hollering about Callie, and we got to arguing, and we kind of tussled a little bit, and I asked him to please leave. And he was like, "Oh, I know what you're going to do. You're a police calling bitch. You're going to call the police, blah, blah, blah." So he left. And then, when I went in the kitchen, Gavin went into my room, and couch watching Netflix, and I came back and sat down and I was getting shot. Was it?
All right, so let's break that down just a little bit. So in this version of events, you say that Antoine and you get into a disagreement. Did you hear that?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you tussle a little bit, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you say that Antoine leaves, right?
I think that I was confused and everything was coming together from what happened on the 12th.
Okay, but in this statement, you would agree with me, what you just watched, you said that Antoine leaves, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes.
And you said that after Antoine leaves, that's when Gavin gets the gun. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You say that you're in the kitchen of your home, correct?
Yes.
And that's when Gavin shot Destiny, right?
Yes.
All right, let's go to the next version. And that one, again, you now put Antoine back in the house. Do you recall this version? When Antoine and you get into it and he takes the gun from you, do you recall telling officers that?
Yes.
Okay, so now, after you previously said that he's left the house, you put him back in the house, and you say that that Antoine took the gun from you, right?
Yes.
And that at that point in time, you say that that's when the gun is shot, right?
Yes.
So now it's not Gavin once again.
I don't ever want it to be Gavin, ma'am. I don't want him to live with this. Do you not understand that?
I'm asking you what you said, okay? Again, you're blaming Antoine here. You're making up a whole lot of facts. I want to be clear about this. The officers are not the one saying that Antoine's leaving, coming, going, none of that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It's you that's making up these facts, right?
They brought up Antoine first, and I just agreed with it.
Okay, they brought up that he might have been the shooter first, right?
Correct.
They didn't give you all these additional facts, did they?
No, ma'am.
They didn't put all that in your head, did they?
No, ma'am.
They also asked you multiple times whether or not you were the shooter during your first interview, didn't they?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall them ever saying, did you accidentally shoot your child, or we think you might have shot your child? You don't ever remember them saying that?
No, ma'am.
We will come back to that as well. All right. So now let's talk about the gun. Ms. Howington, you just testified a moment ago that you received that gun from Callie a few months before this, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say 2 to 3 months, maybe?
Around about, yes, ma'am.
And you also just testified that within 2 to 3 months, you had never gotten that gun out before September the 12th, right?
Before September the 12th?
For September the 12th, when Callie and Antoine are arguing, I think you testified that you didn't have anything to do with that gun before then.
Correct.
You had not gotten it out.
Correct.
You had kept it in a bag in the top of your closet.
Correct.
Okay. Was Gavin in your room whenever you took that gun out of the bag on the 12th?
No.
Okay.
Then how would he have known it was there?
Was this the first gun you'd ever owned?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to September 14th of 2019, had anybody ever told you that maybe you were storing guns improperly?
Objection, Your Honor.
Approach the bench.
So a few other things. So, she said that she lost the reason it took her 3 or 4 minutes to call 911 is because she lost her phone in the couch cushions from the other couch. When did she have time to get on that other couch? They had just gotten home. We saw the videos. She was never on the other couches. She was never in the house long enough to be sitting, chilling on the other couches. And even if she was, let's say she tossed her phone on the couch for whatever reason and it was lost. She had a call 1 minute before she called 911. So if she's looking for it in the couch cushions, she'd have heard it. So that's a big fat lie. And if she's walking up the porch and sees the gun go off inside, why'd she have GSR on her dress? Somebody tag me in. Let me go ask questions.
All right, Ms. Allen, can go down and have a seat next to your lawyer for just a moment. All right. General, I think you were not asking the question appropriately, but we discussed, and I would not permit the state to go into, because it's premised upon hearsay if it's coming in a text message. I guess I thought they were going to call Mr. Oliver, but they have not chosen not to. But the question, if my notes are correct, the text message says what date that he is texting about. August the 4th of 2019. He's sending a text. This homicide occurred on September the 14th of 2019. Mr. Oliver is sending a text to Ms. Howington complaining about the fact that she has left a firearm on her nightstand. I did not allow that to come in via the officer because it's hearsay. If the state had chosen to call Mr. Oliver, we would have had a separate discussion. But Ms. Howington put this directly at issue in her direct examination, not cross, direct examination, when she testified that that gun was put up in the bag and it was not touched again thereafter until the 12th. It's directly at issue.
And Judge, tell me how that makes it not hearsay.
The question is, do they have a good faith basis to ask if she had left the gun?
They're going to let it come in.
What?
Yes,
based on the text.
Correct.
And have you heard from Mr. Oliver? He called him a nutcase. He's an abuser and a liar. So how do we take this text? Because she said she didn't move the gun and leave it on a nightstand, that the liar can testify.
I'm not going to debate this with you. That you have put it directly at issue by her statement about that gun and not touching it. That text directly contradicts that.
So now they can, it directly contradicts it if it's true.
Exactly.
It's a statement out of court by a non-testifying witness.
Exactly. The question is, do they have a good faith basis to ask the question? And they have a text message which she never contradicts. I did not allow them to put this in their case in chief.
Under Crawford, how does she get the right to cross-examine her accuser? If you let a text message from a man who they have under subpoena,
let it in.
who is, you're getting ready to.
You made it relevant.
No, I didn't, Judge. I did not make it relevant because I don't believe it's true.
And I said you did.
And so Crawford does not exist anymore?
It's coming in.
Judge, how do I cross-examine that?
It's coming in, Mr. Whalen. They have the right to ask her if she left that gun on the nightstand.
They have a right to call that witness.
They may choose to do that, but right now the question is, do they have the right to cross-examine her? And I have ruled that they do.
And they can, here's the problem. She asked a question, were you told by someone else that you were improperly storing a handgun?
And that's not the proper form to ask the question. I sustain it as to that, but they have the right to inquire. She put it at issue in her direct examination.
And what else other hearsay are they going to get to speak loudly from this stand and then say, maybe we didn't ask the right question?
Whalen, it is late and I'm not going to argue with you. I have ruled if I am wrong, the Court of Criminal Appeals will tell me so. It's coming in. Line the jury back up.
Only the question, did you ever leave your gun on the nightstand?
They have the right to ask the question, have you left your gun on the nightstand? That's what the text is complaining about. On or about August, the whatever date that was, because that is within 2 months of when this occurred, when she said she'd gotten the gun and hadn't touched it.
Wow. Hold on, I gotta get water. This is like... going and bring myself 2 big old water bottles. I was, you know, when I heard her say that, didn't I pause it and say, like, that was a lie? Woo, honey.
You may have a seat. Wait the
I
call
spilled
for the
my water.
state
Wait the call, Your Honor.
or the defense. All right, y'all good? You are recognized for further cross-examination of Ms. Howington.
Okay. So Ms. Howington, on August the 4th of 2019, did you leave that gun laying out on the nightstand in your home?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And let's talk about some of the statements you made as to how you obtained that gun. All right. So initially, you said that, let's see here. Well, let's just talk about the gun in general when you're being interviewed. Do you recall, once you are confronted with the fact that a gun was found outside your house, do you remember during your first interview when officers confronted you with that fact?
Not right off, no ma'am.
Do you remember being confronted at all during that interview about the fact that a gun was found outside of your home?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. Do you remember specifically being asked whether or not the gun found outside your home was the gun that was used to shoot and kill your daughter?
No ma'am.
Yeah, can we get that?
The thing is, the defense attorney's saying that Antoine's a liar, but this is such a specific thing.
So the gun that we found outside that Kelly gave you, we test fire that gun, it's not going to match anything with this.
No.
Have you ever used a shotgun?
No.
So you don't know how to use a gun?
No.
All right, so you just hurt yourself there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So would you agree with me that you told officers initially that the gun found outside your home was not the gun used to shoot and kill your daughter?
I just seen it, yes ma'am.
That is what you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. You then switch it up a little bit. Do you recall finally admitting that that was in fact the gun that was used to shoot your daughter at some point? Do you remember saying that?
I guess, yes ma'am.
Do you remember also saying that Antoine wiped it off?
Not right off, no ma'am.
She's thinking right now, I shouldn't have taken the stand.
I'm going to need the screen again, Judge.
Is that gun the murder weapon? I'm just asking. If it is, tell us it is. If it's the weapon he used now and you took it outside, tell me the truth. Is it the murder weapon? Because I think we've got ballistics and we're going to be able to tell. I want you to hear it from your mouth. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth.
Do you want this thing?
Yes, and he wiped it off.
Okay. You heard yourself just then. Would you agree with me that at this point you've now admitted that the gun found outside your home was in fact the weapon and that Antoine wiped it off, right?
That's what I said, yes ma'am.
Okay. Do you initially remember telling officers that you had no idea that there was even a gun outside of your house? Do you recall that?
I will continue to say the same thing, ma'am. I was trying to protect my son, and you just can't accept that this was an accident. You just can't accept it.
Ma'am, listen. My question was, you initially told the officers that you had no idea about a gun outside of your house, didn't you?
Ma'am, I was not in my right
Ma'am?
mind. I had just seen my baby shoot my daughter. Do you not understand?
I hear what you're saying, but my question to you was, did you initially tell the officers that you had no idea about any sort of gun outside of your home?
If it's on the video, then that's what I said, ma'am.
All right, can we get the screen, please?
You want a gun? Ever had a gun? surprised you until the gun was found outside the house? That would surprise you? Why not?
Yes, it was.
So again, right here, you tell the officers that you don't have a gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You tell the officers that it would surprise you if a gun was found outside your home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But seeing as how you were the one that put the gun out there, that's not true, is it?
I was trying to protect my son. I was not in my right mind.
And at that time, you had also asked multiple people to go and pick up that gun, had you not?
Because I did not want it to come back to Gavin. Do you not understand what I'm saying, ma'am?
Miss Howington, my question is, at that point in time, you had asked multiple people to come and pick up that gun that you put outside your home, had you not?
To protect Gavin.
Ma'am, it's a yes or a no. Had you asked multiple people to get that gun from outside your house, yes or no?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now she may explain her answer, Judge, when she's answering yes.
I think she has, but if you want to, again, explain your reasoning for doing so.
I was trying to protect my son, and nobody wants to accept that. What would you do?
Tell the truth. Can I? Okay. All right. At that point in time, again, you had sent these text messages to multiple individuals, but you had, because your phone had been broken and run underwater, you didn't actually know whether or not those individuals were able to go get the gun, did you?
I have no idea, ma'am.
Well, did you receive any correspondence back to your multiple text messages asking people to go get the gun?
Not that I know of.
Okay. And so until officers confronted you with the fact that a gun was found outside your house, you didn't know whether it was there or whether somebody actually was able to go get it, did you?
Yes.
Is this the first gun you've ever had?
Ask me.
I don't think I've asked this specific question.
It's not been asked and answered.
Is this the first firearm you ever had?
Yes, ma'am.
May we approach, Your Honor?
She said in that interview too with police that that she didn't have she's never shot the gun and she doesn't know how they work or anything like that. That gun, if she's going with the Gavin story, that gun had to be racked. There's no way, even if he was able to hold it up and shoot, there's no way he'd have been able to rack that thing. No possible way.
Ms. Howington, do you recall when, again, when you're being interviewed, do you recall at one point in time Officer Wardlaw had said something to the effect of, don't you think it's your responsibility as a parent to keep a gun safe?
Not right off, no, ma'am.
Ask you to just read the green highlighted portion of 2 sentences there.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after reading that, would you agree with me that at some point during your interview, Investigator Wardlaw says, don't you think it's your responsibility as a parent to keep your gun safe, right? He asked you that question.
Yes.
And you agreed with him and said yes.
Yes, ma'am.
You agreed that it is your responsibility to keep your gun safe in your home, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the story that you've just told here today. You said that Jay comes to your house at, what time was it again? Can't remember off the top of my head. A few minutes before, let's see. All right, so we've seen the video now where the individual is in your home for 63 seconds. Did you see that video?
Yes, ma'am.
So you are now saying that that is an individual by the name of Jay, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And they enter your home at 8:46:43. Would you agree with me?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, this is today in this courtroom on that stand is the very first time in almost 5 years that you have ever said that Jay, you've identified the person that came into your home, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that after Jay leaves, you then walk out and move your vehicle, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You then make sure that your children are okay before going back outside to smoke. Is that what you just testified to?
Yes, ma'am.
Now again, is this the first time here in this courtroom after almost 5 years, is this the first time that you're telling this version of events?
In the courtroom, yes.
Okay. Did you ever tell the officers the version that you just told on that stand here today? Have you ever told the officers that?
What are we speaking of?
That the version of events of how Destiny got shot, what you just testified to on direct examination, did you ever tell the officers that version of events?
She's going to need to break that down and be a little more specific.
Did you ever tell the officers before today, or did you ever tell anyone other than your attorney, I guess, before today, that you saw Gavin shoot Destiny as you were walking in your house?
Yes.
You told the officers that?
Not the officers. You said anyone.
Okay, but again, this case has been pending for a long time, has it not, Ms. Howington?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is the very first time that you are telling the version of events that you just told. You never told the officers in the multiple times that you were interviewed that version of events, did you?
I did tell them.
Okay. You never told them that you weren't even inside your home when the shot occurred, correct?
Not that I know of.
Please bring up the GSR.
So, again, your statement here today is that on September the 12th, Antoine took your gun and just disassembled it, I guess, in the front yard? Is that your statement?
He took it away from me, yes, ma'am, and took it apart and threw it on the ground.
And Callie put it back together?
Correct.
And you said that Callie put it up?
Yes.
And you didn't see it again?
Correct.
Until you say you saw Gavin shoot Destiny?
I didn't say I saw it. I saw Gavin shoot Destiny.
So you did say that? Never mind. Okay. So, again, we're talking about a 2-day span where you apparently don't know where in your house this gun is, correct?
I didn't normally just go check to see where a gun was. So no.
So you don't, so what you're saying is that prior to leading up to this event, you didn't keep tabs on where the gun was in your home?
I knew where it was, where I put it, when I put it there.
But again, if your testimony is that somebody else put it away, you didn't think to check to make sure that it was in a safe location?
I trusted him.
In your house with your 2 small children, you didn't think to go and check to make sure that it was in a safe location?
At least twice.
Well, I don't think that question has been.
She trusted him, so.
Answer that question, Ms. Howington.
So did you, again, in your home where your 2 small children live, in the 2 days after you think Callie puts this gun away, you didn't actually go check to see where he put it?
No, ma'am.
You didn't ask him where he put it?
No, ma'am.
You didn't ask him if he put a loaded gun up with the safety off?
No, ma'am.
You didn't ask him if he put a loaded gun up with the safety off that was cocked and ready to shoot?
No, ma'am.
And you would agree with me that if 2-year-old Gavin found this gun within the 3 minutes that you're outside, it had to be somewhere pretty readily accessible to him, correct?
I never seen it with my own eyes till the 14th.
So for 2 days, you don't lay eyes on your gun, but in 3 minutes, your 2-year-old found it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You're loaded, cocked, no safety on gun, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. and I guess just to clear things up, I just want to be sure that we're all clear here. Antoine was not at your house on September the 14th of 2019, was he? That
No,
night,
ma'am.
he was nowhere, well, he was not there, right?
Correct.
You and him did not get into a tussle.
I told you earlier that I feel like everything was melting together in my mind because I was under so much stress.
Now, you remember in your first interview telling the officers about the events of September the 12th, do you not?
Yes.
Okay, so in fact, you did remember those events that day, right?
From the 12th?
When you're being interviewed, you told the officers about the events of September the 12th, correct?
Yes.
So that was separate, and then you go on to, again, in 2 separate interviews, continue to say that Antoine was at your house that night, right?
And I also told you, ma'am, I was not thinking clearly.
So you didn't know who was in your house then, but today you do?
After looking at things and talking, some things I have recollected and some things I haven't.
So again, immediately following something that you witnessed with your own eyes, you were so unsure about events that you put people in your home that weren't even there. Is that what you're saying?
I guess.
But you had at least enough sense to text people and tell them that you had hid the gun outside, did you not?
I was trying to protect my son.
Again, you just testified that it's hard for you to remember all the things that happened that night, did you not?
Yes.
But you remembered that you hid that gun in a bush by your air conditioner, did you not? When you texted those people to come and get it, you certainly remembered that, didn't you?
To protect my son.
I'm going to need a yes or a no, ma'am. You
Yes.
remembered that. Because that's what you put in the text messages, right?
After I seen the text messages, yes.
Okay. So you got that part. That was fine. But you can't remember, immediately after the shooting, you couldn't remember who was in your house?
Immediately after?
Correct. When you're being interviewed, you say Antoine was in your house.
Judge, can we clarify when we're being...
But it's been asked and answered, gentlemen. Move on.
Okay, now again, the story that you just testified to, you said that you were outside, where were you, on your porch?
I was walking in the door with my hand on the door when I seen the flash of light from the gun.
And so was Gavin in that second living room?
Yes.
Bring up the
And
GSR.
so you weren't actually in the room when he shot, correct?
No.
Now, you do understand, you've heard the expert testify about gunshot residue. You heard that testimony?
Bam!
Yes, ma'am.
You do understand that gunshot residue was found on your clothing, correct?
And I assumed that it came from when I was trying to help my daughter. Do you not understand?
Let's talk about that real quick. Let's talk about you trying to help your daughter, okay? You stated that you rendered aid to her. How did you do that?
I was talking to her, saying her name. I got a towel. I prayed.
Again, you've heard the testimony of the officers who were on scene, have you not?
Yes, ma'am.
Miss Howington, you didn't have a drop of blood on you. So how were you rendering aid to your daughter on scene?
I didn't really see a whole lot of blood on the front of her until we looked at that video or whatever the pictures. I didn't even know that there was that much blood on the couch.
You saw the front of her shirt, right? That had to be cut open?
Yes.
Saw that it had blood all over it, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, so it's
It didn't have blood all over it, no. It just was like right here. When it happened, that's what I seen.
So you said that you rendered aid while you were on the phone with 911, is that right?
Yes. I kept asking them, what do I need to do? What do I need to do? And they couldn't tell me.
Was that before or after, again, while you're on the phone with 911? Is that before or after you're outside hiding the weapon that was just used to shoot your
I was
daughter?
on the phone with 911 when I took the gun outside.
Correct. But you also just testified that while you were on the phone with 911 that you were rendering aid to your daughter. So I'm just trying to figure out how it was that you were hiding a gun and rendering aid to your daughter.
I did not hide a gun, ma'am. I just threw it out there.
Okay. But again, that's not my question. My question is, at what point, when you're on the phone with 911 and you are taking the gun outside and throwing it in the bush, when did you render aid to your daughter?
Right after. I did not want the gun to be in there because I didn't want it to cause any more harm.
And you didn't want to get in trouble, did you?
I'm sitting here right now, ma'am.
Again, that's not my question, Ms. Howington. My question is, from your very first statement, you said that the reason you took that gun outside is because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
If I get in trouble, I can't take care of Gavin.
Ms. Howington, my question is that what you said to officers that night? That the reason you took that gun outside is because you yourself did not want to get in trouble?
I assume so, yes.
Okay. Now, your attorney asked you about this. I won't go into it a lot, but I do want to ask. Now, you've talked a lot about this rape that occurred in Bristol, right?
It was in Kingsport.
In Kingsport. I apologize. I'm from Kingsport. I should have known better. Again, are you aware that the individual in that case was never charged with rape?
No, ma'am.
You're aware that that individual only pled guilty to filing a false police report?
I assume so. I didn't know that, no.
You also testified a minute ago that you had a failure to appear for a speeding ticket, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You wrote out a statement and gave it to TBI about what happened to you.
Yes.
You wrote that you had a failure to appear from an assault charge from when you lived in Bristol, correct?
Not that I know of, no, ma'am.
You don't recall it? You don't recall writing that?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall saying that on February 20th, 2018, you went to court, you received...
Judge, I'm going to object. That's not her written statement. That's a TBI report someone else wrote.
I am happy to go get the handwritten one.
Okay, we're not trying to rape case. Let's move along.
Okay. So it's your testimony, though, that it was a speeding ticket, not an assault charge.
Yes.
So you did 28 days of community service for a speeding ticket. Is that your testimony?
No. Up there, you do 30 days of community service for any failure to appear.
Now, the officer that we're talking about, this was not, this was the person who was responsible for transporting people to and from community service, right?
And overseeing us.
Okay. Not a detective, anything like that. This was a person who is a transport officer.
I have no idea.
Let's talk about this PTSD. You saw in the video that you have a lot of medication that you take. What medications do you take for PTSD?
Prozac, Buciprone, hydroxyzine, several others. It's just a few of them.
Do you ever sell your medication?
No, ma'am.
You heard the testimony, Mr. Joe Keys, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you heard him testify that he had purchased, I believe he said, roxycodones from you. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, we see the text messages from your phone. You remember these text messages?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember that literally within the minutes leading up to your daughter being shot, he's texting you about pills, right?
He's texting me about pills.
Correct, right? He's texting you about pills. None of these, your testimony is that none of the pills that you're selling to Joe Keys, those aren't your prescriptions?
I have PTSD. They don't prescribe pain pills for PTSD.
But you had them anyway. But you had them to sell to him, even though you weren't prescribed them?
Yes.
Okay.
Same instruction from a couple days ago, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that Ms. Howington may or may not have done this is relevant for other purposes, but you may not assume that this is in some way suggestive of a propensity to break the law. Does everybody understand the distinction? Go ahead.
I also want to ask you about one specific thing that you said to Mr. Key.
About giving them pills for free if he gets the gun.
Right here. So 926, referring to pills at that point when you say I got you for free?
I assume so.
Would you agree that people who sell drugs sometimes have guns for protection?
Objection, Art. She wouldn't know that.
If she knows.
If you know. Would you agree with that statement or disagree with that statement?
I don't know.
I mean, we all know. Let's be honest. Another lie.
Talk to you about, I believe your attorney asked you about something that was said about a forensic interview. You recall your attorney asking you about that?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that you were scared because you weren't sure what that meant.
I mean, yeah.
So, if the officer told you that it was literally just an interview, your testimony is that that scared you enough to not tell the truth that night.
You just showed me pictures of you guys or someone taking pictures of my son while he was crying. So
me.
yes, I don't think that was anything that he needed to go through.
And just to clarify, you didn't see pictures of me taking pictures of your son.
Someone,
And you're saying pictures of your son?
yes, the ones that you showed.
They were introduced to Officer Howington with the child help and had him standing against the
Okay,
wall.
you're not testifying. Ask the next question.
No, I'm talking about the interview that night. They made a big deal about the fact that Officer Riddle mentioned a forensic interview. That interview didn't occur that night, so it can't be
You're not
that.
testifying either. Ask the next question.
Okay, so again, the fact that the officer said that your son would be interviewed scared you enough to where you had to lie that night.
I assume so, yes.
That's what you said
And
on
you
direct.
recall the officers telling you multiple times that they don't take 2-year-olds to jail, correct?
It didn't matter. Those pictures proved that no one really cared. They were taking pictures of my baby while he was crying.
What pictures are you referring to, Miss Howington?
How am I supposed to get them?
Where was he when he was crying?
I don't know.
Which interview are you referring to?
I'm referring to the very first interview.
I suspect it's number 47. Collectively.
I don't even. Wasn't Gavin still at the neighbor's house at that point? I think that she's just lied so much that she honestly just doesn't even know what the truth is anymore.
Are you talking
Or
about
maybe
this picture?
Yes.
because of all the pills she's on.
Where your son is just being measured against a wall.
He looks scared to death, and I'm pretty sure that he's crying.
What about this picture? Right thereafter.
Okay, but who's to say the time frame of that? The first one, he looks scared to death and crying.
In this picture, you're saying that your son looks terrified, right?
Yes.
So this just, the only thing is a tape measure just being held up beside of him, right? And for that reason, because your son
Ooh,
had
look
a
at that
tape
face.
measure held up beside of him, you said that you had to lie about what happened. You had to protect him from a tape measure.
No, that's not what I said, ma'am.
Okay.
If looks could kill.
Are you aware that the reason that we had to take those photographs of Gavin is because you lied and said that he got the gun by using a
I
stool?
did not lie.
You didn't lie when you said that Gavin...
I assumed that Gavin got a stool because I was not sure how he got the gun to shoot his sister.
Ma'am, do you recall saying that you saw the stool at your closet and moved it back before officers got there?
Not right off, no.
Roll the tape. She had not seen pictures of that
If you
at the
said
time
that,
she's talking
would
about.
that be a lie? If you said in your first interview that you saw the stool at your closet and that you moved it before officers got there to help Destiny, would that have been a lie?
I don't recall that.
Okay. We will come back to that one as well. We'll find it and come back to it. Do you remember when you went back to the house after you had been interviewed and the officers put the stool there?
From the pictures.
But you don't remember ever going back to your house?
I was not in my right mind, ma'am.
She was high.
Can we get this?
She's catching her in all of her lies.
Now you're saying you didn't see it at the stool. So there's
That's in the first interview.
you can make a mistake, but I would think that that wouldn't be, right?
I love that they have all these clips of all the different stories. I bet they're going to use it in closing.
Now you're saying you didn't see it at the stool. So there's you can make a mistake, but I would think that that wouldn't be, a mistake you make right there, right?
Okay, so again, we'll find the one where I'm talking about where you specifically say that you moved the stool before officers get there. But even watching that, do you recall at any point in time saying that he got the stool and drug it over there?
I assume that's what happened.
Okay, so your testimony here today, under oath, is that you've never said that you saw him with your own eyes get that stool and that you physically moved that stool back before the police got there.
I do not recall that, ma'am.
Okay.
She's really quick. She's got all the
I'm looking at page 56 here.
all the stuff.
You wouldn't mind reading those first 4 lines. Or 5, I guess. Did you read them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now after reading that, you did in fact tell Investigator Wardlaw that prior to officers arriving on scene the night of September 14th, that you physically moved the stool back to the kitchen, right? Or the living room area, right?
That's what it says, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in fact, you didn't assume, because here you're saying that you moved it, right?
That's 2 separate issues. She said she assumed that's how he got to the closet.
You have an objection?
Yes, that she's confusing the issues and confusing the witness.
Well, I don't think she did, but rephrase your question.
Okay. Your testimony here today is that you assumed that Gavin got the stool, correct?
Yes.
But are you saying also that you never physically witnessed the stool in your closet?
I don't recall.
But you've just read what you said the night of the shooting. You've just read that portion of your interview, correct?
Yes, ma'am. I was not in my right mind.
You told Investigator Wardlaw not only did you see the stool in your closet, but that you physically moved it before officers got back, correct?
That's what it says, yes, ma'am.
That's what you said, Miss Howington. Did you not?
I assume so, yes.
And then again, from the clip that we played a minute ago, second interview, you admit even then that you lied. You said that was not true about the stool, correct?
I told you I was not in my right mind, ma'am.
Ma'am, my question to you was, in that clip that we just saw, you admitted that you had lied about the stool.
That's not true. The clip said I can make a mistake, can't I? There's a difference between a mistake and a lie.
She can answer the question.
Did you lie about the stool in your first interview?
I don't recall, ma'am.
So did you move it?
Not that I recall.
Ain't none of us in our right mind after this. I think she took the stand hoping to get up there and cry and get the sympathetic, get sympathy from the jury. Kind of backfired.
I do want to talk about this last statement that you made. Not the one today, but the one you made in your second interview. Again, where you're saying that...
Can we get the time, date, or date on that? There's actually more than 2 minutes.
The 17th? 17th, yes, September 17th, 2019. Do you recall that even after you had maintained for a while that it was Gavin, again, you go back to you and Anton fighting over the gun, right?
I assume so.
Okay. Do you recall saying that or no?
No, ma'am.
You don't recall changing your story once again, even after you'd maintained that it had been Gavin. You don't remember saying again that it wasn't Gavin?
No, ma'am.
So we'll play it, but if I was to tell you that this was the very last statement that you gave to police officers before you came in today and testified on the stand, you actually don't blame Gavin in the last one.
Why would I? I do not want him to live with the fact that he shot his sister for the rest of his life.
Ma'am, my question was, again, your last statement to officers was that you and Antoine, who we now know was not even in the home that night, were in a fight when Destiny was shot. Do you remember making that statement?
No, ma'am.
Okay. I wonder if we can have the...
Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you, thank you. Welcome to our new members.
Was Antoine already there when you got home?
The neighbor said he had been here.
When I said I want you to tell me stuff that you hadn't told me before,
Yes,
you need to tell me that.
He got out of the car already.
Okay. It's good and cool.
And I asked Destiny what she wanted to eat, and he kept trying to interfere. And he don't like her to eat meat. So that was a problem right there. Anything that I do that he can find a problem with, it's a problem.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want her to eat meat first off, so he started all that shit too. And he just continued to scream and holler and raise his voice. And he went, I thought he was leaving. He went to the living room, so I was like, please leave. But he didn't leave. And I don't know, I felt threatened because I didn't know what the hell he was capable of. I mean, he's beat me to the point where I was unconscious. And I went out the gun, and when I got it, he got it from me.
Where was the gun?
It was in the black bag on the back of the door.
It's in the black bag on the back door, and you got it out.
On the back of my bedroom door, yes.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So here, again, you've now changed your story yet again and said that Gavin didn't do it, but you've also put the gun in the black bag on the back of your door, right?
There's a nail on the back of the door. But no, I don't recall any of that. That's what you have to understand.
Ms. Howington, is that not you on that video?
Yes.
So you said what you said, right?
Not in my right mind.
Again, the last statement that you gave was that you and Antoine were fighting and that he tried to get the gun from you and it went off, correct?
That's what we heard, ma'am.
Ms. Howington, are you aware that based on your statements that Antoine could have been charged with first-degree murder?
I was trying to protect my son.
Ms.
Antoine
Howington.
has tortured me
Ms.
to the point
Howington.
of putting me in the hospital.
My question to you was...
I'd like to object.
But she needs to answer the question first, and then she can explain.
You do understand that based on your statements that Antoine could have been arrested that night and charged with first-degree murder, correct?
I was trying to protect my son. The detectives
Miss
brought
Howington,
Antoine.
I need you to say yes or no to my question first, please.
And you can explain if you feel the need to.
So, again, just a yes or a no. Do you understand that based on your statement to the police on the night that your daughter was shot, that Antoine could have been arrested and charged with first-degree murder?
I guess, yes. Never
You
thought about it.
You didn't think about that. When you were blaming him for the death of your daughter and he wasn't even there, you just didn't think about that.
The detectives brought him up first.
But you ran with the story.
I was trying to protect my son. Antoine did not matter. He tortured me to the point where I was in the hospital. Antoine did not matter at that moment, ma'am.
Okay. So again, I know that you keep saying that the police put Antoine in your mind, but they didn't put all the extra facts in your mind that you made up throughout your interview, did they?
Depends on which facts we're speaking of.
They didn't tell you that you and him got into a tussle in your archway, did they?
No, ma'am.
They didn't say that you and him were in a fight and Gavin grabbed the gun, did they?
No, ma'am.
You were the first one to say that, weren't you?
After they brought him up.
After they brought
Antoine up.
Okay. You were the first one to say Gavin was the shooter, correct? The police didn't do that, did they?
I don't recall.
Okay. They didn't say that Antoine went and got the gun from your closet, did they? You said that, right?
I don't recall that either, ma'am.
Okay, well, if that's what's on your interview, would that be accurate? If you
Yes,
say
ma'am.
that Antoine went and got the gun from your closet, would that be an accurate statement or an inaccurate statement?
I guess accurate.
It would be accurate. Miss Howington, you've just testified he wasn't there.
So what are we getting at, ma'am?
If you talked about the fact that Antoine, you made up this whole story that Antoine went and got the gun from your closet and all this stuff, but now we know he wasn't even there, was he?
No, he was not there. I was trying to protect my son. You just cannot accept that, ma'am. You cannot accept it.
Oof. Wow.
Do you recall being asked by the investigators why you tampered with evidence?
Can we clear up when that was?
First interview, page 41.
Can we clear up
Your
when that
first
was?
interview,
Which time?
Do you recall being specifically asked why you would tamper with evidence?
No.
Look there at the bottom, highlighted portion, and then the following one. There, I guess it's right above it.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so when asked by Detective Riddle why you would tamper with evidence, you said, I didn't want to get in trouble, correct?
If I get in trouble, I cannot take
Yes or
care
no?
of Gavin. He had just done something that was terrible. So he needs his mother.
Ms. Howington, did you say, I didn't want to get in trouble?
Yes.
You did not say that you were trying to protect your son, right?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Read it,
Woo.
Rick.
That was quite a cross.
Ms. Good asked you, isn't it true that Mr. Wardlaw told you it's your responsibility as a parent to keep the gun safe? Is that what she said?
Yes, sir.
And where did you keep the gun?
In a black bag in my closet.
Did you think that was keeping the gun safe?
Yes, sir.
And let's clear up something else. She asked you about, did you ever tell them that Gavin got into the top of that closet by wearing your high-heeled shoes?
No.
Did you tell them that you knew he could climb up there because he gets up there because he wears your high-heeled shoes?
No, that wasn't the only place that high heels were.
Had he done that in the past, worn your high heel shoes?
Yes.
Were you suggesting to them that he was wearing those on? Was he wearing high heel shoes at any time on September 14th?
No, sir.
She asked you, did you ask Callie if he'd left that loaded, cocked weapon somewhere where the kids could get it? You hear that? Remember
Yes.
that? Did you know that gun was loaded on September 14th?
No.
Did you know it was cocked on September 14th?
No, sir.
They ask you whether or not you admitted to what happened on the 12th with you going out to confront him and taking that gun out there. You recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall also telling the officers that it happened on Friday?
No.
And she asked you about what you were asking. You were asking Callie and Joey to go get that gun from beside the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you did that, right?
Yes.
And in that text to Joey, what did you say?
Gavin shot Destiny.
And that was some minutes after this happened. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then she told you, you know, you had gunshot residue on your dress, right?
Yes.
And you've told them today that you were at the door when you saw the flash.
Yes.
When you got to the couch, what was Gavin doing?
He was sitting there crying on his knees and screaming.
Did you do anything with Gavin at that point?
I picked him up.
And I don't know if you were paying attention when the medical examiner was testifying today. Did you hear her say how long Destiny could have lived after suffering that gunshot?
Honestly, no, I didn't want to.
That's all right. But you do know the first officers arrived about 2 minutes after the 911 call. A minute and a half, 2 minutes, right?
Yes, sir.
And she spent a lot of time with you on what you said during that last statement on September 17th, right?
Yes.
What were you doing directly before that interview?
I was planning my daughter's funeral.
No further questions, John.
Anything further? You may step down, Ms. Howington.
Okay, if he wants to bring up the medical examiner, then they should have brought up, if he wants to bring up the medical examiner saying she can only have lived for 30 seconds, they should have brought up the fact that when 911 asked her to do CPR, she said, after that, she was like, oh, no, she's breathing. Really?
Judge of defense rests.
We're going to be in Bird's Watch tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard all the proof that you're going to hear in this case. It is now, that clock's about 6 minutes past. It's actually about 10 after 6, but it's late. We're not going to try to do anything else tonight. Obviously, there's no way we're going to finish this case up today. Go home, get a good night's rest. We're going to come back tomorrow, and we'll start back a little bit earlier tomorrow, because the first thing that's going to happen tomorrow morning will be a final argument. State and the defense will each have closing arguments for you to consider. Do not discuss the case with anyone else tonight. Do not attempt to learn anything at all about the case, and do not watch any media reports or accounts about the case. Be in the jury room not later than 8:45 tomorrow morning. What I'm going to do is hear final argument tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and then once you have the case for deliberation, then I will do my regular docket after that. So first thing that will happen tomorrow morning is this case. I need you here a little bit earlier, and we will hear final argument. Court will instruct you on the law, and then 12 of you will have the case for your consideration and deliberation. Have a very good evening. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. All rise for the jury.
So what do y'all think happened? After hearing everything, now we haven't heard closings yet, obviously. What do y'all think happened? The most likely story. I think that...
They may need a break for about 5 minutes before we start. We've got to get the jury instructions finalized so that Ms. Mullins can work on those. Let's take 5 minutes and we'll come back and finalize the jury instructions.
Can Ms. Howington be excused?
No, it's first degree murder case. We're going to be talking about the jury instructions.
He said, nah. Nah, she can't. She can sit her fanny right there. I have a hard time thinking that Gavin could have pulled the trigger. There ain't no way in hell he went up there in that closet and got the gun and, you know, on a stool and brought it in, and there's no way. And her new story that we just heard today about how she threw Antoine under the bus, you know, and stuck with that for a bit, and now she's like, and because of that, now she's throwing Callie under the bus, saying, oh, well, Callie put the gun up. I don't know where it was. It's Callie that did it. Callie put it up somewhere. So I don't trust that. I don't believe that, honestly. But pair that with that text. I wanted the jury to be able to see that text the month before about her leaving the gun out for kids to be able to grab. So I don't believe her story based on the other stuff that she's done, that Callie's the one who put the gun up. I think that her gun, I think she's irresponsible as hell. I think she's on too many pills. I think that she's reckless. And I believe that the gun was out within reach somewhere. If Gavin had grabbed the gun, I don't know if he'd been able to pull the trigger. Maybe if he grabbed it and as she's walking back in or something, then, you know, she tries to get it from him and, you know, shoots. I don't know. It's hard for me to believe that it was just Gavin that shot the gun. Possibly he could have gone and gotten it off the nightstand or wherever it was. Or, I mean, if it was even still on the nightstand, if it was on one of those tables or anything, if she's just leaving it around, but I don't see him as the one who actually pulled the trigger, but that's my own personal. So they got home at 8:52, I think. Let me look at my timeline. Or 8:42, I mean. Let me see. Yeah, they pulled up at like 8:42. The porch light comes on at 8:43, and that's when they're walking in. So it's only like a 10-minute time frame that they're home before, from the time that the front porch light comes on till the time that she's calling 911. Stats: witnesses 4, sidebar 7. What is? Oh, is that supposed to be objections? Objections 41. 2 proffers. Do not understand 19. Not in my right mind. She said it 16 times. To protect my son, she said 19 times. There were 17 inconsistencies. And the amount of disrespect, unbelievable. We're gonna screenshot that. We'll give our stats. Thank you, Marie Moss. Thank you. That's interesting. I think that she did it by accident, but the circumstances that led to it, there's no way to know. Let's take a look. They're about to come back and do jury instructions, which will be interesting because they were talking about if they were going to do second-degree murder. I think they had gone back and forth on that one. I'm not sure who has Gavin. I don't know that I've heard that. I don't know if I've heard them say who has him. So I'm not really sure. See, and some of y'all think, let's do a poll. Now that we've heard everything. What do you think is most likely? She shot on accident. She shot intentionally. I see a bunch of y'all saying you think it's intentional. Well, the state said first degree also, so we'll... all right, I put a 3. So we'll see what all y'all think now. Yeah, the house burned to the ground, which is kind of crazy. There was, I think there was like an elderly lady that was living there at the time. They're about to go over this. I put an accident or on purpose on there. See, Jenny, a few people have said...
Instructions, we'll need to make
that.
the final additions, revisions, and corrections so that Ms. Mullins can make copies for the jurors to read as the court reads them. Let's talk first about the principal count, count 1 being felony murder and the perpetration of aggravated child neglect. The elements will read as follows: that the defendant unlawfully killed the alleged victim, that the killing was committed in the perpetration of or the attempt to perpetrate the crime of aggravated child neglect, that is, that the killing was closely connected to the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect and was not a separate, distinct, and independent event. And 3, that the defendant intended to commit the alleged crime of aggravated child neglect. The elements of aggravated child neglect are defined in counts 2 and 3 of these instructions. As to lesser included, Mr. Whalen, are you asking the court?
Did you say the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible?
And that's the pattern instruction.
I just wanted to make sure that's what you said.
I didn't put that in there. You want that in there?
Yes.
That the defendant, this will be one that the defendant or one for whom the defendant is criminally responsible. Okay. Mr. Whalen, I think we start first with the proposition that, what is it, TCA 40-18-110, the lesser included offense statute specifically states that second-degree murder is a lesser included offense of first-degree murder, which would include felony murder. But the court has to find that there are facts within the record which would meet the elements of second-degree murder. Are you asking the court to charge second-degree murder?
No.
All right. I think arguably you could get there, but I think the cleaner way to do this is to go felony murder, reckless homicide, and criminally negligent homicide. State agree?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so
I'm sorry. The charge count.
charge count, felony murder, next lesser will be reckless homicide, the next lesser is criminally negligent homicide. And I read a case a couple nights ago that reckless homicide is in fact a lesser included offense of felony murder and the perpetration of aggravated child neglect. Count 2, aggravated child neglect by serious bodily injury. My first impression was that reckless aggravated assault would be a lesser included offense, but I'm not sure that it's going to be. Once again, I cheated and read a little bit of law on that. What's the state's position on what lesser included offenses would be appropriate for count 2?
I think assault is the next lesser included for count 2. Arguably child neglect, but I think for the child neglect to be the next lesser included, they would have to find that she was over 8 years of age, and there's no way factually she's.
No, I mean to make it child neglect as opposed to aggravated child neglect, the only distinguishing element would be that she's less than 18 but more than 8, and it's just not a fact in dispute.
That's why I said I think it's just assault. There might not even be a lesser included, Your Honor.
The one they're talking about right now is count 2.
It's not assault. I mean,
I don't think there is a lesser included, Your Honor.
Count 2 is the neglect, so that child was neglected so that the health and welfare was adversely affected, resulting in serious bodily injury. I mean, I think that one's a given because obviously having a loaded gun around the kids.
all right, what's your position, Mr. Whalen, on what lesser included offenses should be contained within count 2?
Judge, I think I suspect assault doesn't apply because that's an intentional act and it's a negligent act. So I don't think there is.
Well, but the conduct for aggravated child neglect, the conduct must be knowing. The negligent act, it's kind of an oxymoron, but the conduct the defendant has to be aware of his or her conduct, which then negligently results in adversely affecting the child's health or welfare. Count 2, the pattern instruction. The defendant knowingly neglected the child so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare. I think we need to specify that it's destiny because you've got 2 children. Right, but I want the instructions.
So you're saying knowingly neglected a child, comma, destiny.
Well, hold on. Let's go back in the first count. Destiny Oliver.
Where are you putting it in the first count?
Rather than saying unlawfully killed the alleged victim, say unlawfully killed Destiny Oliver. Same thing on each lesser, rather than saying killed the alleged victim, say killed Destiny Oliver.
Okay. So for aggravated child neglect, neglected Destiny Oliver? Is that what we're saying?
Yes, because we have two children that have been the topic of
So take
testimony.
out a child and put in Destiny
Correct.
Oliver.
That the defendant knowingly neglected, I'm going to say a child, comma,
Yep.
Destiny Oliver, comma, so as to adversely affect the child's health and welfare.
They're specifying on that one that it's Destiny.
Yes or no, Mr. Whalen, on reckless aggravated assault? I'm not sure that, I think I read a case that's not. The distinction is to commit an assault, you have to, and it sounds, I don't know how much sense it makes, but the distinction in the case that I read about why aggravated assault, I think it's a case out of Nashville, is not a lesser included offense, is the definition of assault is that a defendant intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to make it aggravated serious bodily injury, and the definition of aggravated child neglect, that the act of neglect resulted, the distinction between cause and result is, I think, why they said it shouldn't be charged. Either side asking the court to charge reckless aggravated assault. I don't think it
Are
fits.
you talking about count 2 and count 3?
On counts 2, well, no, it wouldn't be. It could be count. That would be the 2 counts.
The state's not asking for that on
I don't think
either
it
count
fits.
2 or count 3.
All right, we'll strike that.
So some of these none of the charges will fit. So
Unless you want me to charge reckless endangerment.
No, sir.
All right, no lessers on 2 and 3. Count 4, I'm going to, we'll say, this is the false report. Any person who initiates a false report or statement to a law enforcement officer is guilty of a crime. For you to find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant initiated a report or statement to a law enforcement officer concerning an offense or incident within the officer's concern. And I'm going to say, to wit, her report to Detective Tim Riddle that an unknown male shot her daughter.
could you imagine if she was charged with a false report for every single false report she made?
Did you say her report to Detective Tim Riddle that an unknown male shot her daughter?
That an unknown male shot her daughter.
Okay.
So the first sentence, the first element will read that the defendant initiated a report or statement to a law enforcement officer concerning an offense or incident within the officer's concern, comma, to wit, her report to Detective Tim Riddle that an unknown male shot her daughter. And then count 2, that the defendant knew the information relating to the offense reported was false. Everybody good with that language?
Yes.
I can't think of any lesser included offenses for that count.
They tried to do
And I have a
fingerprints on the
question,
weapon,
did I
but
charge anything lesser?
only about
Count
5% of
5,
guns get
tampering
fingerprints
with
on.
evidence. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and 2, that the defendant concealed a firearm with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation.
Yes.
Anything further that needs to be said?
No.
All right, I'm going to do a lesser would be an attempt, pattern language, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence, and 2, that the defendant did some act intending to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute tampering with evidence under the circumstances that the defendant believed it may be at the time, and her actions constitute a substantial step toward the commission of tampering with evidence. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. Everybody good with that language?
Yes.
Count 6 is going to be the identical language. In elements 1 and 2, and then it will go further and say the elements of tampering with evidence are set forth as follows. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and 2, that the defendant altered a thing, to wit, a cellular phone, with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation.
You should say attempted to alter.
Right, it's an attempt. I'm defining attempt, and then I'll define the elements of tampering with evidence are set forth as follows, because I have to distinguish those from count 5 with the gun.
So for the second one, since it's an attempt, it's
Let me read it again. That the defendant altered a thing, comma, to wit, colon, a cellular phone, comma, with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in investigation.
So I was asking if instead of the defendant altered a cellular phone, if you would write the defendant attempted to alter a cellular phone, since we have a charge.
Let me just read the whole instruction to you. Any person who commits the offense of criminal attempt is guilty of a crime. To find the defendant guilty of this offense, the state must have proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the following essential elements. 1, that the defendant intended to commit the offense of tampering with evidence, and 2, that the defendant did some act intended to complete a course of action or cause a result that would constitute tampering with evidence under the circumstances as the defendant believed them to be at the time, and her actions constitute a substantial step toward the commission of tampering with evidence. The defendant's actions do not constitute a substantial step unless the defendant's entire course of action clearly shows her intent to commit tampering with evidence. The elements of tampering with evidence are set forth as follows. 1, that the defendant knew an investigation was pending and was in progress, and 2, that the defendant altered a thing, to wit, a cellular phone, with the intent to impair its availability as evidence in the investigation. So I've spelled out the elements of attempt, and then I've defined the consummated offense, which is the way we do it every time.
If the court wants to do that, that's fine, but what I'm asking is if we can put the word attempt actually in there, because I think the way that it's done this way is actually confusing to the jury. If the court wants to do it the way it always does, that's fine, but what I'm requesting is we have the word.
I'm setting out that the charged offense is an attempt, but I'm defining the elements. I could refer them back. I normally would refer back to the previous count rather than defining them further, but the difference is I've got 1, you charge concealing in count 5 and altering in count 6, and I've got a gun in count 5 and a phone in count 6, so I've got to distinguish them. So, I mean, this is clear. This is the way it's done every time. Any objections, Mr. Whalen?
No, yeah.
All right. Next page will be the pattern instruction on how they must consider the indicted offense and unanimously agree that she is not guilty of that offense before they can consider any lesser included offense. Definitions: adversely affect the child's health and welfare, child, injury, serious bodily injury, recklessly, knowingly, and intentionally, criminal negligence. I don't think I need to define bodily injury. If I've defined injury, it's the identical definition, is it not?
I think the definition of serious
Bodily injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, and physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Injury includes a cut, abrasion, bruise, burn, or disfigurement, physical pain or temporary illness or impairment of the function of a bodily member, organ, or mental faculty. Why don't we just say injury and bodily injury?
Yeah, and I think the definition of serious bodily injury to a child under that statute is actually...
No, I've got it in there.
Okay.
Where you're talking about under 8 years of age.
Sunset.
I'm reading the same thing twice. It's cleaner just to read it. I'll define it as injury and define it as bodily injury. And then also I'm defining law enforcement officers because that's necessary for the false report count. Then I'm going to have for the expert witness instruction, I've got Dr. Amy Haws, expert in the field of forensic pathology. Kyle Osborne. Who was formerly of the TBI, is that correct? and he was microanalysis and gunshot primer residue. Lad Kuykendall. TBI, firearm, and tool mark identification. And Terry Pate, KPD, who had a little expertise in everything. So, I think the only thing you qualified him for, though, was an expert in narcotics investigation.
Yes, sir.
Did I miss anybody?
Did they offer him?
They did. Well, I interjected and said you all had agreed to it, that he was an expert.
I'm glad we did.
I didn't hear you object to it.
I didn't hear it. Honestly, I can't say that I heard him proper as an expert.
Well, you probably tuned me out about 10 o'clock on Monday, so.
No, I was listening to at least 11 or 12.
Any other experts that I missed?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right, then the next instruction will be TBI 4227. And I'm going to put it, since I've got conceal, I think it's in the disjunctive, given the unique facts of this case. Any attempt by a person to conceal or destroy evidence is the circumstances which, when considered with all the facts of the case, but I'm going to do destroy or conceal all the way through. The one sentence that I'm going to take out as concealment, destruction of evidence of a crime standing alone is not proof of premeditation, because that's not germane to this case. All right, any objections to that?
No.
All right, the next one will be pattern instruction 4211 on, and I'm not going to call this a confession, but we're going to call it an admission against interest.
You said 4211?
Yes, confession or statements against, or admissions against interest. So throughout that instruction, where there is the language talking about admission against interest, that will be injected, and that which says confession will be stricken. All right, and then the rest of it is the boilerplate instructions. And she did testify, so we'll need to take out the page where it says she did not.
Did you already send us a copy of that?
I'm sorry?
Did you already send us a copy of that?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. If you want, come back to my office and Ms. Mullins can make copies of what you've got is just going to have my scribbles on it. It's not going to be corrected yet, but you're welcome to that. That way you'll know where we're going with it in the morning.
And you said that we're going to start back at 9 o'clock?
I don't think, I know we are, unless one of us is caught in sitting in a parking lot disguised as I-40.
Okay.
Leave early, because it's the traffic, for whatever reason, the last 2 days has been awful trying to get here.
Pretty nice from South Knox.
I took 75.
I'm sorry?
Pretty nice from South Knox.
I probably have gotten here quicker this morning if I had driven to South Knoxville and come up that way. All right, anything else come before the court tonight?
No, sir.
Court will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Everybody have a good evening.
Thank you.
Court is adjourned. So here, let me do this. Since they're done. We'll put this on there. Oh, I love our sunsets. So the lesser charges will be included in there. The biggest one is going to be obviously, the tampering with the phone or attempting to alter evidence or however it was worded. I can't remember the exact words. For the phone, obviously, like that one, no question. The concealing the firearm. If she had just put it outside and then told police it was out there, that'd be one thing. But the fact that she put it out there and then was texting different people to come get it, that one's automatic in the bag. The initiating a false report, automatically in the bag. So the other three are going to be the felony murder, which we knew that they had said that they weren't going to put the second degree as a lesser on there, but they're going to do the reckless homicide and the criminally negligent homicide. And then, so that one, I mean, look, honestly, that's the big one. The other, neglecting, neglecting Destiny so that health and welfare was adversely affected and resulted in serious bodily injury. If either way, somebody got a gun and poor Destiny is no longer with us. So either way, it's negligence on that. Now, I know that she's trying to get out of that by blaming it on Callie, saying that Callie, put the gun somewhere. But the prosecutor said right there, okay, if, you're saying that Callie put a gun somewhere and you didn't see it it's been sitting around your house for 2 days and you didn't see it, but your 2-year-old was able to go get it, within a couple minutes of y'all being home. So the neglect on having a gun somewhere where if they're going with the Gavin story, having it to where he could get it, or if they're, if they believe that she did it, having it out, whatever, that would all fall into the negligence. And then the health and welfare adversely affected. The big one's really going to be obviously the murder charge. The felony murder, reckless homicide, or criminally negligent homicide. Let's look at those real quick. Criminal homicide in Tennessee. Let's look at the code. Criminally negligent homicide. Oh, I can't see on this screen. Hold on. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. Part 2, criminally negligent homicide. I think I'm too tired. My eyeballs are not focusing. All right. Criminally negligent conduct that results in death. Criminally negligent conduct that results in death. So having a loaded and racked gun around children would be I think that that's going to, I think that honestly, I think that the other stuff is going to be pretty easy. I think that jury might be out for a while on this one, debating on which of, but deciding on count one. I think that it's going to be, I think that they might surprise, I think that they might take longer than we think. Let's see how long she's facing. Felony murder, Tennessee. All right, let's see. Sentencing for practical. Oh, my eyeballs are not focusing. We'll look at this tomorrow. I'm so tired. Yeah, then there's no way that Gavin could have racked that gun. There's no way. Let's see. No death penalty. I can't even. Look, I've got all this pulled up. I'll keep it over here. We'll look at it tomorrow. My eyeballs can't focus. I'm really tired, and I need to take Lucy out. Plus, we'll have time to look at all this tomorrow anyway when we're going through or when they're deliberating and all that, or going through the I'll get it and we can follow along while they're going through the jury instructions and all that. What a crazy day, right? Crazy day. Wild day. All right, y'all. I appreciate everything. I will start. Oh, tomorrow is the last day of treatment, y'all. Last day of treatment. That makes me so happy. Last day of treatment. So tomorrow we'll start about the same time. It'll be about 11 o'clock my time, which is Central, about noon Eastern. So they are starting earlier tomorrow. So we will catch up when I get back, and then they'll go into the deliberations, and then we'll see. We'll do some polls tomorrow too to see who thinks we're going to get verdicts and win and all that. So yay. Yes, one more day. Tomorrow is the last day. So excited. All right, y'all, I appreciate it. I will see you tomorrow. Hopefully tomorrow when we start, we won't have any technical drama, technical issues. We'll see. Fingers crossed. I appreciate it. Thank you for reporting to jury duty. Replay crew, we love y'all too. I will see y'all tomorrow.
I gotta go. I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel and
Goodbye, good people. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?